Welcome, Pewter Report readers, listeners, and viewers to another edition of Pewter Pregame, the prelude to Pewter Game Day, which is coming up soon as the Bucs take on the New York Jets, the hapless New York Jets. I'm going to say it, Casey Hudson. I'm going to say it right at the top of the show. I'm just going to call them the hapless. I'm welcoming the bad mojo. I'm welcoming it because I'm feeling good because the Bucs are so healthy today, Casey. It's
in comparison, yeah.
It's right. Like it's 2022 is starting off on a great note for the Bucs. You got to love it. Happy New Year, Casey. What are your thoughts here as we get ready for this one?
Well, first of all, Happy New Year, everyone. I'm actually really stoked for what this year has in store. But there's not too much more to say besides the fact that the Jets are the Jets. Every bad thing that you don't want to say about a team because you just don't want to give them that fire that you think will light them up to do something different. It's not going to save the Jets. Not today, not this season, and better luck next year. So therefore, Happy New Year, Jets. Yeah. It is
an absolute. I mean, the Jets are just decimated. The Bucs were decimated. Honestly, they look like they could be without 10 starters. They'll be without some starters. It's not going to be full strength Bucs, but they have gotten really good news on the injury fronts pretty much across the board over the last 36 hours, basically. And so good news on that front. Obviously, Bruce Arians is going to coach today, and we'll get into some of the, as he was on the COVID list earlier this week, we'll get into some of the other injury moves and actives, surprise active players, the Jets situation, because there's a lot of Jets down, what we think is going to happen with Mike Evans and Antonio Brown today. I know fantasy football owners are extremely interested in what is going to happen with Mike Evans and Antonio Brown. We will answer those questions very soon. But first, I'm John Ledyard from PewterReport.com. This is Casey Hudson from PewterReport.com. And one of the first things we want to do on today's pregame show is tell you about our friends over at Celsius. Celsius powers active lives every day with essential functional energy. And what you got to love about Celsius is there's a ton of great flavors and they're good for you too. There's no sugar in these. It's unbelievable. And they come with a great variety of tastes that are all really good, honestly. And so if you're looking for an energy drink that's going to give you a boost, there's no crash, there's no sugar, check out Celsius. It's really great stuff. And like I said, comes in a variety of flavors. And if you're looking for a protein bar that does the same thing, check out their fast protein bars. They're fast protein bars, the best tasting protein bars out there. I kid you not, folks. These things are absolutely outstanding. I've tried a lot of protein bars. Not a lot of energy drinks in my life, but I love Celsius. But I've tried a lot of protein bars in my life. And these ones are the absolute best. The white chocolate cookies and cream, the salted caramel peanut crunch, both outstanding flavors. Make sure you check them out. If you click a link in this YouTube description, it'll take you right to where you can check out and get yourself some of those protein bars. They are truly the best protein bar out there. You can see it on the screen. They look outstanding. And so you can have an opportunity to get some of those coming right to your door as well, thanks to our friends over at Celsius and Fast. Okay, Casey, let's dive right in. Bucs side of things, Mike Evans and Antonio Brown. Didn't know what was going to happen all week. Mike Evans was on the COVID list all week. He finally comes back. He gets cleared for Friday. He's limited in Friday's practice. AB is limited on Wednesday and then doesn't practice Thursday and Friday. You're thinking he's out for sure. And apparently whatever happens yesterday, they put him through a workout or something yesterday. He looked great in that. So they decide he's playing today. He's been out there during warmups. He's looking great. He's, interacting with the fans and all that. He's always seems like he's in a good mood. So, that's the kind of the lay of the land right now is that it looks like both these guys, after seeming like they may be without both of them, now it looks like they're both going to play against one of the worst secondaries and defenses in the NFL. So what can we expect from Evans and Antonio Brown today?
Well, I think the fascinating part with them, looking like they're playing or obviously playing today is the fact that imagine game planning without wide receivers like Antonio Brown and Mike Evans, feeling a little bit confident in what you have going into this game and then finding out that you have two of your most reliable guys able to participate. Now, no, I don't expect, Antonio Brown, yes, I probably expect a heavy workload from him. If you think about it, this guy has 6 games under his belt for 519 yards and he's hungry. He wants more. He wants more playing time. He wants more yardage under his belt. So I could imagine him really just fighting through it. I think that ankle injury is maybe just a flare up of what he's already been dealing with. So most of these guys are just going to keep pushing through until the season closes out. As for Mike Evans, I think that we'll see. I mean, it's been noted that it'll be limited action. It just really depends, but there's no reason for them to really put too much of a workload on his back. I think for him, it's just to kind of chip away at some of that yardage so that the next game they're not overloading him either, because some people were, I would say, a little hesitant to think that Mike Evans should play if he wants to collect that 1,000 yards for this season. But you just have to think about the entirety, the big picture of what these guys are working for. Like every milestone is going to contribute to the next milestone and to the one after that. So yeah, he's well in position to break 1,000 yards if they do a little today and a little versus the Panthers and then close out the season, giving this guy an honor that he deserves. So that's for Antonio Brown and Mike Evans. As for the other guys, we saw some guys really step up last game, and I think that they're just really excited to build off of that. I know that we saw a tweet from Cyril Grayson basically saying, I remember everybody that had something to say. So I mean, I would
thankfully he did not apparently remember Scott's comments because he didn't include those. So
he doesn't remember everything, but he remembers the most significant ones, I guess. We'll remove Scott from that column. But
maybe
you know,
Scott said it on the pod, or I don't know.
I know. If now watch him go specifically pull up Scott Reynolds' name.
That's right. Well, here's the thing. The bottom line, never tweet. That's what Cyril Grayson teaches us, right? Just never tweet, and you can't ever be wrong. You can never get dragged for a take.
But that's what we have to do sometimes. So, but you don't have the confidence to do something like that, to say something like that when you've only played a handful of times and you're heading into a game with probably a little bit more of a bigger role. So I'm expecting, he's basically made it known that we should expect to see a lot more of him.
Right. And I'm not sure where he's going to factor in unless Evans is really limited. That's the one every fantasy football owner wants to know. I think AB is going to play most of this game. I think he's going to be productive. You know, last year I linked back to that Lions game, Casey. It was also the penultimate game of the season against a weaker opponent that was very banged up. Their coaching staff was out with COVID. Stafford got hurt in the game. They weren't very good anyway. It's a very similar situation to the Jets. And I just remember Arians, after the game, was like, yeah, we were just trying to get Evans 1,000 in this game. That's weird. Yeah, they got him really close. And then the next week he played he played a quarter against Atlanta and got it. So I think today, I don't know how much he's going to play, but I think they're going to actively try and get him catches and yards today, just because A, the 1,000, but B, I think they want to get him. If he can't pass it today, that's fine. But if they can get him close to it today, then they play him a little bit next week, a quarter, and they get him the 1,000. But Arians, it means something. Arians has been very clear. He thinks that streak, keeping it alive, is important to him. And I know it's important to Evans too. I wonder if it's even more important to Arians. It's funny, but yeah, obviously you can't risk their health. That's the biggest thing. We know Antonio Brown's not 100% today. Can't make that situation worse. I don't know that the Bucs are going to be able to sit people next week. We'll see how this week plays out. There's too many variables. We'll talk about that more on Monday after we see how everything plays out. They might need to win just to hang on. Even if they get the 2 seed, they might need to win to hang on to it. So yeah, I don't know whether they're going to have that scenario, but there might be a scenario where they can go easier on Mike Evans and Antonio Brown next week, depending on how they do this week. But seems like those guys are going to play, and we'll just see what kind of workload Evans can shoulder. And then the UCF Golden Knight himself, Rashad Perryman, he's also coming back. Casey, what do you think about that? How's he going to be involved?
I think he was out there on Twitter too, kind of making it known that he's ready to return and do things on the field. And I hold these boys accountable when they say stuff like that. So coming off of, his last game is that big overtime catch. And then, I've kind of been in this guy's corner since he came back to the Bucs, because looking at his statistics and knowing him from even a collegiate standpoint, I just know what the guy is capable of. Now the consistency is what we have to see. So I'm sure he's just excited to get back on the field to see what his, how much trust is going to be instilled to him. And if he can, show up like he did versus the second half of the Bills game in the end, not the first with the drops, but if he can come back and be a reliable target, I mean, this is a guy who can really take on a huge workload for them because he can stretch the field. He used to have more consistent, reliable hands. He might be getting them back, but it all comes down to one thing for Bruce Arians: blocking. If these guys can block and create avenues for their teammates, then, they're going to have a day. They're going to be out there a lot more than anyone else. So a lot of conversation that was taking place was the fact that Perriman would probably be the next guy up in terms of what happens between Antonio Brown and Mike Evans.
Right. And Jalen Darden is inactive for this game as well. So it'll be He's been on that COVID list, I think 2 weeks in a row now. He hasn't come off
Yeah.
protocols yet. And so Darden and Pinion are both the punter, Bradley Pinion. So special teams is the biggest unit that ends up being impacted by COVID. Those are the 2 Bucs on the COVID list as we go into Sunday's game. And so those two, they'll be without those two, which means Kenyon Barner's going to handle returns for the Bucs. And then Scotty Miller's probably going to be the backup returner. And I'd imagine that's why he's active. I don't expect to see Scotty Miller on offense in this game. I think you'll see your top three, or rarely if we do. I mean, especially with Cyril Grayson playing maybe a little bit better and maybe moving up in the coach's eyes, just because he plays a little bit more of the position that they're lacking now with Chris Godwin than a Scotty Miller does. So I'd expect to see those guys, and then obviously Tyler Johnson involved. But I bet we won't see offensive snaps for Scotty Miller until later in this game, if it does indeed get to the point where it is a little bit uglier on the scoreboard. And so
agreed.
Harvinder says the Jets will be expecting Brady to go to his wide receivers. Maybe it'll be the opposite, and Gronk and Brait will have big games. I'm not ruling out a big game for anyone in this one. We'll talk about the Jets situation in a second defensively. I still think Antonio Brown and Mike Evans are going to be where this game plan runs through. Even though everybody might be expecting it, I still think it's going to happen. AB's chasing incentives, and Mike is chasing 1,000.
And you kind of said something that registered with me a moment ago when you were talking about whether they would kind of feed off to Mike a little bit more this game versus the Panthers game, or which one. But now thinking about it after you said it, it's the Jets. He could probably in a more healthy manner get more yards in this game, get closer to that goal than versus the Panthers. Not putting the Panthers, in any kind of high category, but they do present a little bit of a larger issue when it comes to the defense, and therefore it's going to take a little bit more work. It's just 101 yards. So if they could really kind of weed away at most of that in this game, I wouldn't put it past them to want to do that for Mike Evans. And what better team than this to really at least try it out. So it seems like it might be obvious to go for Brady to go to his receivers, but that would be more of an issue if you were going against a team that had a ranking above, I don't know, 19. And when it comes to any of their stats, if you look at their defense and their stats across the board, which you said we'll touch on soon, like they don't break 19 in the league for anything. And most of their stats they're the 30th, 32nd.
Right.
So
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you mentioned it, so we'll just dive right into the Jets defensively. Just brutal, and they're without probably half their starters now for this game, including their 2 best players. Quentin Williams did not clear COVID protocols, so he won't play. Marcus May's been out for a while on injured reserve. He will not play either. Bryce Hall did come off the COVID list, their top corner, who probably, still seeing what he is as a corner, if he's even a starter in the NFL, but he's probably been their best guy this season. He did clear COVID, so he will play, and we'll just have to see what kind of an impact he can have after not practicing all week in preparation for this one. So there's going to be, challenges for the Jets secondary for sure, and especially being without a couple key pieces. But the Jets are 32nd in the NFL in points allowed per game. So this is the worst defense in terms of yards and points allowed per game. You don't always get both, but you get both with the Jets. You're getting 32nd in points per game allowed, 29.9, and in yards allowed per game, 391 yards allowed per game. They're 28th in pass defense, allowing 250 yards per game, and they're going up against obviously the number 1 passing offense in the Bucs, and they are 30th in rushing yards allowed per game as a defense. So you mentioned it, Casey. I mean, from third down defense, where they're 27th in the NFL, they're dead last in the amount of times this amount of scoring drives that they surrender, highest percentage of surrender. About just under half of opponents' drives have ended in scores against the Jets, the worst mark in the league by a good bit. So there really isn't anything about this unit. I mean, per play, they give up a ton of big plays, 31st in 20 plus yard pass plays allowed this season. They've allowed 62 of those. So there's just no real silver lining. And now we're talking about a Jets defense too, Casey, that I mentioned without Quentin Williams, their best defensive tackle. Sheridan Eastman, who would be a safety that would be in the rotation, is not playing in this one defensively. Jared Davis, their starting middle linebacker, is out for this game. Some of these guys aren't even really good, but they're still starting for them. So you have to factor it in here, obviously. They've lost some other players throughout the year to injured reserve, including Blake Cashman, another one of their linebackers they thought would play a good bit. LaMarcus Joyner was a free agent signing for them. He's on the injured reserve list. Carl Lawson hasn't played a game for them. He was injured, I believe, before the season even began for the Jets, so he was their big free agent signing. So a handful of their best players defensively they were expected to rely on. Basically, all of those pillars are not even playing in this game. Even if they were, the Bucs would obviously be overwhelming favorites. Without them, though, Casey, I mean, it could be a really ugly situation, especially considering many of your young guys out there in this game haven't really even practiced this week.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And Remember a couple pre-games ago when I made a very large bet here to say that heading into a game, the Bucs it was basically a practice game for the Bucs. Yeah, that kind of applies to this one because with their top guys aren't really the top guys in the league, probably not even hitting like the middle of the pile if we're just being realistic. Now you've got younger guys, more inexperienced guys in there that are just, trying to keep this team afloat versus we can't even say anything about any of the backups for the Bucs because they've been put in the line of fire for a couple of games now and on such a high spectrum due to the teams that were played towards the end of the year versus now. So it's just like the Bucs are in prime positioning to have a great game today, regardless of who's in the lineup, because even the backups should be just as good than over the Jets ones.
You're right. It's one of those games where you look at it on paper, Casey, and you're just like, oh man, like I'm trying to be like pace yourself and conservative and all those things, but like there's just no way the Bucs should struggle offensively in this game, even what the Jets like to do schematically doesn't match up with defending an offense like the Bucs. And not that they've really done anything well this year, but there's a lot of signs that this could be a big day for the Bucs offense. Now they have to play to it, no question about it. They have to play to it. The Jets have not had a lot of playmakers out there defensively this season, so there's not even that many players to highlight necessarily for this one. We will jump to the offensive side of the ball for New York here because they have at least, if they were at full strength, they'd have some pieces, again, that they'd like to build around there, but it's kind of the same story there. So the Bucs being able to get fully healthy, or not fully healthy, obviously, they're without a couple starters in this game. Chris Godwin, Leonard Fournette on offense are the most notable ones. Everybody else offensively for them seems good to go for this game. And so that's a good spot. And Giovanni Bernard as well, I guess I should mention, is obviously still on injured reserve too. So good place to be in for the Bucs in terms of getting back to full strength and being able to get maybe another confidence boosting game offensively under your belt. Defensively for the Bucs, Casey, this is where people are maybe most excited for this game, right? Because against all odds, Casey, we didn't think it was going to happen, but now we've got a situation where Jamel Dean and Sean Murphy-Bunting, they didn't practice all week, and now they get cleared off the COVID list on Saturday, I guess, or maybe I guess it's Saturday, and they're going to be able to travel and play for this game, obviously, but they get there, and the pilot, this is per Peter Schrager, Fox Sports, he said the pilot had COVID, so they couldn't fly. They had to get another pilot, and they got one, and they ended up getting to New Jersey for this game just like 2 hours before kickoff, and apparently they've just been rushed to the stadium, police escort, and getting padded up and everything and ready to go. And Antoine Winfield is active too for this game, despite being limited in practice and missing the last two games with a foot injury. So it looks like for the first snap of the game, we may see the Bucs starting secondary together from the field for the first time this season, Casey. That's how crazy it's been. They haven't even played a snap together this year. And even when they're all healthy and all active, we're still not sure whether three of them will be out there. I mean, it could not be Murphy-Bunting and Dean starting or Winfield starting. It could be like emergency options. We don't know, but we're expecting maybe to see them play their first snap of the year together.
Yeah, honestly, that's what I was most excited about because who doesn't like an insane defensive performance? And I mean, I've kind of just been going off about it the past couple of games, but get more interceptions, get more sacks, have some fun out there. We started to see a lot of that the other game, but this is a game where, I mean, Zach Wilson panics, and when he panics, he tries to flee, he tries to use his legs. He puts up, maybe a decent amount of rushing yards, I think, versus the Jaguars, but it is the Jaguars. He rushed for 91 yards. But this is a guy that the defense can just toy with. Nothing against the kid. I mean, it takes a lot to be brand new to the league and to stand in there and to, trust yourself and train yourself to be prepared for what's next. But yeah, to see all these guys potentially starting together for the first time since the Cowboys game is, I think, alone an energizer. We know this defense thrives off of something that gets them going, gets them energetic. And it's always particularly one guy. It used to be kind of the same guy or the same duos. And now they just had to find a way to, get energy based off other things besides like the leaders on the defense, which has been a lovely, like a thing to see them grow in. Jamel Dean has come so far. He has grown a lot as a player this season alone. So depending on what their COVID symptoms were and, what they were feeling over the last week, a lot of people are saying that they either had 0 to mild symptoms. As long as their lungs are good, I think these guys are just going to come back and be excited to play together. And that's dangerous for the Jets.
Yeah, it is, because it's funny that this will be the first game. You mentioned the Cowboys game. Remember Jordan Whitehead? People remember, probably don't, or maybe not even remember at this point, but he didn't even play in the first game. So then in that game, they lost Sean Murphy Bunting. And then after that, they lost Jamel Dean. They lost Carlton Davis. And, Winfield got a concussion. He's been out twice with injuries. Whitehead's been out twice with injuries. It's just been that kind of a year for the second. Dean's been out with like 4 different injuries this year. They just have had no chance to get consistency in. Temper your expectations in some ways, because they haven't really even practiced together this week. Dean and SMB didn't practice all week. Winfield was limited in practice, so they still only had like 2 starters out there for practice. At this point, though, half these backups have started more games than the starters. So, but at the same time, Casey, you're going against a Jets offense. Oh my goodness. Like, Elijah Moore will not play in this game. Jamison Crowder is out of this game, and Corey Davis is on injured reserve as well. So their top 3 wide receivers are all out of this game. And it's the first game the Bucs secondary has been fully healthy. And you could argue this was the game they needed him the least, probably. So Braxton Berrios, there he is. I saw people for Jacksonville beat writers tweeting, man, Braxton Berrios was the one guy you had to stop and you couldn't do it. And I was like,
oh
wow,
my God.
Braxton Berrios really went off against the Jaguars. And I went and I looked, and he had like 35 yards.
Yes. Nobody broke 40 yards versus the Jaguars, and
they only had 102 passing yards.
Yeah, I think he had like 37. Go off. Yes, guy, go off.
Goodness gracious,
that's
man.
terrible. Their most decent looking part of the offense was the one running back. I think he broke 100 yards, Michael something or other.
Michael Carter, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, even that part of it, let's just go through real quickly. On their injured reserve list, Mekhi Becton, their left tackle, has been out, I think, all of the season. And the Connor McGovern, their best interior offensive lineman, played center for them, are both out. So they're probably their 2 top offensive linemen. Elijah Vera Tucker came off the COVID list this week. So on limited practice, that rookie's going to start. I think they have both starting guards in place now, but they're a new center and left tackle, or both offensive tackle spots have been kind of a revolving door there a little bit. George Fant, I believe, is their guy at left tackle now, had played some for Seattle and struggled earlier in his career. But they're without 2 of their best offensive linemen in this game. Trayvon Wesco, another blocking tight end, max protect guy, a big tight end that would serve as like an extra blocker for them. He is also on injured reserve. Mentioned Corey Davis being on injured reserve. He is on both their top wide receivers, Davis and Elijah Moore, both on injured reserve. Moore is also on the COVID list. To add insult to injury in this situation. And then on top of that, Tevin Coleman, who was starting to come on for them as like a second running back, he is in a similar situation. He's on the COVID list. He was placed on it this week, so he won't be off. And then Ryan Griffin and Tyler Croft, their top 2 tight ends. We already mentioned Wesco. So they're down basically their top 3 tight ends going into this game. Their top 3 wide receivers, 2 of their top 5 offensive linemen. This is really brutal. Like, to play a game like this for the Jets against an opponent like the Bucs, who's kind of bounced the other way and gotten closer to full strength for this game. On paper, again, we're just trying to be honest with you. We're always honest when we think it's going to be close. And on paper, it's hard to find a path to be optimistic about the Jets. Even earlier in the season, they were playing better football and healthier football than they are now. And so, defensively for the Jets, I'm not even sure what you do in this game, Casey. This is a team that has actually, one thing they've done okay is collect sacks. I mean, they're tied for 18th in the NFL. But when you look at their other defensive rankings, that's kind of surprising that they're that good. And so, but now you're without Quinnen Williams, who's your best rusher, best player up front. And so it becomes a little more difficult to find solutions.
Well, and you're going against one of the best offensive lines in the league when it comes to the Bucs. It's dangerous to give Tom Brady, as long as his wide receiver, create separation or have the speed to get past these guys, which, again, looking at paper, it looks like that's all very doable, then it's going to be a tough stand-in for the Jets defense. It's going to be tough for them on both sides of the ball. Now, it doesn't mean that it's going to be an immediate blowout of any sorts. They have had some decent starts against tougher opponents. I'm pretty sure a lot of us were shocked to see how that Titans game went. Mm-hmm. But this is just a great opportunity for the Bucs to really show up and close out on the best note possible and start gunning towards a really good closing record. If you've been a Bucs fan for a long time, you know that it's been a lot of historic moments in this season alone, whether it's been pretty or not with all the injuries. What I would love to see defensively from the Bucs, though, and of course you're always the right person to talk to about this, statistically, Devin White seemed a little silent versus the Panthers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
which is shocking because when most of the other lead guys go down, I mean, first of all, he's one of the captains on that side of the ball, but then you would think that you would see a lot more out of him. But I know you guys see something differently when you break down film versus what, gets tallied up in the statistics column. But between him, I thought Ndamukong Suh was going to have a bigger game versus the Panthers. There's a couple guys that just seemed a little silent last week that I think are going to want to just have a heyday here, and they have a great chance to do so.
Yeah, I think Suh definitely played very well when you rewatch the tape of it. But you're right, not a lot of showed up on the stat sheet, but he was consistently penetrating, creating opportunities for other guys. But yeah, Devin White, I mean, there were some really good plays in the last game and some really bad plays. He got blown up by the tight end on Newton's first long run on the Panthers' first drive of the game that got him in a goal-to-go situation. He got blown up on that play, and by again, like a tight end, you don't want to see that. Taking on blocks continues to be totally sporadic for him, whether it's good or bad. He could get washed down by anybody on the field, or he could blow up a lineman in the hole. You just never know what's coming with Devin White on a given play. So that's part of the struggle, though, right? Finding consistency for him as they approach the playoffs, where he played his best football of his life last year, is going to be key. So we'll see what happens with him moving forward. But you're right, a game for him to definitely sharpen his craft. In general, for the Bucs, without Shaq Barrett and Jason Pierre-Paul, and without Levante David, they are definitely down two of their best defensive players in Barrett and David in this one. Getting Winfield back and healthy secondary back should help. Helps that the Jets are what they are in terms of a challenge. Like, this is where you want Joe Tryon-Shoyinka and Cam Gill to be able to play these games, and Anthony Nelson too. And so only 3 outside linebackers active for the Bucs today. So no Elijah Ponder, Casey. So that means we'll probably see a lot of Cam Gill, Anthony Nelson, and Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. Are that something you're looking forward to, right?
I'm excited to see more of Cam Gill, actually. I thought we saw some really solid flashes out of him last week. I know for the season, in general, he collected his first sack versus the Falcons. That was the last time we saw him until the Panthers game. And then I think he did very well versus the Panthers. I think he ranked like 4 in tackles on the team. So I think that there's a game here where he can show up a lot more. He's only in his second year. So for those younger guys, at least my mentality would be, anytime I get an opportunity like this, I'm getting an opportunity to get a bigger job or to, secure a job with this team. And most people, we've seen the players on this roster, they want to stay here. So just depending, he's not going to step into any kind of larger role over anyone else, but to be a key backup guy is very helpful. So I'm excited to see Cam Gill in this game. And then JTS, I feel like he thought he was going to do so much more versus the Panthers. And even though he was there and he was involved in a lot of plays, I think he can make it a little bit bigger today. I think this is a game where he can, really wrap up and get some more sacks under his belt. I mean, for his frame, for his size, for his athleticism, and knowing that he's probably about to come take Jason Pierre-Paul's role, then these last 2 games, I think it's significant for him to get a little louder.
Yeah, for sure. You want to see that happen for him as we approach his playoffs. And if he is going to take on a larger role here, he was good in the last game, but the production at some point is going to matter too. And so you'd like to see that start happening for him. Mark asks, if we are ahead by a lot, does it hurt Brady's chances for the MVP if we take him out of the game or if we run it a lot? Yeah, there's that capacity, Mark. I mean, it could be like the Lions game last year where he plays so well in the first half, he doesn't play the second half. But still, the first half numbers are so good that you would imagine that game helped, any case that he had last year. And so it's something you really can't gauge. If you're the Bucs, you just got to take them out when the time comes, when the lead is great enough. You got to take them out of the game. And so I think it's that simple. You're not chasing an MVP award. And I feel the same way about Evans' injury, obviously, too. Evans, if he is at risk of injuring himself or making it worse, I would say, then I wouldn't play him today either. But it seems like they're going to. I don't know his health situation, so I'm not going to criticize the Bucs not knowing that. But so that I would say that's probably the situation to look at. By the way, Pewter Game Day today starts at 1 p.m. Eastern. We're in the Pewter pregame show right now, but Pewter Game Day at 1 p.m. Eastern. The lifelong Jets fan himself, Matt Matera, is going to be joining me on the live stream, and we are just going to relentlessly talk crap to Matt the entire game. So if you're in the chat and you're ready for this one, every good Bucs thing, we're going to make it a personal attack against Matt. No, I'm kidding. It's not going to be that bad, but Matt is going to join us for the live stream. He's going to join me for the live stream. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm excited about it. Matt brought a ton of energy last time. He's going to bring a ton of it this time. And he says, he grew up a Jets fan, but trust me, I know Matt. I think he's
a loyal dude.
Yeah. I think he's open to see the Bucs win at this point, and Jets get a higher draft pick or whatever's in store.
Maybe we hit some hypothetical situations really quick. Who do you think is going to
Okay.
lead in yards receiving wise for the Bucs?
I think Antonio Brown is going to, just because I'm not sure Evan's snap counts.
Over under 100 yards.
Over.
All right. Rushing. Running back group.
Rojo,
over under 100 yards.
I think it'll be under 100, but I could be wrong about that. I don't know.
We're going to touch back on this after the fact.
Okay.
Does Brady throw more than 3 touchdown passes today?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Over 3, that's tough. But I think he does. I think he's going to have a big day.
Defensive side of the ball. Do the Bucs get more than 3 sacks? Yes or no?
Yes.
All right. Who do you
Joe Tryon-Shoyinka is going to have 2 himself today.
Okay. I like this bet. And then my favorite, fingers crossed, interceptions.
Who
we
hasn't?
finally get some interceptions. I say finally like it hasn't happened, but I mean, like, can we get 3?
You want like a 5-pick game?
I really do. 2 pick sixes would be fantastic. You know, grab it, take it to the house, and the other ones.
Run it back from week 2. I think there are 3 interceptions in this game. I think Winfield's going to get one if he actually plays. I think Carlton Davis is going to get one, and Mike Edwards is going to get one.
Carlton Davis. I like these stats. I'm writing them down to make sure we touch back on this after the fact.
There you go. Okay. Schwepp says, what's going on with SMB and Jamel Dean? Will they be able to play? Just arrived. Don't know if you already mentioned it. Yeah, they are. I mean, they're active for the game, and they made D. Delaney inactive. So that would indicate to me they're not. And Richard Sherman's inactive too. So they are counting on those guys playing today. They're not worried about the fact that they're late arrivals. So we'll see. Like I said, Jets are down their top 3 wide receivers. So there's not a lot of excuses here. They have some guys that have played that are out there. Keelan Cole's played. I mean, it's not like they have totally inexperienced guys that are playing today for the Jets, but certainly nobody that's really produced this season or any other season really. So yeah, those guys should play and should have good games today. Fingers crossed.
Nobody on that roster just really has any outstanding stats. And I can't get past the fact that not one receiver broke 40 yards versus the Jaguars.
Yeah.
Like 2 guys had a performance and
a win. That was
managed by the Bucs.
Right. The Jets are going to have to try to run the football today, just given their situation. Offensive line, rookie quarterback, no wide receivers. Michael Carter's a good, solid rookie for them at running back, but even he, I think his only 100-yard game was last week, and so even him, production's been pretty limited. But he is a solid player. But it's hard for me to see an offense taking a run-first approach against the Bucs at any point and like succeeding with it. So something to think about. Joe asked a good question. Jets have upset a couple good teams this season, Titans and Bengals. Important not to overlook an opponent. I always touch on this when it comes to games like this. I completely agree with Joe from the Bucs perspective. Very important to remember that Casey and I and Pewter Report in general are not the Bucs. So we can take any opponent as lightly as the numbers and the tape and the production and all that tell us to. It has no impact on the game and how the Bucs handle it. I completely agree with Joe that the Bucs, it's very important for them not to overlook any opponent. I have found that some people create a false equivalence between our analysis and what the Bucs are doing, and there is no correlation there at all. They are doing their thing, and hopefully it's taking every opponent seriously. We are doing our thing, which is just bringing you the most accurate analysis of the game before it happens again. And the reality is that the Jets should not even be anywhere close to the Bucs or the final score of this game. So that's kind of our thoughts on that.
They're actually heading back to another Super Bowl. Let's be serious and put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, somebody asked Pewter Report an IR list with positions. We did at the beginning of the show. If you go back, we went over a lot of the players who are on injured reserve for the Jets. Obviously, you probably know most of the Bucs, but we talked about Levante David, Leonard Fournette, Chris Godwin, Shaq Barrett, who's not on injured reserve, but not playing the rest of the regular season. Jason Pierre-Paul, probably the same thing. They're going to be without those guys for the next 2 weeks. And then obviously Godwin for the season as well. So yeah, that's definitely something to make note of. Okay, we've got coming up here. Make sure, by the way, if you're in the chat, you hit the thumbs up button, give us a like. That helps boost our YouTube SEO. So we appear in front of all kinds of people who've unfortunately never even heard of the Pewter Report podcast. And so they have an opportunity to subscribe and get hooked and be excited about the Bucs on here as y'all are. And so make sure that you're giving us a like, giving us a thumbs up, sharing the link, spreading the word, all that kind of stuff. Y'all are our best advertising for the show, and we do appreciate how much you've helped us grow. We just hit 6,500 subscribers. That's basically been in like a year's time. We've gotten to that point. And so that's really exciting stuff as well. So we're pumped about that. And now we've got Scott Reynolds and JC Allen coming on to talk about the matchups to watch in this game for about 20 minutes or so. And then you're going to have myself and Matt Matera at 1 p.m. or a little bit before 1 p.m., getting synced up on our TVs and being able to take you through this Bucs Jets game here as it comes up. But first, we've got a message from our friends over at Immuni Financial.
At Amuni Financial, we help you live in the now.
Dude,
congratulations. We're so happy for you.
Thank you.
And even though the now may feel very different, you still need to plan for the future.
How's retirement treating you?
Oh, just fantastic.
I know I say it all the time, but you really got to come up to Colorado.
Let's do it.
All right.
Yeah.
We can help you develop that plan to keep you on track, so you can still prepare for tomorrow, today. Amuni Financial. Plan ahead, stay ahead.
JC, we got to get to Colorado, man.
I know.
Do it.
We got to book a trip. We definitely got to do it.
Yeah, and you know how we do it. I mean, we save our money by talking to the folks at Immuni Financial, because managing your family's wealth means more to Immuni Financial than simply allocating your assets. It also means legacy planning, brokerage and advisory services, retirement accounts, college savings accounts, and insurance services. With over 40 years of experience here in the Tampa Bay area, let Immuni Financial help you plan ahead and stay ahead. JC, there's never a better time than the start of a new year to really hone in on your finances, right? And get your investments going so you can make some money in 2022. Call Immuni Financial at 1-800-868-6864. It's a free consultation, 1-800-868-6864. Or visit them on the web at immuni.com.
Yeah, make your money work for you. That's what I always say, right?
Yeah, no doubt about it, man. How are you? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Going through some bug over here, but we're managing. We're getting through it. But other than that, excited for some Bucs football. I mean, you're starting to get some pieces back to the puzzle. A big week with COVID hitting this team, and it looks like everyone who was really on that list is ready to go, besides Jalen Darden. So excited for that, and excited to get into these matchups, because you look at them. And man, this Bucs team, they won't say it ever, but they've got to be just salivating at the fact that some of the guys that they're going to have to go up against.
Well, last week was 32-6, a big victory at Carolina. I think it's going to be a similar type of blowout today, right? When you look at the MyBookie point spread, the Bucs favored by 2 touchdowns in this game, and I suspect it's going to be over 14. I think they're going to get there. And the Jets have had some success. They beat the Bengals. They beat the Titans. They've risen up, but they also, barely beat the Jaguars too. So I mean, the Jets are who they are. And as John and Casey pointed out in the Pewter pregame show earlier, they're decimated with injuries and also with COVID, right? So let's go to these matchups and take a quick look here, JC. Let's start with the offensive side of the ball. Tom Brady versus CJ Mosley. The thing about Mosley is he signed a big deal with the Jets, former Baltimore Ravens first-round pick, and he only played in 2 games his first season with the Jets, and then sat out all last year because of COVID. He said, I'm going to take the year off, and so he didn't play. Now he's come back this year, and he's got about 142 tackles, but as we know, sometimes there's good tackles and sometimes there's bad tackles. The reason why he's had 142 tackles is because the Jets defense is horrible. They can't stop anybody. They can't get off the field. So it's just a product of a bad defense, is it not?
Yeah, you're exactly right. And the splash plays aren't there. I mean, this is not the same CJ Mosley that we knew from the Baltimore Ravens. I mean, he's only got 2 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, and you're exactly right in what you said. If you can't stop teams from moving the ball, then you're going to have an opportunity to make more tackles. And if your offense can't get the ball moving and they're putting you back on the field in disadvantageous positions, a la the 2019 Bucs, those stats are going to rack up real quick.
Yeah, and if you look at Tom Brady, this is going to be a chess match, right? Because he's the middle linebacker, the captain of the defense versus the captain of the Bucs offense. And while Mosley can get the Jets players into the right checks and audibles, they just don't have the talent across the board, right? And I think if Mosley's going to have an impact in this game, it might be putting pressure with some A-gap blitzes on Tom Brady. But this offensive line in Tampa Bay played awfully well last week, JC, at Carolina, bouncing back from that game against the New Orleans Saints where they gave up some sacks. So one of those guys up front is Tristan Wirfs, who had a nice bounce back game. Didn't play that well in the run game, but I thought he was very stout in pass protection. He's going to go up against John Franklin Myers, who is the Jets' leading sacker, he's one of two because you've got Quinnen Williams, who also has 6 sacks in the season. And he's out for the game, but Franklin Myers did clear the COVID list, so he's in there. He's more of a physical presence, and why we have this matchup in there is because he's a big dude. He's not one of those undersized speed guys like Wirfs had to deal with last week in Carolina. When you look at Franklin Myers, he's a bigger guy, 6'4", about 288 pounds. So he's more like that Cameron Jordan body, and Jordan got Wirfs for a sack in each one of those games this year when they played the Saints.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about this Jets team is they don't have much talent, but what they do have talent, it's up front, right? Quinnen Williams, Sheldon Rankins, and then John Franklin Myers. So Tristan Wirfs is a Pro Bowler and should be an All-Pro this season. I think he'll do a fine job. But if he does struggle, you have guys like Gronk and OJ Howard, who's really kind of come on as a blocker a little bit to help him out. So I think that matchup, Tristan Wirfs should have no problem. But if he does start to struggle a little bit for whatever reason because
just throw a tight end over there, help him out, right?
Because of the size and bodies, right?
Antonio Brown is back today after 101 yards and 10 catches last week in Carolina. He's going to go up against Bryce Hall, who just got cleared from the COVID list. And Hall is their best cornerback, right? He's their top guy. And this is really big for the Jets because with Hall in the lineup, he's going to see some matchups against Mike Evans. He'll see some matchups against Antonio Brown. But the problem is without Hall in the lineup, then you've got 2 rookies, and not just rookies. We're not talking about first-round picks, JC, or second-round picks. We're talking about day 3 guys, right? Brandon Echols and Michael Carter II, not the running back, but Michael Carter II going up against Antonio Brown. So they only have one good corner, and that's Hall, right? And you're facing Brashard Perriman and Mike Evans and Antonio Brown this game, and let's face it, one guy can't cover all 3. So at some point in time, Brown's going to get a matchup against a rookie, probably make that guy pay.
Yeah, you got to think that Brady's going to be able to dictate what he wants to do with the ball fairly often and fairly early in this game because of their lack of depth at cornerback. He's just going to be able to I mean, we would talk about how he moves players with his eyes. I mean, you're going against 2 day 3 picks with guys like Antonio Brown and also Mike Evans. Yeah. Forget about it. They should just demolish that secondary.
And the thing too is Hall has 14 pass breakups, so he's active in coverage with his hands. The problem is he has no interceptions. Matter of fact, between those 3 corners I mentioned, Hall, Echols, and Carter, you only have 1 interception between all 3 of them. So that's something to look out for there. Rob Gronkowski versus Ashton Davis. Now, Davis really is kind of their playmaker in the secondary. He's got a pair of interceptions. He's got a couple of forced fumbles. And he's a player that John and I liked coming out of the draft out of Cal. And a 3rd-round pick, we liked him in the 2nd round. So that's certainly something that is interesting is can Rob Gronkowski get back in his groove because he wasn't targeted very much last week. And he also had a drop touchdown and then just had that awful game against the Saints.
Yeah, I mean, Ashton Davis, I really liked him coming out of college. I thought he was going to be a special player. They lost their best safety this season to injury and kind of a contract struggle as well. But, again, this is a young guy. Rob Gronkowski, him and Brady, their relationship, they should be able to do a lot against a guy like Ashton Davis. Not taking anything away from him. He's an NFL player, but we're talking about one of the best duos of all time. And, Gronk has to know that I've got to turn this game around. We're going for number 2, and let's get after it.
So before we get to the defensive matchups for the Buccaneers versus the Jets offense, some interesting news. Greg Allman just tweeted this. John talked about it earlier. Jamel Dean and Sean Murphy Bunting were on the way to the stadium, right? Because they had to fly up separately because they just got cleared from COVID protocols. But the pilot that they were flying up on that particular plane had COVID, so they had to wait for a new pilot to come in that was COVID-free to fly these guys up to the game. They're still en route to the stadium. The game starts in 15 minutes. So the Buccaneers only have 3 cornerbacks dressed right now, right? And that's Carlton Davis, the 3rd. That's Pierre Desir and Rashad Robinson. So they do have Ross Cockrell. So he's active. So I guess there's 4. Cockrell is dressed. So they've got 4 cornerbacks to work with right now. And they're waiting for Sean Murphy-Bunting and Jamel Dean. So as soon as those guys can get to the stadium, get their pads on, do a little bit of stretching, they'll be out there. So it's something to keep an eye on with about 14 minutes left before kickoff. So
remember when Jamel Dean and S&B returned to halftime in the Mud Dog and the Bucs beat the Jets in the Bourbon Bowl? Remember that?
Yeah. Well, he's going to have to be fast and getting dressed and getting those pads on. So if you're looking
after them, then they know New York traffic's terrible.
That's true. That's true. What is not terrible though is my bookie, right? So if you're looking for an easy New Year's resolution, make your goal to double your money, get a head start with the MyBookie's deposit match bonus. All you have to do is use promo code Pewter when you sign up and get your initial deposit doubled up to $1,000. With the extra dough in your account, you're ready to bet on the biggest games of the week. MyBookie's got all the action. The NFL playoff race is in the final stretch. There's plenty of high stakes games to choose from. To get started, look no further than the Bucs versus the Jets matchup this weekend. Nobody circles the wagons like the Bucs. They've had their share of injuries, but they're rallying right now. So go to mybookie.ag and use promo code Pewter to sign up. Don't drop the ball. Double your first deposit up to $1,000 with Pewter is the promo code. Head to MyBookie, place your bets. Ring in the new year with the win. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie. As we get to these matchups here on the defensive side to round out the show, Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, he's going to be playing an awful lot, as John said, and it kind of was interesting to me. Only 3 outside linebackers are dressed today, without Shaq Barrett, without Jason Pierre-Paul. So Tryon-Shoyinka will be starting. Then you're going to have Anthony Nelson. And I wonder, because of those 3 guys, and only 3, if you're going to see a lot of JTS inside in this game. And if that's the case, then Cam Gill will come outside to replace him and rush opposite Anthony Nelson. But that's a heavy workload for JTS if he has to play virtually every down. Maybe you can do it because he's a young guy and he's in shape. But I just wonder if we'll see more of JTS outside this game with only 3 outside linebackers active. And, of course, Zach Wilson, Casey mentioned, ran for 91 yards, including a 52-yard touchdown against the Jaguars last week. So, he's a quarterback that has some mobility. JTS has the speed to track him down.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was very surprising. They brought Elijah Ponder back. He's familiar with the playbook because he was here out through training camp. But the fact that he wasn't activated today was surprising to me. But I think JTS, you look at some of these rookies around the league, they've been doing it all season. Going wire to wire, thrust into a starting role. Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, it's his time to step up. He's got to go out there, whether that's inside, whether that's outside, but it's a combination of both all game long. He's got to be able to step up and apply pressure on Zach Wilson because this is a quarterback who you're going to consistently apply pressure to. He's going to make some erratic throws and mistakes.
Well, he's also been sacked 35 times. The Jets have given up 43 sacks, which is also ironically the same number that the Panthers had given up, right? So this is a team with an offensive line in disarray, a young rookie quarterback, 7 touchdowns, 11 interceptions this season. I expect Todd Bowles to really follow the same script. We're going to see some safety blitzes right off the bat, whether it's Mike Edwards, whether it's Antoine Winfield, whether it's Jordan Whitehead, as was the case last week. And then when you look at the weapons, Michael Carter's really the only guy that they have that I would even perceive to be a weapon that I would even say is the case. Now, he's a guy that can catch the ball out of the backfield. That's one of his strengths. So White is going to be matched up with Carter in the passing game, speed on speed. Carter is about 130 or 40 total yards away from 1,000 total yards. He's got over 500 as a runner, and he's approaching 400 as a receiver.
Yeah, Michael Carter, I really liked him. I mean, you had that 1-2 punch coming out of college with him and Javonte Williams. He's shown to be a good player, better than the other Michael Carter that's on the other side of the ball.
Yeah, better than the Jets rookie cornerback, Michael Carter. Yeah.
But Devin White, he's got to play, smart football. He's got to he's got to wrap up tackles. He's got to get after it, and he can't play out of control. We say that White plays freelances a little bit and plays a little bit undisciplined. He's got to play disciplined. You can't let the only weapon up that they have beat you at all.
I wonder too, JC, with Joe Tryon showing, and I think he'll get some reps inside. It's not like they're going to play him exclusively outside, but because they only have 3 outside linebackers, I wonder if we're going to see more A-gap blitzes for Devin White. And you know what I'm saying? Just going in there maybe on third downs with Vea and Sue at defensive tackle with maybe Cam Gill and maybe JTS on the outside, and then blitzing Devin White on the inside, trying to create some of that speed on the inside of the Bucs rush packages without JTS inside. Maybe that's part of their game plan.
Yeah, well, as it stands right now, Devin White is your most reliable blitzer with Shaq and JPP, and Joe Tryon Shrink has been he's had those highlights, but Devin White is your most reliable guy right now. So you got to find ways to get him after him, disguise the looks and really put that pressure on Zach Wilson.
Yep. Jordan Whitehead had one hell of a game last week, right? He and Vita Vea, those are the next 2 guys we have on the list as we round out our Pewter pregame show here, JC, with the matchups. And for Jordan Whitehead, as John mentioned earlier, the Jets tight end room has been decimated with injury and also with COVID. So Kenny Yeboah, who was a guy I liked at Ole Miss, I liked him coming out as a day 3 tight end. He's more of a receiving tight end. He averaged 19 yards per catch in his last season at Ole Miss, had 6 touchdowns for Lane Kiffin, and he's going to be starting today. He has 1 target in his rookie season, and he's bounced between the practice squad because he's an undrafted guy and the active roster. So Jordan Whitehead, who is really, I think, kind of a tight end eraser. He does a very good job erasing the other team's tight ends against Kenny Yeboah. It's going to be, I think, a one-sided, lopsided matchup here.
Yeah, there's just, you look at all the weapons out for the Jets. They're going to rely on Michael Carter, Kenny Yeboah, Denzel Mims has fallen out of favor, and Keelan Cole, as John mentioned earlier. They'd have nothing. They really are just scraping the bottom of the barrel. And as you mentioned, Jordan Whitehead, the tight end eraser, it gives them one less option. It's just not going to be pretty for the Jets offense.
Yeah,
especially with this next matchup.
Oh yeah, we talked about Vita Vea, right? He's now got 4 sacks. He got overshadowed a little bit last week when Will Golston stole the show with 2.5 sacks at career high for Golston up front. But when you look at this matchup for the second straight week, Vita Vea draws a backup center, right? Last week it was Tecklenburg. This week you've got Dan Feeney, who has got some experience. He's no slouch, but Feeney is typically, well, let's put it this way. He started some games at left tackle this year when Mekhi Becton was out. He's also started some games at left guard. I'm just not sure that he's ready to handle the center position because he just doesn't have many snaps, doesn't have a lot of experience with it. He's not the biggest guy, obviously. Few guys are as big as Vita Vea that can handle the snapping duties. But here you've got, a 347-pound nose tackle going up against Feeney in his first start at the center position. That's not the recipe for success. If I'm Zach Wilson, I'm looking at the offensive coordinator for the Jets and saying, hey, how many rollouts can we call in this game? How many bootlegs? Like, give me out of the middle of the pocket. Let me use my legs and let me get the hell away from Vita Vea.
Oh, absolutely. And Elijah Vera Tucker's been pretty good, but he's still a rookie guard, and he draws that Sue and Vita Vea matchup as well. It's going to be very difficult for Zach Wilson to do anything up the middle, especially if Golston can bring the same type of pressure that he brought. And then you're blitzing guys like Joe Tryon Shrink or Anthony Nelson on the outside. It's not going to be pretty, folks. That's all I can say. Vita Vea is going to just push this guy all around. We remember that early in the season, the first 3 matchups, Vita Vea took the centers for rides back to the quarterback. Look for that to happen again today. This guy's going to go for a ride.
Yep. Well, and speaking of ride, we've seen Bruce Arians around on a golf cart, right? We've seen that's kind of his mode of transportation at the Advent Health Training Center during practices. He'll get on the golf cart. Well, Bruce Arians, if you're just joining us, is active today. He is going to coach. He's dealing, because he cleared the COVID list, but he's dealing with a ruptured Achilles. So it's going to be really interesting to see how Bruce gets around today. He is going to have surgery after the season is over. But we're just hearing word from the stadium. Yeah, speaking of rides, Sean Murphy-Bunting and Jamel Dean have just arrived at the MetLife Stadium after taking a police escort here. Rick Stroud just tweeted that out on Twitter. So that's good because the game starts in 10 minutes, right? They're gonna probably have a 104, 105 kickoff. So they just got there. I'm sure the equipment training staff is meeting them with jersey and helmet and hand pads. So listen, this might be a game if you're Bruce Arians and you win the coin toss, you want to receive, right? So you have those guys on defense that just arrived, Sean Murphy-Bunting and Jamel Dean, give them a couple extra minutes to warm up a little bit, to get stretched and all that type of stuff. So
if not, if it doesn't work out that way, look for Sean Murphy-Bunting to get torched early.
Well, I mean, he's got to get his pads on first, JC. That's the thing. So, but yeah, we're excited. We're just literally a couple minutes away from the Bucs and Jets game, and of course, what that means is a 1:00 Pewter game day. Matt Matera and John Ledyard will be filling in everybody with entertainment analysis of the game. I'm sure that there'll be some good-natured ribbing about Matt Matera, who grew up a Jets fan. And so we are moments away from kickoff and moments away from Pewter game day. So stay tuned to that. And I'll be back at halftime with John and Matt talking about the Bucs' first half action.
Welcome, Bucs fans, to Pewter Game Day Show. It's John Ledyard from PewterReport.com and Matt Matera, also of PewterReport.com, here as the Bucs get ready to take on the New York Jets in New Jersey. Matt Matera, this one hits close to home for you. Let's just talk about it right off the bat. You grew up a Jets fan. You've seen the worst of times, and now here they are, a decimated squad about to play the Bucs, who have gotten a lot of good injury news over the last couple of weeks. What are the thoughts racing through your head here just moments before kickoff?
John, I could not be more excited for this game. I am so pumped up. I am fired up. I understand going into this game, you have an 11-4 Bucs who are destined for the playoffs, hopefully get back to the Super Bowl. The Jets, on the other hand, 4-11, look completely down and out, going to have another top 5 pick in the NFL draft this year. But when the schedule came out, I had this one circled. This game is very near and dear to me. I'm so excited. I'm pumped up. It's game day. Let's go. Let's go.
Can always count on you bringing the energy, and I expect that no matter what the score is in the fourth quarter, Matt. That needs to be the standard. By the way,
that's why you gamble too. Bucs 13.5. You know, that's it might be a blowout, but when you factor in the spread, this could get very interesting.
That's right. No, it's true. Yeah, maybe adds another layer of intrigue to the whole thing for sure. We'll see how this game starts. Obviously, the big news right now, Sean Murphy-Bunting and Jamel Dean, both of them are just arrived at the stadium per Rick Stroud, Tampa Bay time. So they are still
unbelievable.
Yes, they're like running in and probably getting changed, and they've got to warm up. So it would be shocking if they started this game, unless the offense has a long possession and they get the ball first. I haven't seen who gets the ball first yet, but that they're going to maybe be out. So we will probably see the full Bucs starting secondary take a snap together at some point in this game for the first time all season, here in week 17, but it probably won't be to start the game. So of course they're going to leave us waiting a little bit longer. We'll also see what Antoine Winfield, he's active. He practiced the limited capacity last couple of days. He was questionable. It sounds like he's going to play. That's kind of even been forgotten about in the intrigue with those guys,
right?
Mike Evans and Antonio Brown, who are probably both going to play as well. So a lot going on. I'll keep you monitoring everything, including how much those guys are all out there. The Bucs just tweeted out Mike Evans warming up before the game from their Twitter account. That makes me think that he's going to play a little bit today. Like, I don't think they do that if it was like they're dressing him as like decoy today. Like, I think he's going to, unless the Twitter account is contributing to the decoy which
Right.
I'd actually respect that a little bit. Let's get synced up here, Matt. I'm seeing the end of a Charles Schwab commercial and now the beginning of a 911 commercial.
Okay.
Are we on the same page at all?
I'm seeing a commercial that's fixmyloantc.com. I don't know if that has to do with like it's a local ad or type of thing, but
maybe. I don't know. I mean, both pretty local right now. This isn't like a situation with Paul where he's in Vancouver.
Yeah,
I'm seeing a Yingling commercial right now.
Yeah, I'm actually I'm in Fort Pierce, Florida. It's like the Port St. Lucie area, so I'm not in Tampa. Yeah, right now I'm seeing some attorney video or commercial.
All right, so we'll get synced up as the game comes back. We'll make sure we're on the same page. By the way, for people who don't know, when we are on this live stream, we'll probably be a little bit behind where y'all are. Probably not as behind as we are sometimes with Paul. We'll probably be a little bit behind where y'all are, so you can and just kind of get on the same page with us. You can all kind of individually, depending on where you're at. We just try not to be ahead of the vast majority of you / all of you if we can help that. We try not to be ahead of you running what you're about to see. We'd rather be a little bit behind you, if anything. So we'll try to do that. You just kind of sync up and try and coordinate with us as we get on the same page with this one. The Jets are down a lot of people. I will say this. We kind of just talked about them pregame. I'll say I think their offensive line is actually a decent unit. Like George Fan has played okay at left tackle, at right tackle. What Morgan Moses has been okay. Elijah Vera Tucker's promising at left guard. Laurent Duvernay-Tardif, right guard. Center, now Feeney starting. Was McGovern. What's your thoughts on their offensive line this season?
Yeah, I think it's a work in progress. Obviously, Zach Wilson has been sacked a lot this season, but some of that's just him holding on to the ball. They've been very, hot and cold. They'll go on a great run. Then they look like they've never played football before. I really like Elijah Vera Tucker. Everyone's saying that's that was a great pick by the Jets when they got him early in the draft. And, it hurts for them too. They haven't really had Mekhi Becton at all at tackle. He got hurt in the first game of the season. And, he hasn't played since. And obviously, he's their cornerstone offensive tackle. So it's tough when you don't have your best guy out there. I think it's more of a work in progress, really. The Jets are just such an enigma.
Yeah, right. It's hard to figure out for sure. Let's get synced up here. I'm seeing Tom Brady on the bench right now in the top 4 teams in the NFC records coming up.
I just saw the kickoff. The Bucs kicked off.
So you're actually ahead of me, so you might want to pause a little bit to be on the same. Here's kickoff. I just saw the kickoff now.
Yeah, so let me know when you
down. Jets are fielding it at the 2-yard line from Sterling Hofrichter, and here comes the return man up. He's going to have a good return. He's going to cross, get to about the 27, 28-yard line for the Jets. He picked his way there, but he got there as Keelan Cole. And so the Jets will start on offense, and so the Bucs will be out there, assuming without Sean Murphy-Bunting and Jamel Dean for the first snap of the game.
Yeah. A nice hit by Grant Stewart. I don't know if you saw last week, but Grant Stewart, he was posting about he had a UCL injury. He made a tackle on a kickoff. It was late in the game, and then he stood up and he started pointing at his elbow. I thought he dislocated his elbow or something like that. Right. I'm sure Bucs fans were a couple of years ago. The Bucs were playing the Rams in Los Angeles, and Jack Sitchie, I believe.
Here's Anthony Nelson coming in on Zach Wilson, unblocked, but Wilson gets the pass off, and he gets a 9-yard completion on the play. There's going to be a penalty on the Bucs anyway. Sue was offside. So will they take the 8 yards here? They probably will, and it'll be 2nd and 2, or they have a 1st and 5 situation for the Jets. Anthony Nelson came in completely unblocked and just didn't dive in time. He could have just dove at Wilson, and he just didn't. He ran alongside him for a while and allowed Wilson to get off the pass. So I think they are accepting this penalty, it looks like. So 1st and 5 coming up for the Jets, and a penalty right off the bat for the Bucs. Both these teams are decently penalized, somewhere near the middle of the league, but both have been the lowest recipients of penalties, beneficiaries of penalties this season. They're tied for both last in the NFL in that regard. As the Jets line up 1st and 5 now, Wilson in the shotgun, going to bring a receiver in motion. It's Carter. So 2 running backs out here to start, and he goes over the middle of the field, and Anthony Nelson almost set a pick. He dropped out, and it deflected off one of his hands, but Wilson never saw him drop out, Matt.
Last week, it was the Jordan Whitehead game, and quickly we are finding out this is the Anthony Nelson game. Man, who would have thought? Anthony Nelson, when we were talking about, this opportunity for Joe Tryon-Shoyinka with Shaq Barrett not playing and JPP unavailable as well. A lot of people initially went to Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, and initially I was thrilled about Cam Gill. But this is a huge opportunity for Anthony Nelson too. He's in a
here's a pitch,
contract
Matt.
year.
Sorry to cut you off, but off
No,
and
you're
running
good.
is Michael Carter down the right sideline. Winfield gets a block, snags Carter, but he's going to have a huge run on the play, and they're going to have 1st and goal at the 10. So the Bucs run defense fails on the second real play of the game.
Yeah.
And the Jets are going to have a goal to go situation. Isn't that how you wrote it up?
This is unbelievable.
Just a bad job by Devin White right off the bat, you can
man.
see. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's McDermott, the extra blocker, who gets White an unbelievable tackle by Winfield to save a touchdown there. That was how he did that.
It's crazy too, because looking at this Jets offense, Jameson Crowder isn't playing. Elijah Moore, who I love at receiver, he isn't playing. He's still on the COVID list, I believe. So really, their only weapon going into this game is Michael Carter, who just sprung the huge run there. They have Denzel Mims, who's a second-year player, but the coaching staff just does not like Denzel Mims. You would think a guy that was a second-round pick would be one of your top receivers, but he the only reason he's seeing the field is because everyone else is hurt. Corey Davis is out for the year, and they got a small guy too, Braxton Berrios, that Jets fans love, are obsessed with, and he returned a kick for a touchdown last week, and people want the Jets to re-sign him. So
here's Wilson bringing a man in motion. It looks like JTS jumped, and they throw quickly to Berrios. He's going to get the 1st down to the 2-yard line, it looks like. So the Jets are setting up for open this game with a touchdown. The flag down is probably going to be in the Bucs. So immediately 2 penalties for the Bucs. They give up a 57-yard run, and they could not be off to a more miserable start defensively in this one. Now the Jets are going to have a 1st and goal at the 2 as they'll decline this penalty.
Well, there it is. Braxton Berrios, like I was just saying. It's funny watching Zach Wilson this year. He's struggled. He's almost been better in the more chaotic situations when he has to roll out of the pocket, avoid a sack, and launch it deep, or make the big throw. It's the stationary, couple steps back in the pocket, throw to a guy that's 10 yards down the field. That's where Zach Wilson has had the issues this season.
And he hands off here, and Carter's not going to get anywhere. He might have lost half a yard as Minter and a few others, Winfield among them, stand up Carter at the goal line. So Jets are going to have a 2nd and goal now from about the 1.5.
This is the most unbelievable start to this football game.
You knew it was going to happen this way. Like it rarely goes by script.
Shocked. I am shocked. I don't know whether to be happy, sad, laugh, cry.
Here's Wilson going under.
Oh, a little trickery. Berrios looking for Zach Wilson. He's going to take it himself and get into the end zone.
Yeah,
oh
Berrios
my
is going to score. So easy stuff. They wanted to throw it out to Zach Wilson. Whitehead had him in coverage, but nobody accounted on the end around for Berrios, who just decided to keep it and score. So, of course, the Jets are an extra point away from being up 7-0 just a couple minutes into this game. And what a pathetic start for the Bucs defense. I don't care who you're down going into this start of this game. And right now they're down starters as this game starts. But that is an embarrassing way to start a football game.
Yeah, no.
Kevin Minter was supposed to be the end contain guy for Berrios there, and Minter just over pursued and played in half speed. And Minter and White were at fault for the long run as well, I believe. After Davis came up and turned it back inside, those guys couldn't get off blocks and make a play. That extra offensive lineman for the Jets just completely engulfed White. And so for the second straight game on the first possession, he gives up a big running play, or is a big part of giving up a big running play. And there, Minter is supposed to have that option there with Berrios, and he does not have contain. And because of that, Berrios is able to walk into the end zone easily. And the Bucs down, and there goes the touchdown streak for the Bucs as well, Matt, to start this game. The touchdown streak out the window. They had gone 8-9 quarters if you'd gone overtime against the Bills without allowing a touchdown, and that comes off the board right away against the Jets. Obviously, they're down a bunch of starters, but so are the Jets. The Jets are down, 6 starters. So their top 3 tight ends and their top 3 wide receivers, 2 of their offensive linemen. Humiliating way to start the game for the Bucs defense. And this is why it's hard not to buy into those narratives like, oh, this defense 2 straight games, where they have kept teams out of the end zone. Well, they let the Panthers get down there a lot, and they let the Saints get down there a few times too. And those are probably 2 of the worst offenses in the league, the way they're currently constructed.
Yeah, let's remember last week, obviously as great as the Bucs defense was, that first drive, Cam Newton gouged the Bucs on a huge run. I believe he got down inside the 10. Then the Bucs buckled up and obviously buckled down, whatever the saying is. And, we're able to stop Newton and the Panthers offense from getting into the end zone. But, we're seeing, at least lately, if you look at the last two games, really. The defense has gotten a little bit off to a slow start. Again, I'm not going to knock them too much because they haven't allowed a touchdown in two games up until this first drive by the Jets. But we've seen them, a little leaks and cracks here and there in the run game. And obviously the Jets took advantage of it here where the Panthers weren't able to. But, you got a lot of guys out, and it's no excuses. Like you just said, the Jets have everyone out too. But you would think the Jets going into the game, they would try to, exploit, maybe get some matchups for Michael Carter against Kevin Minter. And as you just talked about, Kevin Minter missed his assignment there. It's early though. It's still the Jets.
You would expect though. I mean, your two of your leaders at this point, your special teams captain, right, Kevin Minter, and your defensive captain, Devin White, and for those guys to be at fault for several of the plays on that first drive, just a bad look to start games, especially when it happened last week with White. Happens a lot with White to start games, middle games, things like that. You need guys like that to be showing up against weak opponents like this. And unfortunately, it's more evidence for White that his issues don't really have anything to do with the opponent. It's just him. Like it could be a great opponent, the worst opponent in the league. He could be back in college competition. It's still the same type of issues with him. And that's where everything, the genesis of kind of his struggles come from. It doesn't really have anything to do with who he's playing against or the level of competition. It's just his own personal struggle at this point. So the Bucs are going to get their first chance offensively. They're going to be down 7-0, 12:04 left in the first quarter. I see some people talking about Joe Tryon-Shoyinka on those plays. Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, again, he's stepping down inside that guy on that last one, and Kevin Minter's actually supposed to be scraping for outside contain. And so even though he's an edge defender and you think of him as outside contain, that's not always the principle, especially near the goal line. A lot of times the linebackers has that responsibility. And so, I wouldn't get on him for that last play too much. As the kickoff is going to go out of bounds, and so the Bucs will take over offensively from their own 25, and we'll see who's out there personnel-wise, who's going to be available for Tampa Bay to start this game. Will we see Mike Evans out there to start this game? Is he going to be just kind of coming in near the end zone, or what are those situations going to look like for the Bucs?
Looks like he's out there just looking at the huddle with Tom Brady. Also, this is probably Tom Brady's last game in MetLife Stadium. Right. The Bucs don't play the Jets next season, and they only meet in the Super Bowl. He did play against the Jets.
And you might be a little bit ahead of me, Matt, so you might want to tick back just a couple seconds to see as O.J. Howard comes in motion. Brady hands off Ronald Jones, going to run over the right side and run hard. He bounced off a couple tacklers. He's going to have a gain of 6 yards, so 2nd and 4 coming up for the Bucs offense from the Tampa Bay 31.
Yeah, I got asked the other day who has a higher ceiling, Ronald Jones or Keyshawn Vaughn. And I thought it was an interesting question because, Keyshawn Vaughn, I think it really comes down to if he is able to catch the damn ball, then I guess you would say his ceiling is higher than Rojo, because Rojo is what he is at this point where, he's not really going to be a factor in the receiving game. But I thought it was an interesting question, especially so young into Keyshawn Vaughn's career. And I don't think we could just judge it off of one game where he had a home run touchdown. But
here's Brady back to pass, throws to Ronald Jones, who makes the catch, but is planted quickly. So gain of just 2 yards there, and 3rd and 2 coming out for the Bucs offense. I don't believe Antonio Brown was on the field for the first snap or first maybe 2 snaps of the game, and we'll see if he comes out here, and he does. So he'll be out here now. So the Bucs personnel usage already a little bit scattered to start the game, and they're already in a 3rd down to start the game as well. We talked about first down runs. They threw 25, or they ran 25 times on first down the last game and threw just 5 times. So it was one of the more massive splits that we've seen from them at any point this season. So on 3rd and 2 from their own 31-yard line here, 33-yard line, I should say, Brady back to pass throws, and it's going to be caught by Mike Evans. So just a short gain, but he'll pick up the first down on 3rd and 2. He's going to get Evans for 3 yards. There's a flag down. This is going to be on the Jets, I believe.
All right, Mike Evans chipping away at those 101 yards that he needs to
just a couple
make it
there.
8. Still, everyone counts.
98 yards away, I think, from reaching 1,000 yards for the 8th straight season, which would be a record. And it is pass interference against Bryce Hall, who is on Mike Evans right now. He grabbed Evans out of the break a little bit. Honestly, I don't know how Brady threw that perfectly. Otherwise, I don't know how that looked like it was going to be broken up, and I didn't see much of a flag there either. But Evans caught it anyway, and so the Bucs will have a new set of downs, and Brady's going to play action on first down here.
Finally, some play action
down the field and just overthrew Gronkowski. Had him going down the sideline a little bit. Just barely missed him a little bit.
I feel like the Bucs I mean, we've been saying it for a very long time that the Bucs still don't implement enough play action, but I also feel like the last couple of weeks, and obviously the Saints game was an anomaly, but it's almost like the Bucs have just abandoned the play action, and yet they're so good at it. And one bad pass, I don't think is going to change the overall narrative of how good the Bucs are in play action. But that's something I think we talk about a ton, and we'd still want to see it more.
Right. Here's Brady from the shotgun, back to pass. Late pressure comes, and he throws over the middle to Tyler Johnson, who makes the catch and is going to pick up 9. So another third down coming up for the Bucs offense. They have just lived in third down in recent weeks. 3rd and 1 situation coming up here.
Is it Rojo time? 3rd and short is a running down.
3rd and short, yeah. We'll see what they do on 3rd and 1. They're working from their own 45-yard line, too. 10-11 left in the first quarter of this game. Jets are up 7-0.
Unbelievable.
And the second third down of the game here for the Bucs. Brady is under center, heavy personnel, and they do give it to Rojo, surges ahead, and he's somewhere in the massive bodies, but it looks like he has it. He's going to pick up 3 yards. So they go conservative on 3rd and 1. They get the 3 yards, new set of downs, 1st and 10 for the Bucs from their own 48-yard line now.
Well, you got 3 Pro Bowl offensive linemen. It might be a good idea to, run behind them.
Yeah, that's true. It's very true. I'll update this scoreboard here for you guys as we get ready for a new set of downs here for the Bucs. Here's a handoff to Ronald Jones around the right side. He's taking his sweet old time a little bit, and he's only going to get 4 yards on that play.
He's just going horizontal the whole time. You got to go vertical. Go up the field.
Yeah, it's a curious decision there for Rojo. Maybe he didn't like what he saw at that point when he rounded the corner, but
yeah, still
it's
4 yards.
2nd and 6 for the Bucs offense. Antonio Brown has been out there kind of sporadically. Evans as well. You've seen some Rojo. You've seen some Gronkowski. And now on 2nd and 6, this is from their Jets 48-yard line. Brady back to pass and pressure coming. He throws down the field, and that one's not on the same page with Antonio Brown. Brown ran a different route than Brady was expecting. So 3rd and 6, another third down for the Bucs offense. Nothing has been easy for sure here to start the game.
That's just like last week as well, too. Early in the game against Carolina, Brady and Brown had the same issue where Brown stopped his route and turned around, was expecting the ball, and Brady thought AB was going deep. So it obviously was overthrown for an incompletion. Seeing it again this time. Oh, Le'Veon Bell is on the field.
Le'Veon Bell is on the field on this play, and so is Antonio Brown. Cam Braid out there as well. Thompson and Brady. Then the Bucs are 2 for 2 on third downs, both coming on this drive. Bell is out as wide as a receiver. Brady looking, he throws over the middle to Bell. And Bell with a stiff arm is going to spin away from a tackler, and he's going to pick up a gain of about 15 and get to the Jets' 33-yard line. So Bell comes out and has the biggest reception of the day for the team so far.
A revenge game for Le'Veon Bell. I thought he almost put the stiff arm out too early. Like he caught it and then waited for the defender to come. As we see,
he was not running. He knew he was not running away from anybody. As soon as he caught it,
he just caught it and kept moving. He would have been fine, but he almost stopped to put the stiff arm out.
Yeah, I completely agree. But he makes it work anyways. He wards off the tackler. The size and strength of Bell.
Keyshawn Vaughn in now at running back.
Yeah, and so now little Keyshawn Vaughn on 1st and 10. Working from the Jets 33. Brady going play action once again. He's looking out in the flat to Rob Gronkowski, who runs through a tackler and is going to get up the right sideline for a decent gain.
He gets
popped out of bounds. Yeah, took a tough shot at the end. He gets popped out of bounds, but a good gain on 1st down. And now it'll be 2nd and about 3 here, I believe.
I don't get why, you see Gronk take a big hit like that, kind of gets hit in the head. He pops up, and then everyone's smacking him on the helmet. Like, good job. He just got hit in the head. I don't understand. Hey, Dad, if you just got hit in the head, why are you hitting him right after that? I never understood that.
Yeah, big shot there from CJ Mosley. And now we'll see what the call is here on 2nd and 3, 2nd and 4. Brady hands off Keyshawn Vaughn over the left side. He's going to have the 1st down, it looks like. He's calling for a face mask, and I think a flag just flew late for a face mask there. So the Jets, their own worst enemies here with a face mask, and that's going to move the ball, maybe a 1st and goal situation now.
Yeah, it could be. He had a nice jump at the beginning of the play too.
Oh, who's that, Vaughn?
Yeah. And again, I
Good
feel
run
like
by
he
him.
jumped too early too. It's like if you were playing the Madden video game, RIP John Madden, and you hit the Y button too early, and he's jumping for no reason or hitting the
Yep.
stiff arm for no reason, like Bill.
Right. Yeah. Good call
Yeah.
on the face mask. Definitely got a couple fingers in there, and that's what slowed him down. So now 1st and goal for the Bucs offense from the 10-yard line, and we'll see what they do here. As
It's
they enter
usually
goal to
Mike
go
Evans
situations.
territory.
It is, and they wanted to be better in this area. I think they were 2 for 4 last week. They wanted to be better. They're second best team in the NFL in the red zone. Here's Vaughn up the middle. Not much resistance until he gets about 6 yards, and he'll be dropped there. So 2nd and goal from the 4 is coming up here for the Bucs offense.
Yeah, I have a feeling we're going to see a Mike Evans touchdown. That's just my gut at the moment.
Definitely a possibility. This is an area of the field they like to get involved in. Evans with 11 touchdowns leads the team. As Tyler Johnson is, look, it is Brown, Gronkowski, Evans, Howard, and I believe Braid out there right now on 2nd and goal.
Brady in the shotgun.
Yeah, Brady in the gun brings Braid into the backfield with him.
They did that a little bit last week too. I like when they do that.
So spread personnel here now, and he's going to throw back shoulder to Evans, who catches it. Touchdown.
And the cameraman went down too. I don't know if you saw that.
And the cameraman bites it. So Brady
What
back
did I
shoulder to
tell
Evans,
you?
4 yards, touchdown. And this game is an extra point away from being tied up.
What did I tell you? Mike Evans touchdown.
Yep.
And he gives it to a Bucs fan. Stephen Che must be going crazy right now. He loves when adults get the football. Shout out Stephen Che. He's at the game today.
Yeah. And just a perfectly placed back shoulder throw from Brady to Evans. They've done that a time or two. And the Bucs are an extra point away from
Show the cameraman. Yeah. I love that stuff when sideline people just get knocked over.
Here's sick man.
Yeah.
And here's the Bucs with the extra point attempt from Ryan Suckup. A little bit of a high snap. Suckup sneaks it in.
Ooh.
Yeah, almost missed it, but it's 7-7 right now, first quarter. And there's 5:43 left in the quarter. Brady calmly guiding them down the field to way too many third downs, but 6 of 8 for 40 yards and a touchdown there. Evans, by the way, if you're keeping track, they did decline that pass interference penalty. So he is 8 yards. So what it was, he needed 101. So now he's what?
Yeah.
Our math is going to get tested today. So he's 93 yards away from
something like that.
And he got another touchdown too. So 12 touchdowns. What did he have last year? Remind me, people. I think he had, was it 13 touchdowns?
I think he had 13. Yeah.
Okay. So he needs what? He needs how many more touchdowns than today? Two more touchdowns to break that team record, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we can't go a week without either Mike Evans or Tom Brady breaking a record. So,
right.
Yeah. It's status quo at this point.
Yep. And now we'll see if the Bucs defense can get themselves together after that embarrassment. And it was a long drive there by the Bucs offense. So you wonder if 13 plays 75 yards, does that help Sean Murphy bunting?
That's what I was thinking.
Does that help them?
Wise move by the Bucs to methodically move down the field so SMB and Jamel Dean can stretch and get ready.
Yeah. Good job losing all those early downs so that you could get those guys ready. But we'll see if they come out here for this next drive. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure they got a little talking to on the sideline. This isn't just a revenge game for Le'Veon Bell. This is Todd Bowles' revenge game too. You know, a little
and Rashad Perriman. Let's not forget Rashad Perriman was in New York Jet. Great.
Right. Haven't seen. Was he out there on the last drive? I don't know.
Yeah, he lined up for a couple.
He was okay. So they're rotating heavily. You go third down situations. You might see Evans and AB a lot, but you're going to see we saw Perryman, Johnson, and Cyril Grayson on that last drive along with. So already 5 wide receivers have played. And I'd expect all 5 of those guys to play.
I kind of thought it would be a mix like that anyway. Just obviously you have your top 2 guys right there with AB and Mike Evans, but we've seen all the other guys contribute in one way or another, and obviously no one can replace Chris Godwin. But Perryman had the touchdown in overtime, and Cyril Grayson obviously had his best game of his career last week. So AB likes to say put your hand in the pile, and I think that's pretty much going to be the case for the number 3 receiver for the rest of the season. It's not really going to be one guy that's, going to dominate.
1 target for AB on that first drive. No catches for him. Evans has 2 catches, 8 yards. But Le'Veon Bell, 1 catch for 15 yards.
Yeah.
Was the big contributor there. I think that was a third down play too, if I'm recalling correctly. So now we'll see if the Bucs defense can bounce back here a little bit. The Jets this season averaging 18.4 points per game, 27th in the NFL. So 7 right off the bat on their first drive of the game was not at all how a defense that had shut out, had kept 2 straight opponents out of the end zone, wanted to start. And so now we'll see what the Jets do. They're going to take this kickoff out. It's Berrios, and he gets
that looked like a face mask.
Yeah, it was almost. I don't think he grabbed enough, but Berrios is going to get knocked down at the 26. So the Jets will start from their own 26-yard line here with a 7-7 game, over 5 minutes left in the first quarter.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a bounce back from the defense here. They're obviously, they're much better than what they showed on that first drive. And yeah, I agree with you. I think Todd Bowles probably ripped into them just a little bit for, especially when it's a run play, when the Bucs are predicated on being a run-stopping defense, and you see an issue like that.
Mm-hmm.
But
it's a big one.
We'll find out.
Yeah, 1st and 10 here, and you're seeing already lots of backups in the game for the Bucs. I mean, on the defensive line, Will Golson's the only regular starter there. And here's Carter trying to get away, but Anthony Nelson. Yep, Will Golson and Devin White are there. They draw him for a loss of 1, so 2nd and 11 for the Jets now.
Yeah, that was a close one. I mean, if he gets outside of Nelly, I believe that's his Twitter handle or Instagram. Mm-hmm. But
yeah, I think you're right.
By the way,
90 yards for Evans. Kiki Mar, you're asking 93 yards for Evans to go, I believe. And somebody said 94 there, but I think it's 93. You got 8 yards. So what do you have? He needed 101.
Yeah,
I think 93 yards, something like that. All right, it's 2nd and 11 for the Jets offense. These are the situations Bucs defense got to win in them. But you've got Raheem Nunez-Roches, you've got Steve McClendon, and 2 backup edge rushers out there. And so Wilson has plenty of time. Now here's JTS. Wilson's going to check down, but Carter's going to pick up a decent gain there. So it's going to be 3rd and 2 or 3 here for the Jets offense. So very manageable situation on the check down.
We should also note that no Jamel Dean or SMB to start this drive. So
good call. I forgot to.
Check those guys as they show them on the TV right now. Yeah, he's still stretching, getting ready. So
I see Dean stretching. I see Murphy Bunting just chatting with people now. So don't know whether he'll be ready or
I
not.
wonder, if they flew private to this game, like, do they run up and down the aisle like while they're flying?
We'll have to see. Here's 3rd and 2. Here's Wilson back to pass, looking. He's got some time, and he throws over the middle of the field, and it's going to be a decent gain there. 13 yards on the play, and he's going to be complete to Jeff Smith, their new 3rd wide receiver, who is their 6th receiver overall on this team. Right, Matt? Check me on that. I think I'm right.
Yeah. Well, they have Jeff Smith and Vincent Smith.
This is Jeff, I think, right?
Yeah.
Carlton Davis drove on this route. But
well, that's the thing I'm so surprised about is that, Carlton Davis, to see him allow any play is just, it's crazy because he's been so good.
Right. And so the Jets are almost near midfield already at their own 47 after the new set of downs, 13-yard gain. Here goes Berrios, and Wilson's going to flip it out and had him dead to rights in the backfield and missed him. And now it's going to be a big game for Wilson and a 1st down. He's going to get out to the Bucs 39-yard line. Pierre Desir had him for a big loss, let him get away. And that's going to be a 14-yard gain, I believe, for the Jets. And the Jets already have 71 rushing yards on just, 5 carries, I believe?
Yeah, all the first quarter.
Austin Walter there.
Devin White was turned around. That was insane. But, yeah, Pierre Desir, you have to make that tackle.
That's, no excuse for that one. That should absolutely be a tackle for loss. And, yeah, that's a big one for sure. And here's 1st and 10 for the Jets. Working from the 39-yard line of the Bucs, and looks like
everyone
maybe
but
the
the
Jets
center
jumped early. Yeah,
it's one of those.
Yep. And so it's going to be a 5-yard penalty in the back of the Jets up to the Bucs 44-yard line. And so we'll have a snap coming at 2:55 and counting, actually, with the clock in the first quarter. 7-7 game.
Just seeing the Jets move the ball functionally down the field is a surprise. Because, you would think the Jets could get 1st downs the way that the Bucs did on that first drive of inching and try to get in 3rd and short.
And here's Whitehead knifing in, and he's going to drop the running back Walter for a gain of just a couple.
Devin White's getting into it after
12
the play.
or 13 here. White
looked like there was a little fight with Devin White. Yeah.
Oh, wow. No, Levante David is not playing. Somebody asked. He's out for the regular season. So 2nd and 12, they've been in second and 12 now. The field in this situation against one of the worst offenses in the NFL, down about 6 starters. I should say that now
Wilson's...
the Bucs defensive line finally has some starters out there. Wilson back to pass throws complete and chopped down quickly by Desir is I don't even know that. Who is that? That's like their 4th tight end.
It's like their 4th tight end. Yeah. Cause Ryan Griffin's done for the year. Their backup tight end is on. I think their next 2 tight ends are on the COVID list. So
I can't remember. Dan Brown. That's right.
Yeah.
Daniel Brown. I knew it was something plain. I just David Brown or something.
Yeah. It's honestly, it's not easy to keep up with each week.
Right.
You know?
And so another 3rd down, 3rd and 7. And can this Bucs defense get off the field? We'll see.
This could be a situation too. I mean, they could end up if they don't get it here, they could end up going for it.
Yeah, and they drop out some players and send pressure, but over the middle is Barrios. He's going to have the 1st down. Easy throw, easy pitch and catch for Zach Wilson. Same thing we've seen plague Todd Bowles' defense for years, and the Jets are moving the ball on the Bucs defense. They are marching it on them, and they're right now at the Tampa Bay 27-yard line with a new set of downs.
Gangrene.
Yeah, and you can see it's a lot of backups, right? Minter, Desir, these are the guys that are missing a lot of these plays.
Yeah,
they'd like to be deep enough against the Jets backups to still make these plays, but they just haven't been that.
Pierre Desir is popping up a lot, and that's not a good thing. You don't want to see too much of your corner, especially when it's, the Jets predominantly have been running the ball and being
revenge game for Desir too. I didn't realize.
Former.
It looks like Desir was lined up offside there, but the Jets send the receiver in motion. Here comes White blitzing off the edge, and Wilson just threw it away. Smart decision, actually, probably, and it's going to be 2nd and 10 for the Jets from the 27.
Looked like the Bucs had that one snuffed out a little bit. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, Matt, we've seen a lot of snaps on this drive where the Bucs' whole entire, it's been all backups on the defensive line. Obviously, Minter's out there, so here's a backup there. And then you have 2 of your 3 corners are backups too. So there are a ton of backups playing. They have not looked to play Vita Vea and Sue more in this game. In fact, McClendon and Nacho have been out there a lot in this game. So now you've got 2nd and 10 coming up from the Bucs 27-yard line, and it's another 2nd and long situation. And they do send pressure, and it doesn't get there, and throwing over the middle of the field. And it looked like that one was that dropped, or did Mike Edwards broke that up. So it's 3rd and 10 for the Jets from the 27-yard line of the Bucs. I think Edwards got a hand on that. Maybe?
Yeah, I think that was the case. It was a little tough to see. Oh, Rams threw a pick 6.
Yeah, Ravens just pick 6. So Rams losing. So now we'll see what happens. 3rd and 10. Got to get off the field in this situation. This is the third down of this drive.
Yeah, I want to see the Bucs dial up.
3rd and 10. Can't.
I want to see them dial up something creative, like that last blitz on 3rd down. All right, you just sent Jordan Whitehead. You didn't even send him off the edge. You sent him through the middle, and
Wilson, plenty of time, middle of the field, complete 1st down. Unbelievable. This defense getting shredded by a bunch of nobodies. Kenny Yeboah makes the catch over the middle of the field to the Bucs 15-yard line, and this defense just didn't show up.
No. Maybe they're jealous that they didn't get to fly private like SMB and Jamel Dean. But
I mean, you better get some guys out there pretty quickly as the first quarter comes to a close. The Jets are going to have a 1st and 10 at the Bucs 15-yard line, giving up 3 third down conversions on this drive, consistently having the Jets in 2nd and long and failing as a defense. The backups look absolutely pitiful for the Bucs defense in this game.
I mean, we've said it before that the Bucs make average and mediocre quarterbacks look like Pro Bowl quarterbacks, dating back to the first Saints game playing against Trevor Siemian. And this is more or less the case today. I don't really want to
This is just
make
all underneath stuff, right?
Yeah, it's the same thing every single time.
Make a rookie make tough decisions with the ball.
I truly feel like that Todd Bowles likes to play a rope-a-dope situation where when it comes playoff time, we're going to see something completely different. He did that to a degree last season in the postseason where, the Bucs changed their game up and obviously were great in the postseason. But, you can't go and play against Aaron Rodgers, Matt Stafford, Dak Prescott, name all the other quarterbacks that they might see in the postseason. You just can't play with this type of defense and expect to win. When the Bucs defense has been at their best, they're making splash plays or they're getting 7 sacks like they did last week against Carolina. But, look at the Indy game. They got those splash plays, and that's why they won. Indy drove all the way down the field on them, but they were able to get the timely interception and the big sack and strip sack when needed. When the Bucs aren't doing that, though, they they make life easy for for the opposing offense. It's
even
truly mind numbing,
right? Even to be 7-7 at this point, in the game is bad. It's not just that it's the Jets and everybody jokes around that. It's the state of the Jets. Like the Jets are just decimated. I mentioned without their top 3 wide receivers, without their top 3 tight ends for this game, Tevin Coleman, their second running back, is out. Instead, Walter is doing what on that play, making Desir miss, and they're down 2 of their starting offensive linemen, probably 2 of their best in McGovern and Becton. And I know they've played without Becton most of the year, but that's still just ridiculous. Like you should not be a Super Bowl contending team. And I know the Bucs are down some people too, but you should not be a Super Bowl contending team. Like these backups, a lot of them have played fine in other games this year. You can't come out and play like this. This is ridiculous. You've given up 130 yards to the Jets offense in the first freaking quarter. Like the embarrassment that is cannot be overstated. That's just silly. I mean, there's no way that should ever happen.
Yeah, you're right. And I think too, it's like, it's not just one issue. They clearly cannot get off the field on third down, playing this soft coverage where Zach Wilson's attacking it. They haven't stopped the run. They're not getting to the quarterback when he does drop back. And I know there's been a lot of short throws and things like that, but haven't really gotten to Zach Wilson at all. It's a number of things right now that are becoming issues for the Bucs. It's not just one thing, and I think that's like the scariest part. As we see another missed tackle here,
missed tackle by Minter. Yeah, but Whitehead cleans it up, and so they'll hold it to a half-yard gain. So 2nd and 9 coming up here for the Jets offense, and so again, the Bucs defense winning first down overwhelmingly on this drive. And either losing second down decisively or losing it enough. Really, just losing third down has been the story of the drive so far, and now 2nd and 9 for the Jets offense. And this could be 4-down territory for the Jets offense. Well, what do you have to lose type of stuff? Energy drive, you can get close enough. So we'll see here 2nd and 9. Wilson back to pass, pressure immediately from JTS. He's going to throw a quick screen out in the flat. And Desir is going to come up and make a tackle, but he gets run through by Ty Johnson. He's going to give up a couple more yards after contact. So it's going to be 3rd and 4 for the Jets offense from the Bucs 9-yard line. And still no Dean and no Murphy Bunting out here to start this drive with the Bucs defense struggling mightily.
Yeah, I'm curious what Bruce Arians. We'll see if they get on the field at all, but curious to see what Bruce Arians will say after the game about the reasoning why they didn't play in the first quarter. Was it just a matter of they still needed more time to warm up? Was it just the fact that they haven't practiced all week because of COVID? And
yeah, I'm sure it's the warm up stuff. I mean, they probably need that time. And here's Wilson from the shotgun. He's back to pass, throwing Berrios out there, diving, touchdown. So not only do they pick up the 3rd down, they get the touchdown and fire this defense into the sun. Matt, what an embarrassing start. The Jets are going to an extra point away from going back up 14-7.
That's 2 tutties for Berrios.
Yeah, 1 rushing and 1 was it? It was a rushing, right? Wasn't a tap pass?
It was like an end around.
Yeah, end around. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And 1 receiving now as he beats Mike Edwards out there in the slot on the quick out. And so looks like that's going to stand looking at it. I don't see any reason to overturn that one. And so the Jets will be cooking an extra point here pretty quickly. And so the Jets up 13-7 with the extra point coming, 2 drives, 2 touchdowns. They did it with a big play, and they did it just by marching methodically down the field on the Bucs hapless defense right now. A pathetic showing, and the Jets are about 4.5 points off their average points per game already with a couple minutes into the second quarter.
This is a typical Jets performance in the fact that, they struggle all year long. Now they're in a position where it's like, okay, let's just get a better draft pick. And now all of a sudden they start playing their best football. They beat the Jaguars last week where it's like, okay, well, if you lose the Jaguars, you might get that number 1 overall pick. Now they're up 14-7 against the Bucs. When the Jets need to win, they don't. And when everyone wants them to lose, then they start winning. It's so backwards. They did the same thing last year. It cost them getting Trevor Lawrence. But the Jets.
Yeah, this is basically the Jets, the Bucs defense. So if you can't pressure the quarterback, and they've actually gotten in a few times, but the completions have been so easy for Wilson that it's not even mattering. They've gotten JTS has been in twice with pressures. It just hasn't mattered because he's throwing the ball so quickly here. And they're still reviewing this one, by the way. That's why I haven't updated the scoreboard. But yeah, it's embarrassingly bad. I mean, every phase of this way, look, a lot of it's just one-on-one stuff. They just aren't getting off blocks and aren't making tackles. that's a big part of this. And in defense, the coverage has been atrocious. So got to get Murphy, Bunting, and Dean out there at this point. Hopefully they're ready to go for the next drive, but brutally bad for the Bucs defense. Pretty much everything you wanted to do. I mean, splash plays or giving it up third downs, third and long, second and longs, third and longs. Like it's just been bad across the board for them so far.
Yeah, the most disappointing list is going to be a little busy, more busier than I thought it was going to be.
Oh yeah, plenty of most disappointing for the home after this game, and we'll see obviously how this thing finishes up. But could not be a worse first quarter and beginning of the second quarter for the Bucs defense, who've been totally outclassed by an offense missing half of their actual contributors this season, especially at the skill positions.
Yeah, I mean, it's so many players on the COVID list. Their coach was on the COVID list, and yet they're still out here balling right now. The Jets are balling. There's no other way to say it,
Yeah, I mean, they've been crisp going down the
drives,
field.
2 touchdowns,
they overcame a penalty.
Tackles. Yeah.
Wilson, again, it's not hard throws, but he's delivering the ball confidently and accurately. That's what they hope to see when they drafted him. And even when the Bucs have sent pressure, he hasn't panicked. He's hung in the pocket and made decisions, and good decisions. Hasn't really risked it since the first almost pick by Nelson dropping out into coverage. But the extra point coming here from the Jets after they confirm the touchdown is up and good. So it is 14-7, and the Jets lead in the second quarter. But a really rough start, and now there's pressure on the offense too. It's pressure on the offense to keep humming here because this defense is in a bad way right now, and you don't know with this defense if it gets fixed or not. You just don't. They've been that bad at certain points of this season.
Yeah, this feels like a game where Tom Brady is gonna, have to put the team on his back and, get the win for this one. But he's used to beating the Jets, so it should be no different for him, even if he's in a different uniform. But I mean, yeah, you cannot ask for a worse start, especially for the Bucs defense. Multiple issues. The offense was fine, but again, the Jets didn't make it easy for the Bucs on that first touchdown scoring drive. They really had to earn it. They earned it by winning on third down. As a George Fan here going to the locker room.
Left tackle for the Jets is going to the locker room, being helped by 2 trainers, and so we'll see what his status is. He's obviously filling in for Mekhi Becton. And so we'll see what what impact that might have on this one as the Jets get ready to kick off to the Bucs. Up 14-7. That is correct. The Bucs are up, or the Jets are up 14-7 on the Bucs. Other scores, I know your interest is the Bucs will take over their own 25. Baltimore is up 7-0 on the Rams, and that one 12:50 into the second quarter of that one. I'm trying to think of what other scores they might be interested in correlate over to. I don't think there's any other 1:00 games. The Eagles are losing right now to Washington, 10-6.
Yeah, Cowboys Cardinals, I believe, is in the 4:00 time slot. But
yeah,
not only is that a very entertaining game, but obviously it's huge for the Bucs if they can win this game and move up in the NFC conference.
First down, Brady's going to throw quickly to Antonio Brown. And again, they're not on the same page. Brown took a step back, and Brady wanted him to be moving forward when he caught that ball. Looked like Brown doing some of the Godwin things there. Brady wanted that to be more like a tunnel look, I think, where he threw Brown on the move. Brown stepped back like it was more of a smoke there and wanted the ball quickly. And so it's going to be an incompletion and 2nd and 10 now. So they're in a 2nd and long situation.
This is almost like the last time you and I did this when it was
what game was that?
That was Bucs Colts, where the Bucs just looked terrible at times, and they turned it up in the second half. And looks like we might get a similar performance for this one.
Yeah, especially for the defense. Here's Brady back to pass, going to loft one down the field for Mike Evans. Runs underneath it, almost dropped it and caught it. It bounced around his hands. It was a perfectly thrown ball, and Evans almost dropped it, but he picks up 31 yards out to the Jets' 44-yard line. So no chance of defending him there. He just blew right through. Was that Will Parks there?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah.
Ashton Davis coming over safety.
Yeah, almost dropped it, but Abe was able to come up with it as Brady dropped in a perfect throw there.
Yeah, good chunk of yards there. Jason Light on the sideline.
Yeah, and now Evans is on the bench, and we'll see what – I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
that's just how it's going to go with him.
Obviously, the news was that he was on the COVID list, but he's also dealing with the hamstring injury. So obviously on a play when you got to run at full speed all the way down the field.
Brady going play action, Jets on late pressure.
Open.
He hits Antonio Brown for a big gain. He's wide open. Brown slipped and fell down there.
Yeah.
He gets up with some energy as he picks up 21 yards. So 2 plays there, and the Bucs are right back into field goal range, at least at the Jets' 23-yard line.
Yeah,
What
I
a
mean,
route. Oh my gosh.
he just put him in a blender, you know.
Absolutely nasty. If he didn't slip after that, he might have been able to score after.
Yeah,
the
I
catch there.
really do think so. Because no one really got over there until later. But
Yeah,
that's
what a route.
that's technically Brown's. Yeah, that was his first catch,
First
right? He's had a
catch,
couple
yeah.
of targets.
3
but yeah.
targets, first catch, yeah.
You weren't going to
first
hold
and
him
10
down for too long.
Right. 1st and 10 for the Bucs offense from the 23-yard line of the Jets, and Brady's going to call timeout, it looks like.
Good. Maybe we can get a replay of that route again.
Yeah. That route just made Bryce Hall absolutely bite the dust.
That kind of reminds me a little bit of training camp when AB was going up against, you know, some of the rookie corners and undrafted guys, and
Yeah.
it just wasn't fair. You know, Brady would hit him wide open down the field.
Yeah. So it is 14-7. The Jets lead against the Bucs here as we are about 13 minutes left in the second quarter. And hard to put into words how bad the Bucs defense has been to start this game. You really never know what's coming from that unit there, just constantly all over the place. Bucs offense has moved down the field and scored on the first drive, and then moved down the field on this drive, and they're at the 1st and 10 at the Jets 23. So we'll see if they can tie this game up or not. But suddenly they're in a shootout with the Jets, Matt.
I mean, this has been an awesome game, especially for me, you know, just with my history. With
I don't think any
teams.
Bucs fan agrees with you, but I hear you as a Jets growing up a Jets fan. Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, you know, if the Bucs score on this drive, that's, you know, 4 drives in the whole game for both teams and a touchdown on every single one. How could you not be, you know, excited about that?
And we'll see for the Bucs defense. Obviously, they are going to get some pieces back. But again, I don't think pass rush has been a huge problem here. When you have McClendon and Nelson and Nacho on the field together, you're going to get what you're going to get. There's no question about that. But to me, coverage has been the bigger issue, and they haven't had, you know, 2 of their starting corners out there for this one. You know, what version of SMB shows up game to game, you never really know. So I don't know how much of a boost it's going to be. But you imagine it would help some, you know, that's a factor. But Kevin Minter, also a huge factor. He's been very bad to start this game, very bad. And so, you know, that's a factor in this too, because you want better playing coverage and run defense from that position. And you'll get that when Levante David returns, but you don't know when that's going to be. You don't know if that's going to be for the first round of the playoffs or not at this point in time, or at any point in the playoffs. And so, some of those backups have really not performed in this one. They have in other games though. And so, maybe the larger sample size is exposing them some, but still disappointing start, regardless of their status as starters or backups.
Right. There's no excuse at this point, too. Right. And it is a little bit interesting, especially on the defensive line, you know, having all those guys in versus just going with Vita Vea and, you know, have him as your top guy. But
Evans back out there now on 1st and 10 for the Bucs from their 23. Brady 8 of 11 for 92 yards and a touchdown. Rojo is going to motion out wide, so Brady's going to work from empty. Takes the snap, throws quickly to Antonio Brown out in the flat. He's going to have a couple yards before he's knocked out of bounds. And some late shoves there from Bryce Hall. And so it'll be 2nd and 8 or 7 here for the Bucs offense.
Bryce Hall, I believe, was a pretty late round pick for the Jets. But
he was injured in that draft. I really liked him,
Yeah.
and then he got injured. He came back for senior year and got hurt. JC Allen, by the way, saying Evans 62 yards to go to 1,000. And so good to know there. And so now on 2nd and 7, we'll see what the Bucs offense decides to do.
Yeah, the over for receiving yards for Mike Evans in this game was 45.5. And I was like, he's definitely going to get that. You know, the Bucs are going to feed him the ball. Kind of like,
here's a handoff to Ronald Jones on 2nd and long. Bucs almost never run in those situations. And there's why, as Rojo loses a yard. He had to dodge tacklers in the backfield immediately. That was a very poor play. And now 3rd and 8 for the Bucs offense, and they're in a hard down and distance situation from the Jets 21.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the Jets defense is not good, but you know, CJ Mosley is a great linebacker when he's healthy, and they do have a solid defensive line. Not really a pass rush, but there's Jonathan Vilma. I loved him on the Jets.
He's great. He's a great player, no question about it.
Yeah,
3rd and 8. Yeah, and we'll see what the Bucs offense can do from the 21-yard line of the Jets. Can they tie this game up? I can't believe I just said that. There's Brady back to pass, and he's going to try and throw the screen to Vaughn, and it isn't there. Jets sniffed it out, and so it's 4th and 8. Brady had to throw it away. 4th and 8. Brady wants a hold called here. It looked like he thought Vaughn was grabbed. And I don't even think
Vaughn – I would like to see a replay, but I don't even think Vaughn was looking for the football when Brady threw it.
Yeah, he definitely got grabbed. I don't know how egregious it was, if it was just a defender running next to him. But a field goal attempt coming here for Ryan Suckup to try and make this a 14-10 game. So the Bucs are going to be trailing still by 4 or by 7. We will see, as Ryan Suckup lines up a 39-yard attempt here with 10:54 left in the second quarter. And the kick is up and good for Suckup. It did hook left pretty good at the end there, but he sneaks it in, and he's made both kicks so far, but neither have looked particularly pretty. And so it's 14-10, and Leftwich is beside it. You hardly ever see Leftwich with officials, but he's angry. We haven't seen a replay of the last play at all to see how bad that hold was, but Brady and Leftwich both pretty upset that call didn't go their way on third down. We mentioned it, that Bucs have benefited from less penalties than any other team in the league, except for the Jets, who've benefited from the same few amount of penalties that the Bucs have. So both these teams at the bottom of the league in that regard, and the Bucs pay for it there as they're forced to kick a field goal. And now it is 14-10. The Bucs trail the Jets. The Jets, with about half their starters on offense and defense out of this game, they trail them 14-10 in this situation.
Yeah, crazy enough, though, the Jets do have some quality wins this year. They beat the Titans, and both at home. They beat the Titans and they beat the Bengals. The Bengals one was more surprising because the Titans were like pretty beat up. They were,
and I'm not taking away from those wins because they were great, Matt, but they had their players in those games. Like they had some wide receivers, like, you know what I mean? Like Corey Davis made a bunch of plays in the game. It was the Titans game, right? It wasn't a revenge game for him. And
oh yeah, Zach Wilson fired. Yeah, he launched this ball like 50 yards
had
down
some
the
dudes
field.
like they, at that point in the season,
This
they
has
were
got
bad,
Berrios. He had Michael Carter, but I believe Michael Carter got a concussion.
Yeah,
and he's not.
But in
playing
a game like this, like with the guys that are available to the Jets right now,
no, I mean, I'm still learning some of the guys' names. You know, the fourth string tight end.
That's what I mean. Three tight ends and 3 wide receivers when you're already one of the worst groups in the league at those spots. You should not be winning any football game at any point. Like, I'm just sorry, you shouldn't be. You definitely shouldn't be against a Super Bowl contender. And so 14-10, even as it is mid-second quarter, you know,
and
you
the
can say
Bucs
what you want about you.
Yeah, I get it. Like, you know, you don't have Shaq Barrett out there, but they just got Antoine Winfield Jr. back. Yeah, they have guys in there. The Bucs are the more talented team, even with all the injuries and all the players on the COVID list. And
it's not even. It's a 2
I said that Kyle Trask could start and they could beat the Jets this week.
Right.
But
that I disagreed with that for the record, but clearly not accurate today. And so we'll see what happens here. Jets getting the ball back for the third time. They've scored touchdowns on their first 2 drives of the game. We'll see. Is Sean Murphy Bunting and Jamel Dean going to be out there? And if they are, will that make any difference at all with the way the Jets offense is purring in this one, and 2 rough drives for the defense to start the game?
I think at this point, you have no choice but to play S&B and Jamel Dean. Like, what are you going to do? You have them there.
I mean, they're healthy. They got to play. Like, do they know the game plan? They were still in meetings all week. They should know everything.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting too. You know, just knowing the situation with those guys coming in late, and they still had D. Delaney and Richard Sherman as game day inactives. I thought that was a little surprising. Right. I know, like, Sherman has been dealing with some injuries and stuff like that, but you know, that was
on the kickoff
was really weird.
It was a very leisurely return.
That was so nonchalant.
He got to the 17 and that's it. I don't know what that was.
I thought for a second he called a fair catch, and that's why he was running so slow. That was unbelievable.
That was very weird. Here's Vaughn on that release, by the way. And he gets hooked around the waist, basically just totally wrapped up by number 39 there. And that's the case that their offense was obviously trying to make. And so we'll see now the Jets offense come out. And it looks like Ryan Jensen maybe a little bit banged up on the sideline there, stretching it out a little bit with his arm. And here's Wilson bringing Berrios in motion. He's going to fake the handoff, and he pulls it back, and he's going to throw back wide open. Dan Brown wide open going down the left sideline, tries to jump over a guy, and he's going to pick up 24 yards on the play. So Dan Brown gets down to the Jets 24 or 41-yard line, and the Bucs defense is getting cooked.
What the heck, man?
By the way, Sean Murphy Bunting is out there, and I believe Jamel Dean is too. Well, not made on that play because they weren't a nickel.
Just
totally blown aside.
Busted.
They are getting shelled to start this game. Unbelievably pathetic performance.
This is embarrassing. Oh, and takes a flying knee to the head like Jorge Masvidal.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Nice leap by Brown there, the 4th string tight end. Here's Wilson back to pass, throwing Berrios.
Berrios.
Nobody out there in coverage. Nobody on him
The
at
Buck
all. He
killer.
picks up 12 yards. Easy.
The Buck
They're in
killer,
Bucs territory
Braxton
at the
Berrios.
48-yard line.
He's a rich
Sheesh,
man's
man.
Adam Humphries. No disrespect to Adam Humphries.
Jaguars are going to pull
my
that interview for Todd Bowles so fast it isn't even funny.
Yeah, right?
This is pathetic.
This is unbelievable.
I mean, it's
don't
with
know if I'm
ease. There's wide open people, easy run lanes, missed
more than
tackles.
Mahomes. Zach
Just
Wilson.
completely lost.
I don't think I've seen a defense that is so hit or miss like the Bucs are.
Yeah.
You know, we
Blitzes get home
we
or
were talking
blitzes
earlier.
don't. Yep, it's the two
Yeah.
versions. If you have a plan for their blitzes, you're cooked. Here's Nelson getting some pressure down the field to Berrios. Edwards in coverage.
I thought
Looked like
it
a
was
lot
good
of contact, but no flag there. 2nd and 10 coming up.
Finally,
The
something
Bucs
goes
are-
the Bucs' way.
Yeah, it looks like I'm trying to figure out what's going on here with the situation defensively. Edwards is still playing in the slot. I have no idea why. Why is Sean Murphy Bunting out there and not Jamel Dean? Is Dean sicker than Murphy Bunting? Or I thought neither of them had symptoms from what I thought, but
Sicker than your average, Biggie Smalls.
so
Playing the
maybe
Jets, New York.
maybe that's part of the story here. Is 2nd and 10 for the Jets from the 48-yard line. Wilson's going to send the fullback in motion. Now he's going to play
Will
action.
Golston.
Golston trying to chase him down, but he's not going to be able to. Wilson's heaving this one deep. Winfield there in coverage, and that ball is going to be out of bounds. Winfield broke it up, almost picked it off if it had been inbounds. And so 3rd and 10 now for the Jets offense from the Bucs 48-yard line. By the way, the Jets 4 for 4 on 3rd down in this game, and all of them came on the last drive. All of them. So they have converted. Doesn't matter what they've been in 3rd and 10, 3rd and 7, 3rd and short. They've converted all of them in this game. And here they are with the 3rd and 10 from the Bucs 48-yard line.
So Joe Tryon-Shoyinka time? They got their top guys now. Vita
We'll
Vea,
see. No
Sue.
sacks so far.
They'll probably
for the
drop him
Bucs
back in coverage
defense.
if we're being realistic.
Yeah, JTS dropped a lot in the last game, and so we'll see what happens here. 3rd and 10, they
he's
rush
rushing.
4, and Wilson has all kinds of time. Finally, some late pressure, but he's going to get
Yep.
outside the pocket. It's a flag down. Nelson's trying to get Wilson on the ground. He can't. Wilson's going to throw it away, I believe. The
Yeah.
camera didn't even show where the ball was.
Kara's guy was just like,
I
screw
don't
it.
know why. The flag came down here for a hold, I believe. And
Yeah,
this is
Vita
gonna be
Vea
a
was
punt either
called
way.
for it. Yeah.
What do you think here, Matt? Do you make him go 3rd and 20, or do you take the 4th and 10?
I think
knowing that
once you
they'll
get to
punt?
4th down, with all the issues that the Bucs have had on defense, I think you just
Just
gotta
get off the field.
Yeah, you
Take
just gotta
the
be
gift.
grateful that you got it to 4th down. Yeah.
It has been a rough start. Oh, clearly a hold there on Sue.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Dominic
allowed
Sue.
Wilson to escape the pocket, and so what's going to happen? So they will get the ball back. They finally force a punt at 8:50 of the second quarter. They force their first punt of the game, and we're going to see where they get the ball on this one. As a fair catch is called for by
Kenyon Barner.
Barner. Yes, I can remember his name for some reason. By Barner at the 10-yard line. So the Bucs offense is going to take over at the Jets 10-yard line, and with a chance to try and cut into this 4-point deficit. I'm glad they got off the field. It's good that they got off the field.
Yeah,
But you could still see it wasn't like there was a lot of quick pressure or anything. Like,
No,
Yeah,
I mean that was you got to give credit to the Bucs coverage on that one because Wilson was holding on to the ball for a while, and obviously
Edwards and
Dominic Sue was held on the play, but slowly developing this Bucs pass rush for this game. They don't have a sack other than the Anthony Nelson first play of the game.
I mean, JTS has been in there a few times. Again, he's
Yeah.
getting the ball off because there's been some easy completions at times. But yeah, I mean, definitely. You got SMB back out there for the last drive. He didn't really, I don't think, maybe contribute that last one. I know Edwards with the coverage and Winfield with good coverage on that last one. But Zach Wilson, wow, 3 straight incompletions there. But he was 10 for 14 for 106 before that. And again, nothing big down the field, just lots of easy stuff, scheme stuff. The throwback pass to Dan Brown, like 24 yards there. Like,
yeah, I was going to say the Jets are really mixing it up more than I've seen them in the past with their offense. They're getting guys in motion. They have the end around for the touchdown where they want to pass to Zach Wilson. Jets are getting creative, so I tip my cap to them.
Right. No question there. And we'll see what the Bucs offense can do to answer. Just to run down real quickly for the Bucs offense, Brady 9 of 13, 95 yards and a touchdown. Ronald Jones, 4 rushes for 12 yards. Vaughn, 2 for 12 yards. Mike Evans, 3 for 39. AB, 2 for 24 in this game. Bell, 1 for 15. Tyler Johnson, 1 for 9. Gronk, 1 for 7. And Ronald Jones, 1 catch, 1 yard. And obviously Evans has the lone touchdown for the Bucs in this one so far. So Jordan Whitehead leading the defense with 3 tackles as well. And for the Jets, 8 rushes for 74 yards. They're averaging 9.3 yards per carry. Obviously, very small sample size there, but they didn't run it on that last set. 3 straight passes, right?
No.
And in fact, that last drive, they didn't run it at all. 5 passes on that drive. So I know their fans are probably upset about that, but running the ball well in this one so far. So the Bucs offense coming out, trying to get back in front in this game. Well, in front for the first time in this game, I should say. Correct myself. They have trailed the entire game to the Jets.
Will Mike Evans get the allotted number of yards that he needs left on this drive?
And Ryan Jensen is out there, by the way. Here's Ronald Jones spinning. He always does that. He gets the second level, he spins, and he picks up 7. Yeah. So 2nd and 3 for the Bucs offense, and they're in a situation here. Playbook open to you on 2nd and 3 for sure from their own 17.
Play action. Let's see some damn play action.
Yeah.
Let's just see Mike Evans get the record here.
Yeah.
See a deep ball down the field.
Wouldn't hate that. 2nd and 3 for the Bucs offense. They're working from their 17. They trail 14-10 to the Jets with 8:44 left in the second quarter. Here's Brady here from the shotgun, takes the snap. Looking, has all day to throw. Now protection breaks down, and a hold is going to get called. Brady sacked anyway. Disaster. You never see Brady hold the ball that long. I mean, that might be the first time all season he's held it that long.
I always get worried too when they tackle him low.
Yeah,
he's so effective as a runner now that
very bad play.
Can't
and it's also like you can't get open against this group. Like it's 2nd and 3. Brady has all day and nobody's open. Like, this is ridiculous.
Well, the setup was weird too, because you had Evans lined up at the bottom of your screen, but outside of that, you had a couple of tight ends.
Right. Might be offsetting penalties here.
Yeah, it looked like it.
So this might be a lucky break situation.
Yeah, you had another receiver in there. I believe that's Grayson.
Gronk looks open. But Grayson runs into Gronk's face, and that might be why Brady's hesitation is there. That's probably legal. I can't hear. We've got him on mute, but here's Brady handoff to Ronald Jones, who's going to run for the first down. So he'll pick it up, 5-yard gain there, and Rojo is going to be stopped with a new set of downs for the Bucs at their own 22-yard line.
Rojo up the gut, not exactly all stop, but having a little success there over the last couple of plays.
And you could see some of the inexperience right in that last situation, Matt, with Grayson kind of running into Gronkowski's space for the route that, again, you got guys out here who aren't used to playing as much, and that's going to have an impact on this thing. And you can see they're clearly not just going AB and Evans in this game and relying on them full tilt, as AB's not out here right now. Ronald Jones running, and he's got 4 yards. And so 2nd and 6 is coming up, and they continue to go heavy with those first down runs. And
that was a great push by the offensive line on that right side, except for the guy on the outside. But oh man, like Rojo had a full service, free reign to get up the field.
Right. So 2nd and 6 coming here, and the Bucs offense clock winds 6:44 and counting. Bucs trail 14-10. They're trying to take their first lead of the game against the Jets. Brady from the shotgun. On 2nd and 6, he's back to pass, throwing quickly to Antonio Brown, who makes the catch, slips out of a tackle. Oh. He's going to get a couple yards the hard way, but they are trying to get the ball out quick to Brown, but it is just not. The Jets have been all over it. They're very ready for those plays right now. And so 3rd and 4 coming up for the Bucs offense.
I think that play, could have potentially had a chance, but the throw was too high, and it just, that's such a timing situation.
You're right. That throw was a tad high there. And it maybe, again, it's used to throwing it to Godwin. Now you've got maybe he's considerably shorter, and that might be a factor there too that we don't think about. And so let's see what happens here. 3rd and 4, Bucs working from their own 28-yard line.
Got 3 receivers lined up on
Yeah.
the right side.
Brady from the shotgun. Jets rush 4. He throws quickly to Gronkowski. First down. He's off and running. He beat Bryce Hall on the play. Runs through a tackle.
Yeah.
And it's just so hard to wrap him up. He gets 21
Yeah.
yards out to the 49-yard line.
I mean, to try to tackle Gronk straight up is it's never going to
so
work.
funny.
Especially
Bryce
when you're
Hall's a
corner.
huge corner. He's got a man-to-man here. Gets picked a little bit line of scrimmage. Brady, perfect throw. And then he's just trying like around the waist, around the shoulders, around the feet. He just can't. Just too big. And so they're going to have 1st and 10 at the 49-yard line.
You got to be happy overall with the Bucs offense. I mean, I know they kicked the field goal on that last drive, but they
lots of third downs here.
Well.
Now the play clock doesn't look like it got reset.
What are you doing?
Brady's going to be mad. The play clock's running down. Brady's going to be upset.
Oh, they're going to give the ball to Le'Veon Bell.
Yeah, he's furious because the play clock wasn't reset, and that's why they're going to get a delay game here.
Damn,
He's
Brady
very
is
upset.
unhappy.
Yeah. So that's 1st and 15 now.
Oh, man.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'd have to look. Obviously, the clock comes off the screen, but it looks like the play clock never got really reset there. I mean,
well, he was complaining about that before earlier in the game, where the Bucs made a late substitution, so the Jets obviously were allowed to do that as well too. So the ref was standing there and he was just yelling at him to get out of the way, and obviously now this one as well.
Yeah, Brady's been after the officials, and so have the Bucs coaches in this one. Not a great start for those guys. Here's a handoff to Ronald Jones. He's dropped immediately. I don't even think the blocking knew what was going on. This team is lost to start this game. 2nd and 20 coming up in the Bucs. They've gone 10 yards backward.
Yeah, that was rushed too. Like he barely got that snap away.
Yeah. From their own 39-yard line now. Brutal. I mean, you get what you deserve for running on 1st and 15, to be honest, in some ways. I mean, it's better than running on 2nd and 15, but
out of the shotgun too.
That shouldn't
the Bucs
be
just
happening.
have not had success in that area.
Here's Brady back to pass. Got to get him out of another tough down and distance, and he's going to hit Gronkowski for about 14. So he gets him into 3rd and 6 here, down to the Jets' 47-yard line. So see what can happen here on 3rd and 6. But Brady has been just getting them out of terrible down and distances all game long, and the Bucs are going to ask him to do it one more time. Very reminiscent of the last few weeks. This has basically been what their offense has been.
Yeah, I guess anyone who was worried about Gronk struggling over the last 2 games, I think he's proven that he'll be all right.
Yeah. Here's Brady on 3rd and 6 from the 47-yard line of the Jets. He's working from the shotgun. Nickel blitz coming. Brady's going to be hit and sacked.
Ooh, Tristan Wirfs fell weird too. The other Michael Carter.
And the Bucs are going to have to punt on 4th down. Clock winds under 3 minutes to play in the first half. Jets are going to take this 14-10 lead with a chance to add to it here before the end of the half.
So that's
Bucs are playing pathetic football.
That's 2 sacks now for the Jets.
Well, the first one didn't count.
Well, yeah, you're right. The first one was negated, but still more sacks than the Bucs.
Yeah. Nickel blitz, and now we'll see if Hofrichter can pin the Jets back there at all. He's going to punt this one away. Clock winding 2:27 to play. And Barrios going to come up to field at all the way to the 16. Bad punt by Sterling Hofrichter. Didn't get nearly enough on that one. Doesn't put it anywhere near inside the 10. And so the Jets are going to have field position starting from their 17. A truly pathetic showing for the Bucs. Really, I mean, both sides of the football, too, they moved the ball offensively, but you shouldn't have just 10 points going into halftime against the Jets. Even with 3 drives, you shot yourself in the foot. Play calls on the last one, and obviously some officiating mistakes have ended 2 of your drives, have helped end 2 of your drives, too. So I guess you take that, put that asterisk out there. I know Brady's not going to be pleased, but now 2:24 and 3 timeouts for a Jets offense that's moved the ball on all 3 of their drives so far in this game to work with. And so it's all of a sudden a lot of pressure on the Bucs defense to get some things right here.
And it's obviously, they'll run it here, but overall it's going to be a passing situation, obviously, as the Jets get into a 2-minute drill. And, the Bucs have showed that they can't stop it. So,
it gets to a point where it's not even about necessarily, I mean, obviously it's about the final score, but even beyond the final score, this is the end of the game against a totally depleted opponent. It shows where your focus is. It shows where your consistency is, where your energy level's at, where your ability to string plays and drives together is at, and all that's just not been there for the Bucs. They don't look like a team ready for the postseason at all. Like, I mean, even last week they kind of sleptwalked in that win over the Panthers. Panthers were just somehow worse. It was a fine performance. Obviously, defensively, they ended up doing well after the first quarter, but overall, they just have not looked like a team that's anywhere close to being ready to compete in the playoffs at the level that the Packers and Cowboys are playing at. And you even worry about the first round, the way that they come out in a lot of these games. I mean, when you're down 14-10 to the Jets going into halftime, where the Jets have a chance to add into it and put points on the board, everything's pretty much on the table in terms of teams that can beat you in the first round, where I don't feel that way about the Packers or Cowboys or probably even the Rams at this point.
You're absolutely right. I mean, look at last season. The Bucs started playing their best football in December. They went undefeated and obviously went on the run to win the Super Bowl. And, this year, that just hasn't been the case. Yeah, they've been winning, and, they had a great win against Buffalo, but let's not forget, I believe that might have been the first day of December. But anyway, you look at that game and you dominate the first half, but then you let Buffalo come all the way back, and then you got a lucky bounce going your way in overtime. Then, you have the Saints game. They didn't look good. You just brought up the Panthers game. This is obviously you want to be playing your best at this time of year, and that just hasn't been the case for the Bucs on both sides of the ball too. It's miscommunications. It's bad game planning, bad schemes, and just poor
I mean, play calling
as well.
feels like it's gotten worse in a lot of ways to me. I don't know if Paul would disagree, but I feel like, to me, like there's a lot of situational stuff that's gotten worse in recent weeks, and maybe some of it's feeling out what to do without Chris Godwin, without Leonard Fournette, without a real pass catching running back, and just learning, Bell learning the offense. But it's pretty bad right now in all phases of this team. Consistency is just not there. Like, you should be able to come out and dominate against the Panthers, dominate this game, should have dominated the Saints game. They just haven't done it. It's just hard to believe in this team. Now, as I say that, the Rams are down 10-0 to the Ravens in that game, as the Ravens have the ball 1st and 10 with 1:42 left in the first half, and Rams are down 10-0. So that makes it hurt even worse, actually, because Rams losing this game means the Bucs just have to win twice. That's all they have to do, win twice
to get the 2 seed. Yeah.
Right. If the Rams lose. And so they've got to get it together on this game, and they've got to get it together quickly, because right now they are getting absolutely embarrassed by one of the worst football teams in the NFL, who without even their starters, and this football team doesn't even have starters in the game. Yeah. So
it's been Braxton Berrios, and that's it.
Yeah. Here's Wilson from the shotgun, going to hand off Ty Johnson, and nobody's out there. Kevin Minter just can't run, and he's going to get knocked out of bounds. But it's a big gain, 12 yards. Yeah, 12-yard gain, and they're going to move the ball out to the 33-yard line of the Jets, and so they'll have a new set of downs there. 2-minute warning just happened, so 1:54 left on the clock, and Johnson got out of bounds there as well. So
I'm getting
no resistance from the Bucs.
I'm getting vibes. This is going to be like the Atlanta game last year when the Bucs were on the road, where they just looked terrible in the first half, then came out and lit it up in the second half. But again,
like that was that was Matt Ryan and
I know
Calvin Ridley, and
like
that makes this just so much more humiliating. Like, that this is happening. Here's Wilson from the shotgun.
Devin White can't get around.
Has plenty of time over the middle of the field. Sliding catch by Kenny Yeboah, the team's 5th tight end. So Yeboah makes the sliding catch.
He slid like 5 yards down the field after he caught it. This
24-yard gain to the Bucs' 43-yard line. He's wide open too. Wasn't even a great throw. If he throws and hits him standing up, that is going to be an even bigger gain. Great catch by Yeboah.
I mean, this is embarrassing. There's no other way to say it. This is absolutely embarrassing.
Yeah. And usually on a 1-yard gain there, but Devin White getting tossed after the play by somebody, keep your feet, man. Has some respect to the captain of the defense.
Jets came to play today, man.
Yeah, for sure. So 1-yard gain to the 42. So 2nd and 9 from the Bucs' 42-yard line for the Jets. They're not far away at all from field goal range. And with 1:14 on the clock, they're probably thinking bigger than that. Murphy Bunting, by the way, down right now, I believe. So couldn't even get your full starting secondary out there with Jamel Dean not playing yet, at least that I've noticed in this game. And now Murphy Bunting is down injured, and he's going to jog off the field. So hopefully that's not a big deal. He seems frustrated he has to come off.
Yeah.
So 2nd and 9 for the Jets offense from the Bucs' 42-yard line. Need a stop, need a splash play here, man. Somebody's got to rise up on this defense, getting it taken to him right now.
And the Bucs had to call that timeout because of the injury too. So the Jets still have all 3 of theirs.
Right. Bucs are down to just 1 timeout. So here we go. 2nd and 9 for the Jets from the Bucs 42-yard line. Wilson from the shotgun.
Minter on a blitz.
Throws and dropped.
Nope.
Had Keelan Cole along the sideline. It looked like a good throw, too. And
Yeah. I mean, he was open.
Bring up 3rd and 9. Yeah, Dean is in the game, by the way. I think it's just because of that injury to Sean Murphy-Bunting, but now he is out there.
That's a clear drop.
So
hits him right,
yeah, right through the hands. That's a big one. Is that Keelan Cole?
Yeah.
He's their most experienced wideout that's out there.
It is.
It's a huge 3rd and 9 from the Bucs 42-yard line. If they get even close, there could be a situation here where they might want to go for it. Bucs rush 5. Here comes Cam Gill. Wilson steps away from him. White in pursuit. Wilson going to throw it downfield and throw it away. So 4th and 9 coming up here, and we'll see what the Jets decide to do from the Bucs 42-yard line. But you could see Gill break through early.
Gill.
Yeah, and then they couldn't get Wilson on the ground, though.
Yeah, that's been the case for the Jets, the Bucs all season, man. How many times have we talked about that? Joe Tryon-Shoyinka should have like 5 more sacks on the season because he gets right there. Obviously, this was Cam Gill on this one, but
right.
Yeah, they're doing a better job on 3rd down. You have to at least give them that credit.
Yeah, Jets are lining up the punt here. 1:01 left in the half, but the Bucs are going to be pinned down, and they only have 1 timeout. Here's a punt. Where's this one going to land? Looks like it bounced out of bounds at around the 10-yard line for the Bucs. So that's where they'll take over. And again, 1 timeout, 54 seconds to work with. How aggressive are they here? I would be super aggressive.
Yeah,
they're down in this game. I think they need to be aggressive, and Arians is going to be pissed. So I bet
because even if you kick a field goal here, you're only down 1, but you get the ball at the half. So it's like, why not try to double up?
Yeah, this is what a first half. What a terrible first half.
What a day.
Even when they've punted, they've lost field position both times defensively. They've allowed big gains by the Jets offense. I mean, the Jets offense right now, they have piled up in this game 221 yards of offense in the first half. And on the season, they're average. They're 21st in the league in yards per game. They have 318 yards per game average. They're already almost there. This is just
a statement game for the Jets.
A ridiculously bad first half. Yeah. And now they have risen up twice around midfield, but again, they've lost field position for the offense, which in this situation is especially killer with only 1 timeout and the 50-some seconds to go. So it's been a really bad day for both sides of the ball for sure. And looks like the Rams have scored. And so they've cut into that one. It's 10-7 Baltimore leads near the end of the first half. So we'll see if the Bucs offense can mount something quick, but don't have a lot of time to get into the end zone. At least they're going to need some splash plays, and they've had a couple of them in this game.
You had the downfield one to Evans. You have the other one to AB where he almost broke it for a touchdown.
Gronk had a 20-plus yarder.
Yeah,
a lot of that was right after catch, but
yeah, I mean they have the ability, and
certainly have the ability. Jets are obviously going to be playing to defend those, and so we'll see what some of these play calls are to open up the drive. But I think it's clear you got to let Brady cook in this situation, right, Matt?
Yeah, get into the no huddle situation. I think the Bucs are pretty good when they go up tempo. They do that from time to time. Obviously, you can eliminate the run game in this situation, which is very nice, especially running out of the shotgun. But I think absolutely the Bucs 54 seconds. That's plenty of time to get into field goal range, and no one's better at the 2-minute drill or 1-minute drill in this situation than Tom Brady. So we'll see what happens here with 54 seconds to go.
Yeah, and the clock's a factor too. So
yeah, 1 timeout.
Need to be careful from that regard too. And so Brady bringing Tyler Johnson in motion here.
Yeah, not stopping him like in Carolina.
Yeah. Takes the snap, back to pass. Looking, going to throw quickly to Keyshawn Vaughn, who makes the catch. Wow. 50 seconds on the clock. Vaughn steps out of bounds with a gain of 6, it looks like there. So, 2nd and 4 coming up, and the clock stopped.
I can't believe he caught it.
Yeah. I mean, he double clutched it and Crypted to his chest. Here's Brady back to pass. Pressure breaking through. Fires over the middle of the field. What a seed to Gronkowski. What a throw. 24 yards to Gronkowski. Down to the Bucs 40. What a throw that was.
They will score a tutty on this play, on this drive.
Oh, my. That was impossible. I don't know how he did that. 24-yard gain. Bucs with a 1st and 10 from the 40.
They used their last time out. Interesting. I would have kept it going there.
I would have kept it going too.
Yeah.
Because you want to be able to throw the ball anywhere. That throws unreal.
Yeah, exactly. Now you have
catch
to.
Too. Yeah, now you have to now use the sidelines or run your field goal unit on. He threw one not totally dissimilar than that against Dallas, but it was against man coverage of the linebacker turned. That one was a zone dropping linebacker. He threw it around.
Yeah.
That was a totally insane throw. 47 seconds on the clock, and now you're very mindful of the middle of the field just in terms of wanting to be able to get a field goal unit on, I'm sure, at some point. Here's Brady back to pass. He gets hit as he throws. He goes quickly to Gronkowski. He's going to run inside, run through a tackle, kind of drag a tackler, but he's going to be down inside the field of play. So this clock is running now, 34, 33 seconds. The Bucs trying to get lined up and spike it. They've got a new set of downs. They're at the Jets 46. Brady's going to spike it with 28 seconds on the clock. So they're still decently outside field goal range. They need about, I'd say they probably want about 14 to 16 more yards here to get inside Succop's range. And obviously,
let's remember that too. Ryan Succop, he, doesn't have the biggest leg. So even, a situation where like the Bucs can't settle for like a 55-yarder and hope he makes it. He just doesn't have that leg. So they need to, move even further.
Right. Here's 2nd and 10 for the Bucs offense. Brady back to pass, throwing down the field, and that pass is going to be intercepted. They and Mike Evans not on the same page at all. Jets get the pick, and they're going to get a good run back here too.
Yeah.
He falls down
and they got 3 timeouts.
Midfield. They've got 3 timeouts and 16 seconds on the clock. I have no idea. Evans was not ready for that throw whatsoever, and Brandon Eakles picks it off, and the Bucs are just absolutely writing the book on how to beat yourself. This is an unbelievably miserable first half performance. 16 seconds to go. They're going to have a great chance to get into field position here.
This is incredible. The New York Football Jets are beating the Bucs.
Evans should clearly be looking for a back shoulder throw there. I don't know why he's continuing to run. You can talk about placement of the throw anyway, but he clearly wants Evans to post up there.
Yeah, they are.
Why would you be? The corner is bailing out with his eyes to the quarterback. There is just no way a veteran receiver should be looking for a throw over the top in that situation.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't understand it at all. How you can play in the league as long as Evans has make that plays. Here's a big gain by Ty Johnson. They're down to the Bucs 33-yard line, and they're in field goal range here. 50-yard field goal from here, and they got out of bounds too. Kevin Minter can't play. You can't have him on the field right now. You've got to figure out a dime package situation because they're just killing Kevin Minter right now. He can't run. He can't move.
Yeah, you're not gonna trust KJ.
He can't even make that tackle in the field of play there. That's a problem, Matt.
I really don't know how to feel. I'm shocked. I'm downright shocked. And it's only 14-10. Let's not act like, they're
There's
down
Wilson
100.
throwing, and that pass should have been intercepted. Carlton Davis had it in his hands and dropped it. A clear-cut interception. Even if he goes out of bounds there, it ends the scoring threat, and that could be a 3-point drop by Carlton Davis.
Jeez.
Clear as day. Easy catch, and he drops it. It's that kind of day. Lining up for the field goal right now, 51-yarder. For the Jets to make it a 7-point lead going into halftime.
Yikes. And Carlton dropped that ball a couple weeks. I mean, the game was over, but Atlanta, he had an interception.
Dropped it in the end zone, yeah. Should have multiple picks this year. Here's the field goal up. The camera didn't even track the ball, but it is good. And so the Jets are, what are we doing out here? The Jets are going to take a 17-10 lead at halftime. Easily one of the most embarrassing first halves I've seen by an NFL football team.
The GD Jets.
Unbelievable.
Let me get this tweet out from the Pewter Report account. Was it 17?
17 to 10, yeah. 1 second remains on the clock, so it looks like they will have the formality of a kickoff here.
Can the Bucs just opt to be like, let's just go to halftime? Because it happened last week too, when the game was over and Carolina's like still trying to score, and they put 1 second on the clock.
Yeah,
late in that game.
There's just no excuse for that. I just haven't. I go back to that last pick, and I have no idea why Evans is continuing to run in that situation. Like,
yeah,
it's not like he's a rookie. Like, that should not be a hard decision. Now, maybe it's going to be a contested catch. Brady's giving him a jump ball.
Yeah.
He's saying, turn around, post this guy up, put him in your hip, and go make a play.
Thrives in those situations,
right?
He's
not even like aware of what's happening.
Yeah,
like, that's so ridiculous to me. How are you not aware of what's happening in this spot? Like,
oh my God,
Grayson gets decked by his own guy here. He's going to be hauled down. He's lucky he didn't fumble that ball, and he's lucky he wasn't safetied on the return.
What is going on?
About the 4-yard line, and that'll be the end of the first half. So, could not be a more embarrassing first. I mean, just absolutely ridiculous considering what the Jets are working with. The Bucs will continue to outdo themselves, Matt.
That was one of the most bizarre halves of football that I have seen. I mean, up is down, down is up. The sky is changing colors. The Jets are winning at halftime. They're up by a touchdown.
Yeah.
The Bucs were a 13.5-point favorite against the Jets today.
It's unexplainable, the things that happen, especially mental mistakes like that just blow my mind. I just have no clue. It's like a day one thing. I mean, how do you make that mistake? And you see the Rams are fighting on the field there. It looks like Jalen Ramsey hit Taylor Rapp in the face, his own teammate.
If the Bucs blow this and
if they lose this game, buddy, you can forget it. And you can forget it. You aren't losing to the Jets this late in the season and winning a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I'm just sorry you're not.
And then
you can have a bad half, but you can't lose this game. Sorry, can't happen.
Especially too, I mean, they don't win this game. You're looking at either the Rams or the Cardinals in the first round. And obviously the Cardinals have been slipping a lot lately, but the way this defense is playing, I don't think you want to go up against either of those teams.
It's Gronk with 5 catches for 80 yards on that first drive, by the way, or that first half. Evans with 349 in the touchdown, but obviously the mistake at the end is critical there. Paul's actually texting us. I know he's not on the show. He said, got to see it again, but corner is capping vertical all the way. Have to snap that off for the back shoulder when you have so much space. And that's what Brady looked to be expecting. Yeah, like a day one route running mistake by your captain. I just don't understand it. It's just crazy to me. I don't know how that happens in that situation. And obviously this game, it's been this kind of season, I know, in the NFL, but it's still ridiculous. If it were the starters for the Jets, I would obviously think it was ridiculous, but I would be like, okay, there's some good players on the field, but that's not even the case. Listen to these dudes who are balling for the Jets. I'm not trying to take away from him, Matt. But Zach Wilson's played terrible all year. He's 12 of 21, 149 yards. It's not overwhelming or anything. But also, the Bucs have had 2 chances of picks. One was just a drop pick there by Davis at the end as a 3-point drop. They're running at 11 carries, 91 yards in this game for the Jets, averaging 8.3 yards per carry. They haven't even tried to run it, and they've still been fine.
No. And they lost Michael Carter.
Yeah, and they lost Carter. They're top, so they're down their top 2 running backs, their top 3 wide receivers, and their top 3 tight ends, and their 2 best offensive linemen, and they're winning 17-10 against what the numbers in Vegas will tell us is the team in the NFC at least most likely to make the Super Bowl. Come on, get out of here. Win the second half by 20 some points, and we'll talk. But until then, the rest of this stuff is a waste of our time. This football team they're not good. You cannot be down at the half to this. What's left of the Jets roster with the guys that they got back for this game and be a Super Bowl contender. You can't be.
Jets are 1-0 in their last one, so they're one of the hottest teams in football.
Embarrassing, Scott. Can you even find words for it?
No. Well, we've got some breaking news. As it turns out, Sean Murphy-Bunting and Jamel Dean weren't the only ones late to the game. Apparently, every Tampa Bay Buccaneer player was late to the game as well. So they just arrived at halftime. The imposters that you saw in the first half, will give way to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers who have arrived en masse at halftime. and are getting their asses chewed out by Bruce Arians, I'm sure. So, yeah, not pretty at all, folks. Here's the stats. Tom Brady, 15 to 21, 162 yards, touchdown, interception. INT looked like it was an underthrown pass, maybe some miscommunication between he and Evans on that deep shot. But it ended up costing the Bucs 3 points because Eccles, the cornerback who has one interception on the season, got a second and a nice souvenir from Tom Brady and returned it around midfield. That allowed the Jets to go down there. And gosh, Carlton Davis has got to come up with that interception, right? I mean, that's the difference right there between 3 points and no points for the Jets on that final drive. But as it turns out, the 51-yard field goal was good, 17-10. Jets, we have seen Rob Gronkowski come back to life this game. He's really kind of been absent the last 2 games. But Antonio Brown has not really made as much of an impact as I thought he would initially. We have seen Mike Evans, aside from that miscommunication with Brady, catch 3 passes, 39 yards, and a touchdown. But guys, the thing that shocked me the most is how they've not been able to get Zach Wilson on the ground. They've pressured him somewhat. He's been forced into some incompletions. But this Bucs defense, right? 0 sacks, 0 takeaways, right? And my concern about the Buccaneers in the playoffs is if the Bucs defense does not come away with sacks and takeaways, they're going to lose, and they're going to be a one and done. I don't care who they're playing against. Right. If the Bucs defense does not get sacks and takeaways in the first round playoff game against whoever at Raymond James Stadium, they will lose. Because every game the Bucs have played like absolute crap. Yeah. That's been the common denominator. This say what you want about the offense. Tom Brady has not played well. The offensive line is not protected well. They've not run the ball well. We've seen some routes, that have not been clean. It's not been pretty on the offensive side, but on the defensive side of the ball, if you can't take advantage of this offensive line, if you're missing tackles, Kevin Minter has been an absolute liability in coverage. And they are missing Levante David in the worst way. Devin White cannot get off blocks. Devin White looks lost out there, and it's embarrassing. The fact that the Jets have rushed for 91 yards,
something,
91 yards at halftime.
And the Bucs can't run the ball at all. I disagree with you about Brady. I think he's played great. You have a day one route running mistake from your defensive captain that takes points off the board at the end of that. You get the referee screwing up on the delay game.
I'm not ready to say that was Mike Evans who cost.
It was 100% Mike Evans. Like that's a corner capping the route the whole way, dropping off. There's no way he's running by him at that point. Brady's throwing it up. Jump ball situation. You're supposed to post up the corner contested catch, and I don't know what the route was called, John. So I do. It was a vertical, and you're supposed to look if that corner's capping you all the way. You're going posting up, and he just screwed it up. That's the kind of stuff the whole team come out.
I guarantee you, Tom,
focused everywhere.
Bruce Arians will say that was Mike Evans' fault for sure. We know that because
that's
how Bruce Arians is. So I don't know. The ball looked a little underthrown to me. So. I'm not ready to
intent on that
all on Mike. But at the same time, I think Brady's held on to the ball a little bit too long in some situations. I'm not saying Brady's played bad. I'm just saying I don't think it's been a great game by Tom Brady so far by any means. And this offensive line, like you said, John, they've not been able to run the football that well. I think Ronald Jones sometimes is running into the back of his offensive lineman. We have not seen good vision from Rojo. And I think maybe the best thing outside of Mike Evans' touchdown we've seen is that Keyshawn Vaughn actually caught a pass.
Yeah, I was going crazy.
Aside from Rob Gronkowski's return to action. And actually, let me update those stats. Gronk has 5 catches for 80 yards. So you got the 24-yarder there. So.
Yeah, and he's playing well. I mean, again, AB hasn't played that much. Like, he's not out there a ton. Like, so, and Evans, same thing. I know those guys are on snap counts, so – but you're gonna have to you want to win this game, like you're gonna have to go for it. Like defense is not helping you out. Like it's pretty clear at this point. So you're gonna have to go for it on offense. You're gonna have to gear up and get super aggressive, and that's their only path, in my opinion. Because right now this looks like a game they're actively trying to lose.
Yeah. Well, the thing too is we've talked about this all year long, going back to the Washington game. the Bucs are going to get every team's best game. The Jets are going nowhere except the top 5 again in the draft. Okay, that's their destination, a top 5 draft pick. So this is the Jets' playoff game. This is their Super Bowl today, just like it was Washington's, right, earlier in the season when they took a road loss. So the Bucs have been getting every team's best shot. Today is no different. And when you allow the Jets, a young team, to get some momentum with that 55-yard run by Carter that saw several players miss tackles, then you get the touchdown. And listen, the Jets are pulling at all the stops in terms of some of their throwback screens.
Yeah, I was saying that a lot, Scott. The Jets were getting way more creative than I've really seen them this season with as you just mentioned, the end around when he was going to throw it to Zach Wilson, but obviously had a wide open lane just to run in. They're throwing screens. They're moving people. The Jets are, giving it their all to go and win this game. And I think that's what makes it so frustrating too. And John and I have been talking about it a lot. The Jets have like 20 players on the COVID list. Their best receiver is out for the year. Their second best receiver isn't playing. They're winning with the 5th string tight end, Yeboah, as like the number 1 target, and Braxton Berrios is the reason that they're winning this game. It's truly mind numbing.
Well, it is, and there's still a lot at stake for the Bucs, right? I mean, the Rams are losing right now in Baltimore. I mean, this is a big game for Tampa Bay in terms of the playoff seeding, and the one thing I'm not fond of about Bruce Arians and Byron Leftwich is they believe, and you know what? I think 9 times out of 10 they're right. They believe that talent alone in their scheme should win, that they shouldn't have to rely on trickeration, right? They shouldn't have to rely on more gimmicky plays. Well, gimmicks are great when they work, right? We've seen the Jets use a couple gimmick plays to pick up first downs and touchdowns. Yeah. Right. But this team just doesn't seem to have any. So when you are playing straight up, right, when your talent is not winning, there really isn't anything to fall back on. Right. Yeah. So that's the concern to me is 9 times out of 10, you don't need the creativity because you've got Brady and Evans and Gronk and AB and all that type of stuff. But the thing is like, okay, well, when it's that 1 time out of 10 where the straight up play with your talent is not winning and not prevailing, then you don't have anything to fall back on, or at least not that we've seen so far outside of, an end around to Cyril Grayson.
Yeah. It's funny. You see something like that and you're like, whoa, the Bucs are really getting creative. It just popped into my head. I believe it was early last season when they did a flea flicker play and Brady threw it down the field. Yeah. I'm not saying that the Bucs should run a flea flicker in the second half here. Right. But the microcosm of this offense, like, there's really the Indy game's been in my head a lot because that was the last time I was on this broadcast too. And that was really maybe not the first time, but that was when the Bucs really committed to like, okay, we're going to start pulling our guards and our tackles and getting motion in the run game. And like that felt like, oh, that's creative by the Bucs when literally like every team does that when they start pulling guards and stop being so vanilla. And you're absolutely right. The Bucs aren't getting the splash plays on defense that they need to win, and they're pretty vanilla on offense. And as you said, they rely on winning those matchups. And the Bucs got punched in the mouth by the Jets. And where do they go from here? Do they get more creative? Do they just stick to what they've done all season long? Because if that's what they do, I can't believe I'm about to say that the Jets might win this game. It's like truly.
I mean, the Jets do not have Michael Carter's out with a concussion.
Yeah,
we already know Kevin Coleman is out. They're a backup running back. Their top 3 tight ends. Ryan Griffin's out of this game. Trevon Wesco is not playing in this game. Yep. I don't even remember the other tight end. Tyler Kroft is out of this game. Yep. No Jamison Crowder. Elijah Moore. No Corey Davis.
Braxton Berrios and Kenny Yeboah show. And right now, that's what's playing on Broadway, and that's what's selling out for the Jets. So,
and the Bucs will get the ball to start the third quarter, which is about to begin. So they will have an opportunity to try and tie this game. And boy, do they need to get going. But as this season progresses, guys, and as we see more and more of this team, it is harder to feel confident. Last year, they were rolling going into the last 2 weeks of the season. This year, I just don't know what we're seeing drive to drive, game to game. The inconsistencies are just very present right now. And so we'll see as the Jets get ready to start the third quarter of action. Appreciate you jumping in, Scott, giving us that statistical update as the Jets send this kickoff. That almost went out of bounds.
Yeah, that was close.
Did it? I think it went out in the
touchback.
end zone. So yeah. So 1st and 10 for the Bucs from their own 25-yard line to start this third quarter. And we'll see frustrating first half. There were officiating mistakes too that hurt 2 Bucs drives. Obviously the delay game set them back on one promising drive. And then the hold on Vaughn that wasn't called on the screen ended a third down opportunity instead of new set of downs in the red zone. That was a big one. And so do those things frustrate them, or can you rise up and overcome those kind of things? I think that's going to be one of the indicators here. Go first down run. Ronald Jones knocks ahead for 5 yards. So 2nd and 5 for the Bucs from their own 30.
Yeah, I thought Scott really brought up a good point about just, the Bucs rely too much, maybe not too much, but yeah, they just rely on their talent and don't get creative enough. I don't know why. I have this feeling it's going to be like that Atlanta game where they just dominate in the second quarter, or second half.
This has been a very vanilla game plan, no doubt about it. There's been games that are exceptions to that rule too, but yeah, there's Jones and he's going to lose too. Brought down quickly. Kappa was knocked back into the backfield. So 3rd and long, 3rd and 7 coming up for the Bucs offense to start the second half from their own 28-yard line.
Yeah, because, this is the Jets Super Bowl. When you have a young team and things start clicking, because you're so young, you're just going to end up being cocky and confident. And going into the game, it's like, ooh, I'm playing against Tom Brady and Antonio Brown and Gronk and Mike Evans. But, once things start rolling, it's not that intimidating anymore. There's a lot of players and teams that Tom Brady has beaten for the fact that he's Tom Brady, as they call a timeout here, which cannot even ask for a worse start. But,
3rd and 7, they're going to burn a timeout, play clock running down there, and players are Brady.
Is he not watching the clock? This is like the 3rd time.
Here's what's challenging for Brady. He's got to be able to keep it together emotionally. Like, if there's one thing I've had, when I came out of watching that New England tape from his last year with the Patriots, people like, oh, his arm this, his arm that. It was very clear to me his arm was not the issue. What was an issue was him getting pissed off at the incompetence around him, whether it was officials. I don't know if it's he's get older, he's a shorter fuse and more frustration for these types of things. But whether it's officials making a couple mistakes he was mad about, a route running error by Evans, like he's got to be able to kind of keep it together in those situations and continue to make good plays. That Saints game, route running errors and mistakes all over the field. And at the end of the game, he couldn't overcome it as well as everybody else. Now he finds Grayson here for 9 yards and a first down. So they are going to convert that 3rd and 7. They'll move the ball out to their 37-yard line. Still haven't seen Perryman. Perryman's been out there for a few snaps, I think.
Yeah, he's lined up a couple times. Yeah, I mean, people want to say like, oh, Perryman should be the number 3, but I mean, if you take out that overtime touchdown, what has Rashad Perryman really done to warrant being the number 3 guy?
Right.
And that touchdown was great. I'm not taking it away from him. It was awesome.
Sure.
But
here's 1st and 10. Brady's going to hand off to Keyshawn Vaughn, who runs over the left side. He'll pick up 5 yards. So 2nd and 5. Bucs move the ball out to their own 42-yard line. So runs on first down have been consistent. Gains have been decent. Jensen in the middle of a scrum with some Jets players, and they're trying to separate those guys now. Looks like Jensen was doing less of the work there.
Yeah.
Looks like the Jets defender was trying to get to him more than the other way around. So 2nd and 5 for the Bucs offense. They're working from their own 42-yard line.
A lot of camera work for Jensen today.
Mm-hmm. Arian, or who was it that said it? There's Brady back to pass, and Gronkowski got knocked down on that play. And are no flags going to come in here? Oh my goodness. It's 3rd and 5. Gronk can't believe it. It's rare to see Gronk.
There we go.
Now
That
a
was,
flag comes in. That
Brady
was the
really had
flag I've
to.
ever seen.
Yeah, Brady really had to will.
Is that for this? Is that?
I don't know.
For
I mean,
the whole something else.
Ryan Jensen has gotten more camera time in this game than he has in his entire career. But
we're gonna have to see what this flag is for. This might be on Ryan Jensen. A personal foul. That would be egregiously bad. You cannot get a personal foul in this situation, having just been warned. And we'll see if it's warranted or not, but that's what this call is going to be. That is brutal. That makes it a 3rd and 20 and basically guarantees a punt. 3rd and 5 is manageable near midfield. 3rd and 20 is impossible. That is horrible. If that's a good call, that's a horrible, uncalled for mistake.
Let's see
here. Is this the play before? What? There's absolutely nothing there.
Yeah.
Where's the penalty?
And we don't have the volume on, so maybe the broadcasters might be explaining what's going on. But, what the heck?
Brady looking
All right, Brady
deep.
going deep here.
Got Evans down there, but it's going to be well covered. Obviously, the Jets prepared for it in 3rd and 20. So it is going to be a punt for the Bucs on the first drive. That's a drive-changing penalty. That's losing your cool. That's the kind of stuff. If you're a Super Bowl team, you don't do those kind of things. If you're a real contender, you don't do those kind of things against anybody. So now Jets energized, come out second half. Bucs are moving the ball a little bit. They get a stop near midfield. They're going to get the ball back, and you might need defense to make a splash play in this game, and they're going to have opportunities to. I'm sure they've already had opportunities to let them go by, and that's something that's got to continue to happen. And now the Bucs are in a bad spot because they're going to need to play their top guys the rest of the way in this game. No quick score there, playing with a lack of composure. It's ugly. Hofrichter's punt is even uglier. Barrios fields it at about the 34. Jets won a penalty, but I think the Jets ran into Barrios after he caught it. So Jets are going to have great field position at their own 34. Just a 39-yard punt by Sterling Hofrichter, who has been very bad in this game as well. The no call on Gronkowski is crazy, though.
I know.
Brady's getting furious with the officials, and this is where he's just got to be able to keep composure and not get too frustrated and force anything in this game. Like end of the Saints game, he was just so pissed, and whether officiating mostly in that game was teammates route running mistakes.
Yeah,
Rojo going out of bounds. Broke the tablet. I think he's just so fed up with all the incompetence around him that he loses composure. And unfortunately, you're looking at a similar situation in this game. Like Evans cost some points. Jensen maybe cost some points there. Officials have made several bad calls or no calls. And you're looking at a similar situation. Like he's got to be able to overcome all that and lead this team to overcome these situations. Because right now, yes, it's complete incompetence around him. He was the stable force last week, though, and he's got to be the stable force again in this game and getting them back in it.
Yeah, for a while, Ryan Jensen was the guy that, he had the reputation. He would get the personal foul penalties, but then he really cleaned that up. Then he was the one that was drawing the personal foul penalties, like in the Super Bowl when he's able to get a Kansas City player to hit him. They never showed
the penalty there, so hopefully coming out of the break we get to see it. But if they called it on that's obviously ridiculous.
Yeah, that's dumb.
That's fireable. But I would guess that they didn't, right? I would guess there's more to it than that.
Yeah, what I don't understand either is, the NFL is this huge corporation, billions of dollars each year, billionaires all around the league, but yet the refs are part-time guys that have other careers outside of just being an official. Why not have them? I don't understand how that works. Why aren't they full-time? Why isn't the league clearly has enough money to hire full-time referees?
I think the question is what do they do in the off season if that's the situation? And I don't even know if it would help, honestly. What they need to do is just take rules out. They just need less things to police.
That's the thing I hate, John, is every year we talk about how bad the officiating has been. And, they put emphasis on stuff that we don't care about, like taunting and things like that.
Right.
Problem is we complain every year and then nothing happens. It's, the league says whatever, F you, and we're just going to keep going. So
right. Yeah, they don't care as long as people are watching, no question about it. And so here's the Jets.
And we're going to watch.
Right, we are. Yep. Here's the Jets with the first and 10 from their 34. Wilson from the shotgun going to hand off, and it's going to be a 9-yard run by the third string running back for the Jets. And they just keep coming right at the Bucs, and there's no resistance. Bucs defense is non-existent in this game.
Yeah, nothing's it's early, but nothing's changed. Whatever Bruce Arians said to them at halftime.
Austin Walter has a high tackle by Carlton Davis, but get down in that situation and tackle low. Austin Walter, the running back for the Jets in this game against the leagues. I believe the Bucs are number 3 in run defense right now, but it's by a couple of yard difference. Now here's Winfield standing up Walter for a loss. He didn't even get back to the line of scrimmage there. That's a loss of a couple. So 3rd and a couple coming up here for the Jets. They're working for their own 43.
Someone needs to step up. We'll see if Antoine Winfield Jr.
How are they calling this 3rd and 1?
I don't know. I mean, it's been a bad day for the graphics guys and the cameramen and women. And
they called that a no gain play. I'm at a loss as to how that could happen. How is that a no-gain play? He lost 2 yards. Here's a handoff. Barrios. It's a little jet pass on the end around.
Hey,
he's going to get stood up, but he gets the first down.
Yeah, he does get the first down.
Well, so thanks to that nice spot, that he gets 2 yards on the 3rd and 1. And so they're out to their 45-yard line, new set of downs, and they're approaching midfield for the Jets.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they got the first down, so it worked, but very interesting play call on a 3rd and short to run it to the outside, and a play that, if it goes wrong, could clearly get a loss of a couple yards there. But
yeah,
hey, Barrios has been the guy for the Jets today, so why not?
Clock is winding here. 10-13 and counting left in the 3rd quarter. Jets lead 17-10. Here's a handoff to Walter. Tryon Shoyinka was held. No call, it looks like, but Walter's going to lose a yard anyway there. Pretty clear hold out there.
Yeah, it's fairly obvious.
Turned his whole body.
Yeah, well, maybe if the rest were full-time, they make that call. I don't know.
They have been bad. There's really bad performance by the refs so far. Just, again, easy calls.
I mean, the Gronk no call.
The Gronk no call is crazy. So 2nd and 11. Again, you've won first down. Can you get off the field? 2nd and long, 3rd and long situations. Bucs defense has just been wrecked in these spots today. Here's Wilson back to pass, pressure right in his face. They pop a screen out to Ty Johnson. He's going to be off and running. Easy first down. He's going to have a huge gain. Down the left sideline, he's going to get 23 yards to the Bucs 33, and now the Jets are in field goal range. And it's really like the Bucs have no clue what's going on in the field.
No idea.
2nd and long, and you don't think a screen might
be
as
soon as Vita Vea is in the backfield,
through clean, untouched.
How do you not know that's a screen?
Right. Yeah, it's bad. There's nothing to be excited about from this defensive performance. This is utterly miserable. So that's the Jets' 3rd string running back.
Yeah, this has to go down as their worst defensive performance.
And team history? I mean, when you consider who the Jets are losing.
No,
here's an 11-yard throw to Barrios, who has the first down. Dean's trying to say this was incomplete.
I think he's trying to say, I don't know.
This is there's no words for this. Just marching straight down the field. I mean, every single drive they've marched down the field. It's not even like they're schematically tricking them all that much. Now, Dean, 100% held there. That looked like a catch, though, by Barrios.
Yeah,
that's a catch. Clear.
I don't know what
I don't know how Dean missed the ball.
That.
They are getting killed by dudes who weren't even playing.
This is
this is the replacements Jets offense. Like this
really
is literally what this is. Unbelievable. Here's Wilson throwing. He's going to have Cole down to the 1-yard line, and he dropped the ball there. We'll see. Jets pick it up. They're going to say he's down at the 1. Did he catch this ball or not? They're probably going to take a look at it. Wilson wants to hurry up, go first and goal from the 1, but they better look at this because I'm not sure how long he had it.
I mean, sure, the Bucs might
aren't
want
even
to consider
lined
challenging, but
no,
again,
and the Jets are going to snap the ball.
Yeah,
unbelievable.
Plus, they only have 2 timeouts because they called that first one on the opening drive. So even if you want to consider challenging it,
but this is this is a play that basically, you get first and goal at the 1, you're probably going down 2 touchdowns.
Yeah,
to the Jets in the 3rd quarter. Like you need to, and that was a catch. I mean, that looked like a catch at least. He hit the ground, and fumbled. I think he made a football move though.
Yeah, that was a catch. If that's not a catch, then let's just stop playing.
And Murphy Bunting, I don't believe is out here. So Pierre Desir is still in the game and still getting cooked by his old
Dean
team.
Is playing, so.
But I mean, you give up that catch, you're basically you're going down 2 touchdowns, and that's a situation
trickery for the Jets. No,
and here's the Jets run. Ty Johnson, he's going to power through Winfield's tackle and get into the end zone. It looks like so touchdown Jets, and they're going to be up 23-10 with the extra point coming, Matt. So it is going to be a 2 touchdown lead, and there's 6:56 left in the 3rd quarter of this game. Like there's not that much time left. They're in danger here right now. They're in legitimate danger to a Jets team without their top 2 running backs, their top 3 tight ends, their top 3 wide receivers, a rookie quarterback, and 2 missing offensive linemen.
The freaking Jets, man.
It's one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen in all my years of covering football.
Yeah, this is unbelievable.
Extra point coming. They're going to review this one. I mean, he's clearly stopped before he gets to the end zone, but they just never stop forward progress.
Yeah, but how did he not get that
clearly
ball
is
out?
stopped before the end zone. And this is why I hate this about officials. They just let these pals go forever.
Yeah, for like 10 minutes.
It just doesn't make any sense. It's forward progress. Is it stopped or is it not? It's stopped. So blow the whistle. And that wasn't even one where they couldn't see it. They could see it.
Oh man, we're about to see an all-time Tom Brady freak out.
I mean, they deserve it. They deserve it. What a pathetic performance around him today. This has been laughable.
Yeah, defensively, there's no excuse for the way this defense.
24. I mean, the Jets average 18 points per game. So here we are with a quarter and a half left, and they've already overcome that. They've already overshot that by a mile. So, I mean, you cannot pull an interview request faster than the Jaguars got to be pulling this Todd Bowles interview request. I mean, he didn't deserve it anyway, but like, I knew he was going to get him, but like, this is just pathetic. And so the Bucs get it absolutely taken to them. They haven't won a single drive defensively, right? Like every drive's gotten to at least midfield or into Bucs territory.
Yes,
they forced a couple punts, but they've lost field position off those, so they haven't like won a single drive. I mean, this is incredible. And now the Jets are energized. 10 points. 10 points. The Jets give up an average of 29.9 points per game and 391 yards per game. Right now, the Bucs have 10 points. They've done decently with yards. I mean, they've 223 yards in this game, but
their offense
still nowhere near what the Jets are giving up.
Right. I'm not even like really terribly angry with the offense. Like they've moved the ball down the field. Yeah, they kicked that field goal. The Jensen penalty obviously changed everything, but yeah.
I mean, people are looking at the score and wondering, like, did Brady tear his ACL in the first half of this game? Like, that's.
But they could still win with Blaine Gabbert too, which is like the crazy part.
No, buddy, they can't win with Tom Brady the way they're playing right now. So
yeah,
brutal.
Oh, there
brutal
are a lot more
both sides of the ball
than answers right now.
Yeah, both sides of the ball, honestly, probably as bad as it could possibly. Like,
yeah.
If they play the Jets 100 times, I don't know if you could do worse than this. Like, yeah, just brutal. So they need Brady. He's been easily their best player on either side of the ball in this game, and so they need him to be great in this over this last quarter and a half. There's no question about it. He's just got to ball out. And the frustrating thing is, even when he has, it's been teammates that have just killed him. You know, you have third down pass to Gronk there, and you get no call, and then you get a 15-yard penalty in Jensen. You can't win on 3rd and 20. Like, so that's the kind of stuff. I mean, they've had third downs like all game. It's been that kind of stuff. Like, you'd look at a game like this and you're thinking, oh, Brady must be having like his worst game of the year, and that's not even close to true. Like, it's just everything around has been.
Yeah, Brady's been fine. I mean, look at that throw that he had to Gronk. You know,
yeah, he's put him in position a couple times.
CJ Mosley, yeah,
right. But yeah, I mean, they need other guys to step up for sure, and you know, Leftwich too. The spotlight's on him as well in this situation to get something going. But you probably got to score a touchdown on this drive. The way your defense is playing, I don't know how many more chances you're going to get. I mean, when they haven't won a drive all game, it's difficult to believe that they're going to win a drive here. It's an 11-4 team against a 4-11 Jets team. Like 24-10. And what makes it worse, the Ravens are beating the Rams 13-7, and
I know,
the Rams 32.
They're going to squander this opportunity,
right? So everything is in front of the Jets. In front of the Bucs, if they win this game and the Ravens hang on to win against the Rams, they have 1st and 10, as I said, at the Rams 32-yard line right now, up 13-7. You know, then the Bucs would be in the driver's seat for the 2 seed, but they got to come back from a 14-point deficit now to the New York Jets, the 4-11 New York Jets.
The freaking Jets.
So here we go.
I'm surrounded by Jets fans too. Everyone's going crazy.
Yeah. And how much do you abandon the run here? Like, yeah. Are you surrounded by them? Like they're in the room with you, or
not in the room?
I was going to say they're quiet.
Yeah.
Here's Brady looking down the field, going to go underneath to Vaughn, who actually makes a catch there.
2 for 2 for Keyshawn Vaughn.
Yeah. And he's going to have 8 yards. So 2nd and 2 coming up for the Bucs offense. They've tried to go deep off play action a couple times. It just hasn't really been there. And so now 2nd and 2 for the Bucs from their 33.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think you really can stick to the run game for the rest of this game. Unless, I guess if you make it a
you haven't run the ball well at all. So
I don't like when they run out of shotgun either. They haven't really had too much success when they do that.
Yeah. Your 2nd and 2 for the Bucs offense. Grayson, Johnson, and
Oh,
Evans
my
in the game, and they
God.
tried to run it, and Vaughn got dropped immediately.
Good
Offensive
God
line is
almighty.
getting teed off on up front. Jets playing without Quentin Williams.
There's got to be a fight or something.
And there's going to be another
players just
flag
came
thrown here.
running
Jets
in.
are clapping. And so this looks like it's going to be against the Bucs,
Yeah.
and they can tell Bucs are melting down. They've lost their composure. They're melting down
This
against
is,
the 4-11 Jets.
Robert Saleh's so happy. He's a very positive guy. But come on, they got to show the replay of this fight.
This is incredible.
Now Brady's barking at his teammates.
This one might be Ali Marpet.
Wow, that would be crazy.
He pulls. Jensen just got beat on the play. And Marpet got
yeah,
dumped by a Jets player
Yeah.
after the play. And they're going to call it on Marpet. Unbelievable. Wow. An egregiously bad call there. And that has to be at least both ways.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see. Marpet had to have said or did something
What
like after
happens
getting
after the
knocked
play
down.
there? Because Marpet got completely dumped by a player.
Yeah, well,
he
he tripped on over Vaughn, who was already down. Yeah, Le'Veon Bell in the game now.
And this should be what, 2nd and 16, is it?
It's 3rd and 20.
I don't think that's right. They got 8 yards on first down.
Yeah.
Or with that? Oh, unless they're saying
No,
that was after the play.
that was 2nd down when
So
Vaughn
3rd
got
and 20. This
tackled.
drive's over, basically. Brady back to pass on 3rd and 20. Going to look deep. He's going to throw it. He's going to have. Did he make the catch? Cyril Grayson.
It's a real.
Did he pick up the first down? Brady hit him on the deep out for 20 yards, and he's going to be very close.
I mean, if he's short, I know you're so far back, but you have to go for it.
Yeah, you pretty much have to go for it. You're right.
Yeah,
let's see where they spot it. Grayson dragged his foot. He did.
I mean, he landed on the marker itself.
Wow. 20 yards seed from Brady there, and they're going to give him the first down. Let's see if they want to review this or not. They've got to get away from the run game.
Close.
If they don't get away from the run game, Brady is throwing it at will in this game, but they got to get it away from the run game.
Without question.
It's imperative. They're getting killed up front, and they're running out of time.
And
here's Brady, handoff, Le'Veon Bell. Again, everybody's stacked up behind him. He's got nowhere to go. They're getting killed at the line of scrimmage. Sticking with the run is egregious at this point.
It's not, it's not even close.
And first down, too. First down runs, Matt, over and over and over and over again. Just losing
it's
first
vanilla.
down.
It's like we said before, it's vanilla. Yep. Wow.
I mean, the Jets are down everybody in the secondary. No May. No, I mean, got to be better.
And again,
than this
the one thing
staff.
that they are okay at is they have a solid defensive line, not a pass rush. Just their defensive line is okay when they're all healthy. Mm-hmm. Why play into the one thing that they do all right?
Right. Here's Brady throwing over the middle of the field. Gronkowski makes the catch, fighting forward to midfield. And so 14-yard gain to Gronkowski. They overcome 2nd and 9, and they'll be out to midfield. They're out to the 50. New set of downs. Camera didn't show us that catch, Matt.
I'm telling you, terrible game for the camera guy.
What are they doing? Oh, that throw is crazy between like 3 people. So 1st and 10 at the 50. This is there. They've had a lot of drives bogged down in this area.
Yeah. And they can't set up for field goals like they did earlier in the game.
Right.
Like this
It's just right.
It's now
just
or never.
And they end off again, and it's 2 yards.
And why are you running with Le'Veon Bell? Like you brought in Le'Veon Bell to be a receiving running back. He clearly doesn't. He's not what he once was in Pittsburgh.
This is legitimately your 5th running back, and you're choosing to run him in a game where you were down
by 2 touchdowns,
24-10 at the end of the 3rd quarter. Like some things are not that hard.
Yeah,
this is one of those things that is just it's easy. Like it's not a hard decision, and yet
you have to go off script here. You have to go off script.
Yeah, you're right. You have to. And no AB in the game and no Evans in the game in this situation. Cam Brate with a 1-yard catch. He's immediately stood up. He's going to have like half a yard. So they're in 3rd and long. And that's a design play. Like that's where the ball is supposed to go on that play. So it's
what the heck?
AB just ran out on the field with his shirt off. And now he's running to the. Is that happening live or is that before
I
the
can't
game?
tell. I think I might be before the game. What is this game? What is this
that
game?
could not have just happened in the game, right? We're watching on mute. Please tell me, people, if that was before the game or was that right now?
I'm wildly confused. It seems
Here's
like
Brady back to pass, throws in the middle of the field, got Mike Evans and has the first down. Ronald Jones is out with an ankle injury. What just happened with Antonio Brown? That was during the game.
I'm so good. I'm going to turn the volume on for a second.
He left the sideline? What is going on? Is he hurt again? I don't know what just happened there.
What? I guess that happened live. Nice.
Here's Brady on play action, back to pass, looking down the field. Has a man, Brashad Perryman inside the 10, down to the 6-yard line. What a throw by Brady.
Now the number 2
What just happened with Antonio Brown, though? We don't know. 32-yard gain to Perryman, down to the 7-yard line.
I have no words.
Is there commentary on AB? I'm trying to figure out what's happening with AB.
I don't know why, but this reminds me of like when Randy Moss was on the Raiders and
he just took off all his equipment, right? Like that's not a good sign. But
that was like, you ever watch the Mighty Ducks 2 when the Bash brother like gets a penalty? And
play action, Brady looking, throws back of the end zone, overthrew. He had pressure in his face, but overthrew Perryman back there in the end zone. Had him now 2nd and goal from the 7. What are they saying something on TV? Like somebody. I'm trying to
I got the tail end of the sideline reporter just saying something about going to the locker room, but
is he hurt? And why did he take off all his equipment and throw his shirt into the crowd?
Okay, what Antonio Brown just did, that's what happens to the Jets. That doesn't happen to a Super Bowl winning team.
What in the world just happened?
I am absolutely stunned.
And they just ran it on 2nd and goal from the 7. They just ran the football. Vaughn gets a couple yards, but they just blew. I mean, they must be ready to go for it on 4th down here, but they just blew a play for no reason. 3-yard gain for Vaughn. All that does is make a pass harder now. You're at the 4-yard line. 3rd and goal from the 4. I
have no words. I am absolutely shocked. What is this game? This game is insane. The Jets are winning. AB's running off the field, giving away all of his stuff.
He threw his equipment into the stands. I mean, AB might be getting cut out of nowhere. Here's a throw through Gronkowski's hands, back of the end zone. So 4th and goal coming up, and they better be ready to go for it in this situation.
Goodness gracious.
I mean, we need some information. Why is the broadcast? Can they show us that they had a camera on the sideline in this game? What is happening?
Ah, man, Brady had him too. Just
tough one. He has to elevate it over this underneath defender. And so he's expecting it to be high for sure. It's high, but it's through both hands. That's a catch he's made his whole career. And now 4th and goal for the Bucs. This is do or die. This might be the game here, honestly, the way their defense is played. 7 for 14 on 4th downs this season. Cam Brady in motion. Brady looking, throwing. Brate, touchdown. Contested grab for Brate with a defender draped all over him. Brady gunned it in there, and on 4th down, Brate keeps it alive.
Yeah, I mean, we've been asking for Cam Brate to make the difficult catches, and that, he had the defender all over him on that one.
Ian Rappaport tweeted, by the way, as the Bucs score there, and they need the extra point. We'll see as Suckup comes out. He said Antonio Brown took his uniform off along with his equipment, threw it into the stands, and left the field. Of course he did. I'm at a lot. Like, what? I mean.
So, wow.
What? Touchdown, extra point. Bucs are within 7. Can their defense rise up and get a stop? Antonio Brown must quit. Oregon came off the team at the end of the 3rd quarter. We have no clue what just happened.
John, I said
Brady led him on a scoring drive anyway. What an unreal throw to Perryman.
I said before this game that I had this one circled on the schedule as soon as the schedule came out back, in the spring or whenever it does. This game so far, I know it's not going well for the Bucs. They're still in it, obviously. This game has exceeded my expectations. This is unbelievable.
I don't even know who AB's yelling at. He's on the sideline. I'm seeing a video now. He just took his shoulder pads off and chucked them, then took his shirt off. I have no clue what just happened here. Isn't even clear who he's yelling at. I mean, look, this is what you get. This is what you get when you get. I mean, this is it. So you knew what you were doing. So
yeah.
And fans knew it was coming too. Like, maybe not in this form, but in some form.
Well, do you think we get Antonio Brown for the post-game press conference?
We might not get Antonio Brown ever again, buddy.
Yeah.
Might be on a,
you know what?
Way out of town.
It's been an honor and a pleasure covering Antonio Brown.
Speak for yourself. So yeah, we don't know any more details other than the fact that he just ripped off his pads. He was yelling at somebody. He's down in the end zone shirtless in between plays, yelling to the crowd. And yeah, I just have no idea what just happened. I don't know if he quit or if he got kicked off. I don't know what just happened.
So, I mean, realistically now too, moving ahead, one more game in the regular season. This game obviously is not over. The Bucs are only down by a touchdown, but now you have Mike Evans, who's already playing on, a hamstring injury that many thought he wasn't even going to play in this game. And then, you have Brashad Perriman, Cyril Grayson, obviously Gronk as your, all pro tight end or future Hall of Famer. But, the Bucs offense just became a huge, it's a huge question mark now, really. With no Antonio Brown and no Chris Godwin.
Antonio, I mean, that might be
and Rojo left the game, so now you're down to Keyshawn Vaughn and Le'Veon Bell's your top two running backs, maybe Kenyon Varner.
Shades of the Saints game against obviously a worse team on both sides of the ball, but that doesn't matter in this game. So I don't know what just happened, and I'd imagine we're going to find something out. But here's the kickoff. Not a great kickoff by Hofrichter. Yeah, he kicks only to the 6.
He should have
let that go. Good return here by Cole too. Yeah, he's going to get.
Yeah, he made the tackle though. Shout out to
Hofrichter
for making the tackle.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Man, this game has had everything.
Yeah.
Oh, let's go. We still got another quarter of football.
23 seconds left in the third quarter. 24-17. The Jets lead, and we'll see if the Bucs defense can finally rise up and do something. I mean, they have just struggled all game to stop one of the worst offenses in the league, and now we're getting into crunch time. They need stops.
Yeah, Brashad Perriman isn't the only Bucs receiver that's had a walk-off this season.
Yeah. And so we'll get you AB information as we find it out, but right now we don't know a whole lot more than y'all do. As Wilson tossed the ball back here to Walters, going to get run out of bounds. White knocks him out of bounds.
Oh, that guy got drilled! He'll get hit on the sideline.
Jeez.
That guy got depleted.
He did get smacked, yeah. And the clock's going to run out on the third quarter, I believe. So we'll go to the break here.
Show that replay.
Second and about 10 and a half for the Jets here coming up. And, man,
This is the best game ever.
Everybody is just trying to figure out what's going on with Antonio Brown here.
Yeah. I mean, if you're a Bucs player, how could you not be distracted right now?
I'm wondering what happened here, because Antonio Brown, he was playing in this game some, but he obviously wasn't 100%. So did he want to play more while injured, or?
Yeah, very.
I just am not sure what he would have been upset about. I just have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, it had to be a discussion with either Bruce Arians, one of the offensive coaches, or maybe Tom Brady. I don't know.
Yeah, I just don't know what. Yeah.
Can you imagine being the fan that got that jersey?
I don't think he was passing into the stands. He just padded his jersey behind the bench. He took off his black undershirt and might have thrown that into the stands.
Okay.
I'm not sure, but
that is
either way, what in the world just happened? I mean, let me be clear here. I am not surprised that Antonio Brown flipped out and acted like a child, like on his way out of probably Tampa Bay. I just didn't see it coming in this game. Like, I don't know what his issue is in this game per se. Like, I'm struggling to understand what he would be upset about in this game. And all he's had a most productive game, but he's also not played that much because I would assume he's not healthy. Like,
I mean, that's a new one to leave in the middle of the game, like as you're trying to come back and win. While did the offense have the ball? Yeah, the offense had the ball. This is all going on.
Like, yeah. I mean, obviously something happened that we don't know what happened to create that. Meanwhile, though, Brady just had one of the better drives of the year, like for the Bucs offense. Like, we don't, this is him marching them straight down the field without AB, with Evans playing limited snaps. A 3rd and 20 conversion to Cyril Grayson, a huge, unbelievable throw to Brashad Perryman down the field. I mean, Brady's up to 272 yards passing in this game. Would be more if not for mistakes around him. And so now he needs help. They need the defense and receivers to step up and make plays, and Grayson and Perryman did on that drive. And so good stuff from those guys stepping up in that situation. But now, the Jets, they need the defense to follow suit here.
They do. This guy tweeted, very funny tweet. He said, Buccaneers wide receiver Antonio Brown, and then he put in parentheses, Antonio Brown, questionable to return.
I mean, Jason Shaw with the $5 super chat. Think AB interpreted the snap count as a way to stop him from hitting his incentives. Hard to believe that, but I mean, it's very, but he would have known going into the game he wasn't going to play that much. Here's Wilson back to pass throws. Is this pass caught or incomplete?
No, that's hit the ground.
That hit the ground, didn't it?
Yeah.
He was running like he caught it or something, but
yeah, he caught the bounce. All right, showing AB. I'm turning the volume on.
I mean, Cockrell's sitting there on the bench, like, yeah, I'm not surprised at this at all. Saw this guy before in Pittsburgh.
Oh, he's a lefty. Nice.
There's his equipment.
Put the shoulder pads and the helmet in the Hall of Fame.
Here's Wilson under pressure. Nelson got him, and he's down.
Nelson. This is
big sack by Anthony Nelson on 3rd and 10.
All right, Bucs are coming alive. 3 and out right there.
Right, coming alive defensively. Finally get a quick stop. That's the first 3 and out all game.
Yeah, good coverage down the field.
Yeah. 4th and 20. So the Bucs offense going to get another chance to go for it here.
Wow.
Anthony Nelson's been close today. Almost blocked there. And we'll see Barner. Fields gets hit right away, but breaks the tackle, dancing around, and gets snowed under finally after a gain of just a couple yards. So
okay, so AB was talking to Mike Evans.
Mike Evans.
Well, I think Mike Evans was trying to convince him, like, so
Bucs are taking over throwing 37, by the way, down 7.
I don't think he was arguing with Mike, but Mike was kind of being like, come on, man, like, don't leave.
Unbelievable. Great talent, man, but that's what you get when you make that bed, you got to lay in it, and this is what it looks like on the other side of it. People have been trying to say that for a while.
The Bucs knew the risk. They knew the risk going into it.
Yep. People didn't
say what you will, but the investment did pay off. They did win a Super Bowl, and he obviously was a big part of that. So, I mean, you got the good, and now you got the bad.
Yeah. And that'll change things not only for this season, but moving forward as well. That's obviously not something you can let happen and keep on your roster. So if it's what it looks like, and the fact that seeing more people sideline reactions is pretty clear he was losing his mind. And so the Bucs offense, 14 minutes left in the 4th quarter. They'll have a chance to drive down and tie this game. If they can get it going, they'll start from their own 37 to do that. Let's try it as much as we can, Matt, until we get any type of more news. Or
sorry, I was
like
a little
that.
fixated on the AB.
No, I mean, I don't blame you at all. I'm just thinking and trying to frame up this last bit. I mean, you're going to have Brashad Perriman, Cyril Grayson, Tyler Johnson, and Scotty Miller, if he plays some now, available.
Yeah, Scotty
with
Miller,
whatever,
that guy. Yeah,
right, with whatever Mike Evans has in the tank here. Yeah, I mean, 14 minutes left in the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be a lot of Gronk,
and you don't have Ronald Jones, so you have to rely on Le'Veon Bell here.
Yeah. So yeah, just scrap the running game because.
Yeah,
why bother?
This is tough. I mean, it depends a lot on like the health of Evans, right? Like, if Evans is able to go here pretty much every snap on the way out, okay. But we saw what happened when he was without any of these guys against, I know, obviously a better secondary.
Brady's going to feel like he's in New England again with,
right.
All these receivers that he doesn't really know.
Yeah. And so let's see, can Gronkowski be a factor here?
Yeah, he has to be.
And obviously,
I mean, he's been the number one guy all day. So
right. Biggest thing now is don't waste downs by running the football.
No, exactly. Which they'll probably run it here in shotgun, like I hate.
Here's Brady back to pass on first down, and he throws quickly. He's got Tyler Johnson out in the flat. He's going to run forward. Oh, sorry, Perryman.
Oh, no, he was down,
I believe.
Yeah,
for a gain of 9 yards there. And 2nd and 1 for the Bucs now from their 46.
Yeah.
2nd and 1, playbook's open to you here a little bit. Let's see if Perryman was down.
Yeah, AB aside, the momentum clearly has shifted to the Bucs.
Yeah, he was down.
Yeah, he's down. Yeah, they have all the momentum.
I don't know who has momentum, Matt. I'm going to be honest with you. I just don't know because this has been that bizarre of a game. Brandon Equals, the corner for the Jets, who had the interception earlier, is down injured on the play. So there's a stoppage for that purpose here. We'll have a commercial break too. But I honestly have just no clue, Matt, where the momentum is. I don't, because this has been that kind of a game. And quickly, while we're on this commercial, let's really quick mention our friends at Pin Chasers, Matt. All right, get your family out here for some bowling, some food, and some fun at Pin Chasers.
That's right. It's an awesome place to bring the family out. Their grill is underrated. They have great food. They have breakfast food that you can have at any time. And pretty much any night that you go to Pin Chasers, they have some type of deal or event going on. They have all-you-could-eat pizza on Tuesdays. They have all-you-could-bowl on Thursdays and $1 Miller Lights. There's a different deal every single night. It's such a great place to go for friends, families. If you want to book a party for your kids or just have a night out with friends, it's a really good time. They have multiple locations as well. Especially there's one not too far away from the Bucs practice facility. So make sure you go to pinchasers.net to plan a party or book a lane, and you won't be disappointed. They're also huge Bucs fans, so you're supporting fellow Bucs fans by going out to Pin Chasers.
Right. I'm trying to watch this. Somebody has a full video of AB's kind of meltdown here, trying to take off his shoulder pads. Evans comes over to him, tells him to calm down, chill out. Evans is trying to pull his pads back on, and AB finally is like not listening to Evans at all. He's ripping him off, and Evans just leaves him. Just goes back to the rest of the team. And nobody's even by AB when he's doing this. Like, nobody's even looking at him, really.
Yeah, it was just like the kicker getting some kicks in.
Yeah, the kicker looks over. Or Hofer. Yeah, just absolutely bizarre. I don't have any clue what initiated that.
It's going to make for a very fun post-game press conference.
Yeah, well, yeah, we'll see if anybody talks. I'm kind of uncertain that they will, but also be interesting to see what Bucs fans say about it now, because we know where most of them stood before.
Yeah, that's a very good point too.
24-17, the Jets lead. Bucs have 2nd and 1 coming up here from their own 46. So playbook's open to you a little bit as Equals gets some work on the sideline. So the Jets down a corner here as the Bucs come out on 2nd and 1. Clock is at 13:32 and counting. Here's Vaughn, gets a little bit of a crease and runs through it to the left side, and a good run for a change. Almost like being in better run situations optimizes things. There's an 11-yard gain for Vaughn, and so he's down to the Jets' 43-yard line. And now it is Vaughn and Le'Veon Bell. Bucs down their top 3 running backs and 2 of their top 3 wide receivers as well. Evans is out there on the field, and we'll see what he has in the tank to finish this game. Grayson and Johnson are the other receivers. Bucs have 11 personnel, 3 wide receivers on the field right now. Gronkowski out there, quick snap. I don't know if Brady was even ready for it, but he fields it low.
Oh,
Vaughn's
he
going to
trucks
carry for about 4 yards here. 2nd and 6 from the Jets 39.
He put a good shoulder into Ali Marpet. That was
yeah,
that's physical.
Yeah,
that's downhill running
back a little bit. Yeah. So the Jets 39 here.
Yeah, who's going to step up for this Bucs offense outside of Mike and Gronk?
Right, Gronk at 94 yards in the day, Evans at 47. Those are your top two. Perryman has 41 yards. Most blitz, good job. He lofts one for Evans, who drops it. Dropped down the right sideline by Mike Evans, the one guy you'd love to be able to rely on in those situations. Yeah. That was a big gain, and he let it go through his hands.
That was a great move too. A little push, but really just fighting for positioning more than anything else.
Yeah, and now 3rd and 6 for the Bucs.
Oh, Mike, you got to have that one
right in the breadbasket there.
Yeah.
He struggled, man. It's not been a good day for Mike Evans. They've needed him to make 2 more plays than he's made for sure, and he hasn't made those plays. So now you're 3rd and 6 at the Jets' 39-yard line, and this is a huge play. You're not even in field goal range. You're not at a field goal help. He's going deep to Cyril Grayson down the field, incomplete. A lot of contact, but I think it looked like pretty good defense. That one wasn't even close. Grayson wasn't open at any point really on that play. Good coverage there. And now 4th and 6 at the 39 of the Jets. And the Bucs offense is coming off the field. So they're going to try and pin the Jets here deep in their own territory. And all of a sudden now Sterling Hofrichter needs to step up.
It's interesting again. The Bucs find themselves in a situation. I know there's a lot of complaints about it in the New Orleans game where this wasn't 3rd and short. It was 3rd and medium, but, they go for the deep play when it's like, just get enough,
Yeah, and Barry's going to field it at the 9, so not a terrible punt, like a touchback or anything like that, but obviously, a situation where I'm wondering what the analytics say there, because you're not going to get much of a swing in field position there. 30 yards there, and the Jets obviously have a new set of downs, and so we'll see. By the way, looking at other scores around the league right now, as the Bucs trail by 7 to the Jets. The other scores around the league, you need to know the Ravens are up 16-14 on the Rams, and they have a 1st and 10 at the Rams' 26-yard line. There's 10:47 left in the 4th quarter of that one. Make that a 2nd and 4 at the Rams' 20 for the Ravens. So just around 10 minutes left in that game, and the Ravens trying to add to a 2-point lead in the 4th quarter. Obviously, a touchdown and an extra point would be big, because that make it a 9-point game later in the game. But again, Bucs have to win, or it doesn't matter. Bucs, if they win and the Rams lose, then the Bucs hold the 2 seed going into the final round of the regular season. And right now, the Bucs are just trying to keep their team together to finish this game and hopefully come out with a W. Defense with another big opportunity here, but again, offense. If Evans makes that catch, it's been that story with the offense all game. It's been route running mistakes. That one was a drop, or officiating errors helping kill drives. You've got to be able to overcome those things, but their drives have ended in some very weird fashions in this game, no question about it. And that one, that's a big play down the field, and you need your all-pro receiver, your captain, to come up with that play. And he just has not delivered. He's taken points off the board with 2 plays probably in this game for Evans. They need him to be big coming down the stretch here.
But yeah, I still think Mike is he's as clutch as it gets on this team, and
great player. Yeah, just not a great game when they've needed him in this one, and so he's got time to change that for sure.
Yeah, Mike always has a way of making up for a mistake that he might make. So I mean, this is all on the defense right now, man. They've stepped up in the second half, played much better. John David, shout out. But yeah, they're going to need that again. They can't afford to let the Jets even, get a drive where they move the ball to around midfield, because the clock's running out.
Yeah, it's Bucs defense needs to rise up here and make this play. This was, by the way, that was a very strong go for it recommendation for the Bucs, according to the analytic bots on Twitter, and on that 4th and 6. So very strong one. Plus 7.7 win percentage. That's about as strong as it gets. Here's JTS with a tackle for loss
great
on the first play of the game. And so that will set the Jets back a yard or two. So 2nd and 11 or so coming up here for the Jets.
Good for Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. Everyone loves his pass rushing. There's been some chatter about that he needs to be a little more efficient in the run game, but on this side of the ball, it's all him and Anthony Nelson, obviously. But
right. Here's 2nd and 10 for the Jets offense. They've got to. Bucs defense really can't even allow first down. Here's White free, and the pass is incomplete. Wilson had to throw it away. Devin White came in clean. And so 3rd and 10 coming up here, and this is a huge down. If you can not even allow a first down here at the 9-yard line, right, that would be huge, obviously, in terms of field position for your offense, which is struggling right now. They need help. Players on the field making mistakes, and a lot of your best players are not on the field.
Yeah, even willingly not being on the field.
Even just choosing to quit.
Yeah.
Here's 3rd and 10. Ty
Devin White
Johnson's
finally had an effective blitz on that last play.
Here's Wilson back to pass. Some pressure coming inside, and that pass is going to be incomplete.
Yeah,
Slips along the ground, and White dives to try and make the play there, but I think that one was just low and incomplete. So 4th and 10.
Great job by the Bucs defense. That's 2 straight 3-and-outs.
Yeah, that's right.
Good pressure.
Rising up here late in the game. Is it too little, too late? We'll see. That could have been a hold. That was very close to being Vea being held there. And 4th and 10, and the Jets will punt it away. So big Barner play coming up here. You need to not make a mistake.
You probably still get good field position.
Yeah, we'll see what this punt brings.
Is that Scotty Miller on the field? Yeah, Scotty Miller's there. Not returning, obviously.
Right, not returning. But so here's the punt, and it's going to bounce short of the 50 and go out of bounds at like the 47. Arians fist pumping on the sideline there. But the Bucs are going to start in Jets territory. I
thought it potentially hit. I'm not sure what player that was, but I thought it hit the guy that was down the field trying to block. But it went out of bounds anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered. But interesting.
So the Bucs offense will have great field position from the Jets 47. Silly enough, they have not really done that great when they've had some great starting field positions over the last half of the season. Even sometimes it's been obviously you want great field position. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that they need guys to step up in these situations and deliver 1st and 10 from the 47-yard line here after that 38-yard punt went out of bounds. And so on the first play, you'll see Brady from the shotgun back to pass. 4-man rush, protection holds up. He finds Gronkowski, who's going to be over 100 yards. Gronk rumbling, knocks over 2 defenders. Now a flag comes in at the end of this play.
That was a late flag. I don't know what that could have been on. It wasn't a late hit. I don't think there was a face mask or anything.
Yeah, I have no idea either.
The Bucs will take it, of course, but
right.
That was
21-yard
late
gain. Gronk.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the hit would have been or the penalty would have been.
No
penalty. They call it. Flag is picked up. I didn't see a hit to the head. Somebody said hit to the head in the chat. I didn't see a hit to the head, but Gronk got hit in the face off the snap. They didn't call that, but maybe they were looking at a face mask, but he just grabbed the side of the helmet. I bet that's what it was.
Yeah, I guess it had to be. I thought for a second Gronk was going to be able to stay in bounds and because he breaks the last tackle there. He got out of bounds, but if he somehow stayed in.
So they have a first down. Yeah, I think he stayed until the end there, but they have a first down at the 26-yard line of the Jets. Here's Brady, pitch out to Vaughn, and that run's not going to go anywhere. No gain, and they just keep wasting downs. They're throwing it at will at the Jets, but they're wasting it down, so they're giving themselves less opportunities just because they continue to try and commit to the run when it's not working. And they're killing themselves, putting themselves in 2nd and 3rd and long all the time. It's just hard to stay alive that way for an entire game. Even as good as the Bucs are on 3rd down, they're 7-12 in this game. But when you get yourself in 2nd and long, you're almost definitely going to be in 3rd down. And so they just can't win in the run game, and they need to accept that, and they haven't. You need a touchdown on this drive.
Yeah, it's a crucial moment. You have the momentum. The defense has stepped up in the second half.
Yep. Here's a quick throw out to Bell, who's going to gain about 3 or 4 yards. So you're in that 3rd and long now coming in, 3rd and 7.
Exactly. And if that's a first down play, fine. Whatever. You still got 2 more cracks, but
right. Exactly.
Running has just hurt them.
Yeah, it's just killed them. In this game, by the way, just to let everybody know, they've run for 3 yards per carry, an average of 3 yards per carry. It's all 20 carries have come from Bucs running back. So it's been a huge part of their struggles in this game. 9:15, by the way, left in this game. Here's Brady from the shotgun. Bell is the running back in this game. Bucs down to their fifth option in the backfield. Here's Brady, throws it out to Bell. He's got nobody in front of him. Going to have the first down with ease, and he cuts back inside. He has got to run like a 5-second 40 at this point. He had wide grass. He didn't go anywhere. I think there's linemen on this team faster than him. But he got it first down. 1st and 10, Matt.
He's playing himself into a role. I mean, one, because of the injuries, but he's catching every pass. That's all the Bucs want.
People in the chat. Damn, he is slow now. Like,
yeah. He's
1st and 10 from the 11-yard line. Will they continue to waste first down?
Probably.
The adventure of the Bucs versus themselves on offense. Brady from under center, moving Grayson around. Grayson doesn't show where to be on this play. Here's Bell running it, 2-yard gain. He stood up, nothing. 2nd and 8 from the 9. They can get a first down to the 1, I believe.
Vaughn. Yeah. Run it with Vaughn if you're going to run it.
This is a brutal rushing performance. Brady's thrown for 317 and 2 touchdowns. He's had 11 incompletions, and vast majority of those have been drops and miscommunications.
Yeah.
And so 2nd and 8 coming up here. And remember, it gets harder to throw the ball in these areas than any other areas. Now, I'm trying to think. They can get a first down, to the 1.
Yep.
But that's, you're basically, again, you're asking the Jets to defend 11 yards rather than however long.
Oh,
Brady's pass going to be knocked down at the line of scrimmage.
I thought
incomplete. And 3rd and 8 is coming up from the Jets' 9-yard line.
I thought he just let go. It doesn't matter. It's incomplete anyway.
Yeah. If this is 4-down territory here, Matt, then you've got to get some positive yardage on this play. Like, you can't afford an incompletion here, probably.
Yeah, and I think, there's no question that you're not going to pull what the Packers did in the NFC Championship game and just not go for it on 4th down. Yeah. That's assuming they don't get it here,
but they have to get some yardage too. Like,
exactly. You can't be in 4th and 8. You can be in 4th and 3, but yeah.
Unbelievable how hard they've made everything look today. Here's Brady back to pass, looking, throwing, drop. Oh! Tyler Johnson with a drop at the goal line would have been a first down. Brady put it right out there for him, and he can't make the catch. That's been the story of the game around Brady in this one. And they're
unbelievable.
What are they going to do? A field goal doesn't do anything for you. You still need a touchdown to win.
I guess they just trust the defense. Oh, man.
Trust them, but trust them backed up into their own end again to get you the ball back if you can't get this.
No, I'm with you. I would go for it, but
unbelievable. They're kicking a 27-yard field goal here after just punting on 4th down from the Jets 39. This is coaching malpractice. They're going to lose this game because of coaching malpractice. And players. Mike Evans got to make that catch. Tyler Johnson got to make that catch. And Succop's field goal is good. So 24-24. So the Bucs just need a touchdown. 7.5 minutes left. It makes absolutely no sense. Like, Arians is just coaching them straight out of this game.
Yeah, it's that was very questionable. Very questionable.
I don't understand. But you can point the finger in so many different directions. Like, so many players, have just absolutely been brutal. Like, talk about Evans and key clutch moments in this game. Tyler Johnson with a drop there. You talk about personal fouls on Marpet, whatever he did, we never even got to see. He got personal fouled. We know that, but we don't even get to see what he did. Same thing with Jensen. We didn't get to see what he did, but those guys get personal fouls. Like, it's just a losing effort from the team in that regard. Like, you just have so many players that should be stepping up. That's a catch Tyler Johnson should make 10 times out of 10. Just can't. Frustrating, man. Frustrating stuff.
And it seems like every time the Bucs lose, like, we can point to the same things every time. It's normally penalties has not been the issue too much today, but it's always the same thing of just questionable decisions by the coaching staff and dropped passes and poor execution and just so many mental errors by the defense, especially in the first half. It's the same pattern every time that the Bucs lose. It's Bucs beating the Bucs. It's playing undisciplined football, and they're still in the game. But like, how do you not go for it on 4th down there? That's what I don't get.
Yeah, man, I completely agree with you. And I just think of how many times in this game they've coached themselves out of the game, whether it's Arians' decisions on 4th down, whether it's Tyler Johnson, whether it's the first down runs with Byron Leftwich's calls that are just clearly not working. Again, you're just killing yourselves by coaching yourselves out of and putting Brady in terrible situations. And honestly, he's overcome most of it, but at some point it gets hard, especially when guys aren't catching those balls that you're putting on them once you're in those bad situations. So yeah, both sides of the ball, it just feels like it's been like a collective effort, coaching staff on both sides of the ball, other than Gronk, who's been great, and protection has been pretty good too, but everything else has just been pitiful, and it's just not been good enough at all. And it's a team game, man. Like this stuff epitomizes how much of a team game it is. And right now, collectively as a team, the Bucs are just failing, and it's frustrating to see. There's 7.5 minutes left in this one. They could still get a good result out of this if defense can get a stop, but I just think, you still need a touchdown here.
Exactly. It doesn't change anything other than, you would have the lead versus
you would have the lead,
it,
sure. Yeah. But you're not going to get a better chance probably, again, things can happen. I'm not saying you can get a good result despite two really bad process decisions. And so, I mean, obviously
Zach Wilson's due for an interception. So
yeah, I mean, it'd be nice to see him throw one in this game. It'd be nice to see the Bucs grab one.
He's not even getting passes going because the Bucs can to him.
I tend to think the other way, Matt. Almost, I'm worried. Like, I don't know if the last two drives are sustainable for the defense or not, just because they've been really bad for most of the game, and I don't know that their weaknesses are like off the field. I think the Jets just need to execute a little bit better. As Wilson play action from the shotgun, throws over the middle of the field, he's gonna have a 14-yard gain. Whitehead pops Cole, but he's gonna have a big gain and a first down, so they get out to their 39 right away on the first play. Okay, so we get TJ Reeves saying that Antonio Brown was benched by Coach Bruce Arians before taking off his shoulder pads and jersey and throwing them down on the bench. He's gone to the locker room on his own. So that's probably about it for Antonio Brown.
Yeah, I'm curious why he was benched though in the first place.
Yeah, I mean,
because
I don't know either, but I'm sure it's attitude related, and I'm sure it's
sure.
I'm sure.
I mean, because he wasn't lining it up, but he wasn't like playing bad,
Yeah.
He had to play.
There's JTS with some pressure. Wilson throws, and it's going to be incomplete. Diving attempt by Dean at an interception, and he comes up short. 2nd and 10 for the Bucs at their own 39. Clock stops at 6:50 left on the clock. Bucs trail by 4 to the 4-11 Jets here near the end of the fourth quarter.
1-0 in their last one.
Barrios just kind of.
Yeah.
I think he just tossed himself. Dean was looking at the ball the whole way, but
yeah, I think their feet just got tangled up looking at the
So again, you win first down. Can you win second down? 2nd and 10. Here's Wilson around coming to Braxton Berrios. They have him in the backfield. They can't get him. Berrios is going to slip through and get 11.
Jeez.
And he's going to get out to the 50-yard line, and there'll be a new set of downs for the Jets. They had him hemmed in back there, and they just let him get away. And this is what I mean a little bit here, Matt, because I just don't think their defense is good. And so you put the ball in the hands of your worst unit over and over again, and you ask them to win the game. Well, that doesn't make sense. Allow your best unit the opportunity to win the game. But to do that, you have to have a recognition of reality. Now, White blocked pretty bad there, but still, you got to make those plays.
Yeah, they had it. They had it set up, but Minter couldn't make the tackle, and Whitehead.
Right.
Winfield slipped,
and now
obviously he was further
and
back,
the clock is a factor here too. Is Carey is going to gain 7 yards there on first down, so they lose first down here now. Now it's 2nd and 3 from the Bucs 43, and playbook is going to be open to the Bucs defense here.
Very uncharacteristic for the Bucs. Just as far as stopping the run, obviously they've loosened up a little bit, but
Yeah, 21 carries for 120 yards for the Jets, despite being down their top 2 running backs in this game. Very, very embarrassing performance for the Bucs defense in pretty much all phases. They got a 2nd and 3 here. Wilson's going to go under center. You're going to hand off. Nacho reset the line of scrimmage, but both linebackers were completely destroyed there. But somebody knifed in to make a stop there, so it's 3rd and 1. But again, they created the disruption, but no quality linebackers on the field for the Bucs.
Yeah, the Bucs are getting good. They're getting a good push. like the initial first push, but then
yeah,
not able to clean it up
behind it to make stops.
Yeah, exactly.
So 3rd and 1, and you'd imagine if you don't lose yardage, this is 2-down situation here for the Jets, and then they're right now the clock is just a factor, right? And this eerily similar feel to that Washington game where the Washington just ran out kind of like 10 minutes of the game.
That's a great point.
And didn't even let the Bucs offense have a chance. Now here's the run. They again got penetration, but it's going to be a 1st down anyway. So it's a 4-yard gain for Walter on 3rd and 1, and it's a new set of downs at the Bucs 38-yard line for the Jets, who are doing whatever they want on offense like they have most of this game.
The vaunted Jets offense.
Yeah, that's what it's been today, man. By the way, just checking in with people, the Ravens are up 19-14. The Rams have a 4th and 5 with 1 minute left, trailing 4th and 5 with Baltimore 12.
Unbelievable. Hey, Cam Gill's on the field. Let's go.
Yep. And here's Zach Wilson, handoff, Ty Johnson, just absolutely nobody out there. He's going to get chopped down at the 15.
Yeah.
But a 1st and 10 at the 15, and the Bucs are cooked. Their defense is trash.
It's ridiculous.
Nothing out there at all.
They desperately miss Levante David. I know you said it before, but
yeah, Levante, Shaq for sure.
Like wide open.
Yeah. I mean, look at Kevin Minter. Look at Devin White.
Yeah.
Just getting absolutely
wrecked. I could barely see him because they're blocked.
Yeah.
But yeah. Oh boy, this is ugly.
I'm excited to hear the post-game commentary after this one.
Yeah, we still got a lot ahead of us.
Here's a 1st and 10 for the Jets from their own from the Bucs 15-yard line. Wilson handoff, and Nacho's just to do it. Or sorry, McClendon.
Was that McClendon's
just going to do it himself? Yeah.
Again, another former New York Jet.
Another revenge game guy. 2nd and 11 from the Bucs 16. Now it's just crucial. You got to hold them to a field goal here. You cannot allow the Jets to score a touchdown here.
The Bucs call a timeout. Why is the clock not? Yeah,
Bucs did call timeout. Their 2nd timeout. Remember, they burned one right away on their first drive. So 2nd and 11 now here, and they're trying to save themselves as much time as they can because they're going to need a touchdown. So the time is very important, probably more important than the timeouts at this point. But
yeah,
again, coaching definitely contributed to the reason why this game is where it is. But yeah, can't lose this game. Like, it's pretty simple. Players, coaching, it's all been bad in this game for sure. The Jets are going to try and keep it on the ground, but now in 2nd and 11, they'd like to run as much clock as they can, force Tampa Bay to burn some timeouts, but they're getting 2 backs in the backfield with Wilson. And he's going to hand off.
Yep.
And they're going to get a decent gain, 5 yards there. And so
ridiculous.
3rd and 6 is coming up here.
If I'm the Jets, I go play action.
Rams scored, by the way. They're take the lead with 57 seconds left.
Everything is just going horribly for the Bucs.
Yeah. And the Ravens are going to have a chance to drive for a field goal, but without much time left.
Oh, man.
Yeah, let's see what the Bucs can do here. Got to rise up in this situation. 3rd and 6. Have to get off the field. Can you do it? Screwed up this team all game with your play and your performance. Can you get off the field in this 3rd and 6?
This is
there's 3:02 left in the game, by the way.
This is an iconic Bucs game. Like, hopefully they come back. If you're a Bucs fan, you're hoping that they come back and win. But like, the Antonio Brown thing is going to be talked about for years.
It'll be the national. Wilson dropped the snap, pressure coming. He throws complete to Berrios, but Davis tackles him a couple yards short of the 1st down. Berrios was sliding on the ground. So now it's 4th and 2.
Jets probably got to go for it.
Unbelievable
what do you got to lose?
That snap bounced on the ground. Wilson was able to recover through low. Berrios dug it out, but coverage just wasn't even tight enough.
No.
So they're able to get in a really ideal 4th down situation, and Berrios is banged up. I mean, they get this. This is pretty much the ball game. Bucs have no timeouts left, so they're going to let this run down, and then the Jets will probably use a timeout here.
Yeah, if you're the Jets, why not go for it? You're going to be
you
a
don't
top
get
5
it,
draft
if
pick.
you get it, it's game over. If you don't get it, you back them up.
Oh, they have to call a timeout.
They did. They did.
I was like, what are they just going to let it delay a game? That wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, and in some ways, the bad snap there made it harder because Wilson threw it so much.
Yeah.
Berrios had to like dive back to catch it. Davis is in position for like an upright throw. And that's one of those kind of like when it rains, it pours situations. But Davis is like in position to like defend Berrios if the ball is, while he's standing up. But because it was so underthrown, it kind of threw off Davis's ability to defend it a little bit because he's got eyes on the receiver there. So tough spot. But now on a 4th and 2, the Jets look like they're going for this all the way. And I think it's a good call if you're them. You got to go for this and try to win the football game. If you get this game over.
Yeah, you got nothing to lose.
4th and 2. I mean, Bucs did this to themselves, put themselves in this situation where 4th and 2 is the high percentage play for the Jets offense. So 4th and 2. Wilson is going to sneak it.
Not even close.
Oh my goodness. He didn't even come close.
My goodness.
They just,
the Bucs
on 4th and 2, they were 2.5 yards for the first down.
The Jets are back. The Jets are back.
What in the world was that?
That wasn't even remotely close.
I have no idea what that was. JTS makes the stop. Amazed, I'm sure. Saleh looks like he just said, what was that?
They were having such great success running the ball.
They try to sneak it? I don't even understand. That is a crazy, crazy call.
Unbelievable. Kyle,
Winfield and JTS team up for the snap or for the stop. And now the Bucs offense is going to have to go from their own 7-yard line. They need a touchdown. Brady over the middle of the field, caught by Tyler Johnson.
Yeah, now
for a gain of 8. And so 2nd and 2.
Probably have the 2-minute warning
here. Yeah, and the 2-minute warning. And so the Bucs will take it to the 2-minute warning. This is still a monumental task for the Bucs offense. They've got to drive the length of the field and score a touchdown here without AB, without Mike Evans, with no pass protecting backs available. Le'Veon Bell and Keyshawn Vaughn are your backs in this situation. This is a pretty tough spot.
Yeah, this
and you need Mike Evans to be huge.
It's going to be a very gutsy effort if the Bucs can pull off this victory in a game that they clearly did not have their best game. And so remember this game started with Bruce Arians and Sean Murphy Bunting and Jamel Dean all flying privately just to get to at least for SMB and Jamel Dean, to get to the game like 5 minutes before kickoff. And that is an afterthought now with everything between Antonio Brown and the Bucs potentially getting upset by the Jets.
Right. Just again, should never be in this situation. I don't like these things because it comes down to at the end of a game, if something bad, like it's like, oh, this is the reason they lost. No, like you lost this game way before this drive, with coaching decisions and player mistakes and personnel and scheme issues. You lost that game way before. This is not, anything that happens in this drive will not be the reason why. It's just easy to point to because recency bias is what people, obviously remember last in the game. And so we've got to keep that mindset, obviously, but knowing for the Bucs, this is it. I mean, you've got no timeouts now, and you've got to go from your own 7-yard line, the length of the field. And that's why it's a great call by the Jets to go for it, because even if you don't get it, you've drained the timeouts and you've given them one play before the 2-minute warning, and you can play prevent defense. You're just trying to prevent a touchdown against the team that's down a bunch of weapons.
No, the Jets made the right call. They just didn't have a good
The play call was unreal bad.
Again, you were doing great just running the ball, like with your running backs and everything.
I don't know what in the world they thought that was. But the earlier mistakes, the 4th down mistakes by Bruce, I mean, from the 39-yard line, a punt. Later from the 7-yard line, settling for a field goal, or the 8 or whatever it was, settling for a field goal, or 6, I guess it was at that point. So bad. Those are the compelling points to me when you look back at this game. Those are milestone points in the game.
Yeah, it really is.
Need Mike Evans on this drive. Need him to be big.
You need to be the number one guy.
Right.
I mean, you're playing against rookie cornerbacks, inexperienced guys, and you're considered,
Yep.
one of the
Here's
best
Brady,
receivers
quick
in the league.
throw over the middle to Grayson, who makes the catch and has the first down, but it's only a 3-yard gain.
Move it.
Yeah, the down doesn't
Let's
really
go.
matter at this point. They need to move quickly and they need
Yeah.
yards. At some point, they got to try for a chunk play, and right now the Bucs,
definitely.
throws Grayson, drops it.
Oh,
Hall
man.
came over the top and did make it a little bit of a tougher catch, but Grayson had it in his hands and dropped it, so it's going to be 2nd and 10, and they need yards. They need chunk plays, and the problem is the Jets are sitting back, and right now the Bucs weaponry is what it is. But you still got Ed Gronk, and you've got, if Evans can go here, I know he's had a rough game and he hasn't looked himself, but
yeah, if you have Gronk and Mike Evans, like that should be enough, especially against especially against a team like the Jets.
Right. Here's Brady back to pass, throws middle of the field, pass is caught by Grayson, short gain though, 6 yards. They're nickel and diming this thing. Clock is at 1:30 to go in the 4th quarter.
Cyril Grayson is he's working his way into being the number 3 receiver, maybe even number 2 receiver now for the Bucs.
Yeah. They need some chunk plays over the middle of the field, got the first down, but they're only out to their own 30 and clock is winding.
You got to move it.
1:15. You've got to get a touchdown here thanks to your head coach.
Exactly.
So.
Yeah, exactly.
So you need a chunk play here.
Yeah, you got to get to like midfield on this play.
Clock is winding. Brady looking, throwing
chunk
deep
play,
down
big
the
play.
field, overthrown Tyler Johnson. He wasn't open anyway. Safety capped it the whole way, and so need a big play. 59 seconds. Clock is stopped. 2nd and 10 for the Bucs.
Yeah, they took their shot. Obviously, it wasn't even really there, but yeah.
Brady's thrown for 340 in this one. Yeah, Tyler Johnson's throwing up his hand there, but it wasn't there. Here's Brady back to pass. Steps up in the pocket.
Deep again. He's
down the field. Tyler Johnson. He's making
Get out of bounds. Get out of bounds. Why aren't you
getting
out of bounds?
Cuts back inside,
Matt. He had a clear lane. He had a clear lane to get out of bounds.
To the 43-yard line, and now the clock is running. 43 seconds and counting left in this one.
That was a silly mistake.
Brady back to pass. Looking. Throws. Cyril Grayson.
Get out of bounds.
Can't get out of bounds.
All right,
shot down after a gain of 10. Clock is running. Under 30 seconds to go. They got the first down, though. What's Brady going to do here?
You got to spike
Clock winding. 23 seconds. 21. Brady's back to pass. He's looking. Little shoulder fake. Throws. Cyril Grayson. Touchdown!
Cyril Grayson Jr. The track star from LSU. Are you kidding me? This is one of the craziest games I've ever seen. Oh, my God.
The GOAT with 15 seconds left.
Sorry to
Puts
all
him
the
up.
neighbors. Tom Brady hits his touchdown
26-24.
over 2.5 touchdowns. That's Brady's 3rd of the game. Cyril Grayson Jr., your new number 2 receiver for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Oh, my God. AB who? Wow.
What a throw.
Unbelievable. This game
Safety
has had
couldn't
everything.
get over. Brady threw it back shoulder. Perfect placement. Perfect placement.
I could not have
back shoulder to Grayson who makes the game winner. If they can hang on. 15 seconds left. They're going for they're going kicking the extra point.
2.
What?
Yeah, they're going for 2.
Why?
I guess to prevent the extra point,
what?
The field goal.
But if you get an extra point, the field goal just ties it.
I know.
Over 2 here.
Wow.
What are you doing?
This game has had everything, John. This game has had everything.
Wait a minute. This can't be real. Why are they going for 2? There's 15 seconds left.
You know they're going to run it too.
I don't understand this. They're actually doing this. They're running it with Bell, and
they get in.
That's the dumbest decision I've ever seen. A field goal would have made it so they can only tie with a field goal.
Oh my God.
Now they've won the game, I guess, but
yeah.
We're already up. So now the Jets need a touchdown in 15 seconds. What was that call? I don't know if I've seen that. Kappa had a pancake on the play, and Bell goes up the gut and gets it. Tom freaking Brady.
Yeah,
he does not care who quits on him in this game.
Brady
410 yards.
Brady leaves the Jets and the Jets fans heartbroken again, one last time. What an encore by Tom Brady, and probably his last game in MetLife Stadium. And he breaks the Jets and their fans' hearts one more time. I know that feeling all too well. It's
wow. What a throw.
Oh my
What
God.
a
And Le'Veon
throw.
Bell, the former Jet, with the 2-point conversion.
He just made a lot of underachieving people in this game and coaches look better with this result.
That was incredible.
Wow. Wow. What a drive. What a throw. Just an absolute seed.
It was a little shoulder shimmy too, as
The
you
shoulder
said.
shimmy, hold the
Oh my
safety.
God.
Oh my goodness. And meanwhile, let's just keep running on first down. Wasted opportunities for this man to do what he does against this secondary. Crazy. They are going to kick this one off. Arian said he was going to squib it in other situations. Here's Barry. He's around the edge. He goes out of bounds. 9 seconds left.
Did they learn anything from the Indy game when Mike Edwards made the game-saving tackle?
Right. I know. That's what I don't understand. Why did they kick it? He said he wasn't going to.
Oh, man. What's the score now? 28-24? Yeah, 28-24. Wow. There have been so many twists and turns.
There's Wilson, by the way, back to pass. Pressure coming. Nelson, he's throwing off his back foot, floats it up and out of bounds. So 3 seconds left. One more snap coming here.
And we'll see what happens on this last play. But this is a statement loss for the Jets, too. Like, they took it to the Bucs in the first half.
Wow. Yeah. And they did so many things right. But what was that quarterback sneak call?
Yeah.
What were so many moments in this game, man? But Brady just saved so many people in this organization from embarrassment, because Byron Leftwich, Bruce Arians, Mike Evans, they all would have deserved it after this game. This defense, this was not a team effort. This was Brady.
Not at all. This was Brady, Gronk,
and I give Searle credit. I give Searle credit for sure. Barrios throws the ball up here on the scramble play. Nelson.
All right, the Bucs got that turnover. We've been talking about
turnover in the last play, and the Bucs win 28-24. And they didn't lead at any point in the game. By the way, the Rams did win 20-19.
Ah, of course. Damn.
There were so many bad decisions in this game by coaches, poor plays by players, missed calls by officials. Brady over. Performance by Brady to win this football game for the Bucs. 28-24 is the final. The Bucs win. Unreal, Matt. A jaw dropper of that final throw.
What a game.
Incredible. What a game. What a game. Quickly, some other scores for you. That's right. You got to see the Jets play pretty well.
Better than I ever imagined.
Yeah,
Jets
you get your draft
great,
position.
The Bucs came back and won. Yeah.
Incredible. Eagles up
Brady
a win
breaks
20-16 over Washington. Patriots win 50-10 over Jacksonville. Rams win 20-19 over the Ravens. So the Bucs will stay in the 4 seed. We'll see what happens in this Cowboys game coming up against the Cardinals. A Cowboys loss would put the Bucs in the 3 seed now. Bucs win 28-24. Obviously, Bears win 29-3 over the Giants. Wow, what the heck? Giants are pathetic. The Titans win 34-3 over Miami. The Bengals and the Chiefs are tied right now. Bengals have a 3rd and goal at the KC 1. It's 31-31 with 1:46 left. That might be a game some people are flipping over to. The Bills are going to win over the Falcons 29-15. Falcons had 15 points at the half. They were up 15-14, I believe, at the half. So Bills win the second half and going to win that game as well. So yeah, the Bucs needs a little bit of help from the Cardinals today to boost them some. They didn't get it from the Ravens, but they do come away victorious. This was embarrassing for sure, but they win the game. They've got to play so much better. There's a situation with Antonio Brown now looming over the Bucs that we've got to get some clarification on, and we will after this game. But we appreciate everybody jumping in. Everybody who's in here, hit thumbs up. It'll help boost our YouTube SEO. So it's a great crowd we have for this one, obviously. And for the finish, hit the thumbs up, hit the like on the show. We really appreciate it. Obviously, share the show, subscribe. If you're not Pewter Report TV, make sure you're subscribed. We got a great post-game podcast coming your way tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern. Very excited for that one. Post-game pod, we'll have a ton to break down. This win, Brady's performance, the MVP, Antonio Brown, what's going on with Mike Evans, what people say after the game. It's all coming tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern. Make sure you're subscribed. Hit that like button, share the link, spread the word, tell people, 7 p.m. Eastern tonight. This is the place to be. Until then, we'll see y'all later tonight.